But that the fact is that as you correctly asserted a minute ago, these people running these things, they don't want people to, they don't want Texans to think like Texas. They don't want Texas to be Texas. They want Texas to be part of some amalgam. They're all about amalgams. They're all about globalization. They're all about clumping us all together. Because the more we're clumped together, and the less regionalism there is in our culture, and our thinking, and our in our mindset, that's not good for them. Doesn't help them at all. When we talk about a new world order, they're literally talking about a world order. The new bit is the world order. They want everyone buying the same shit. They want everyone consuming the same shit. They want everyone vying for the same team. And it's completely counterintuitive or in opposition to the intrinsic nature of humans as a species. We're tribal. We're the best amongst us are philanthropic and individual and suspicious and trying to evaluate things from our own perspective. And the notion that we're all one it's a pipe dream, because ultimately the people that try and manipulate this are just the same set of dreadful shits as they've ever been, and they won't do anything for the better of the many. They'll do everything they can to empower the few.
Hey, bud, I sent you something. Can you check your messages? Check that out. So I'm not really allowed to talk about what the article's about, so I'll just talk about a side point. So the side point of that argument is that when you have like media, news, right? Someone who's supposed to get information, disseminate it to the populace. At what point would the media, during an interview, tell the person they're interviewing, shut up? You're given too much information. I don't want to report this. Right? They're supposed to be impartial and unbiased, and they're supposed to say, "Oh, really? Interesting."
Yeah.
And then they're supposed to ask another leading question, right? The best question that they could ask to get the next bit of information out of the person. But if you notice that article, if you pay attention to it, the article from the UK is telling the UK government to shut your fucking mouth. That's too much information.
Is that the one from the Times, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you checking that out? Are you peeping that?
I'm peeping it now, yeah.
What kind of world does... Because they're not the media, right? They're just an extension of the MI6 or Mossad or the FBI or the CIA or whatever, whoever they are, right? So in the United States, we have declassified documents about Operation Mockingbird. And it's so easy to see that that's what's going on here in the States, because when you turn on the media, there's these compilations of people from the media from all these different towns, and they're all saying the exact same thing word for word, right? Sure. One time they're talking about, don't forget to buy yourself 1, 2, or 10 presents. Like, buy yourself 10 presents? Like, what the fuck? And then another one, they're talking about the Easter Bunny. Right, but what's going on is the people that are supposed to be media, the news, right, disseminating information, they're actually like the people that are keeping it from the populace.
Yeah.
So these gatekeepers are the news people. So right now, I think, and this is my opinion, the number one most important job is a journalist. Someone who's telling the people the truth, regardless of what the consequences are.
Yeah.
So, like, Julian Assange is my hero right now.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
But yeah, the news is telling the government, shh.
Yeah.
It's crazy. We live in a clown world.
Yeah, well, I remember I was working I don't know. I think it must have been about 1994, 1993, and one of the guys at work was pulling stuff off WikiLeaks, but it wasn't called WikiLeaks at the time. It was sort of like it was almost like a forum. It wasn't actually a proper website. He was just downloading all this shite, and well, we thought it was shite at the time, but going through some of the stuff, he actually brought down lists of people in the UK who had particular political affiliations, coming from WikiLeaks, coming from Assange and his group, were pulling stuff out of various institutions. And Assange was, ostensibly the man's not like he's not some sort of tech messiah. He was literally just he had an affiliation with 2 or 3 groups of people who were pulling stuff up, and then other people gravitated towards him, And there was some of the things we saw were like, no, fucking hell. This is before people were talking about, back in the 90s, back in the 2010s, people talk about, or data protection, I saw lists of names and addresses of people with particular political affiliations or particular, it's like, shit, they're collecting loads of stuff, even going back then. This is back in the time when most people in the country didn't have broadband, they're literally just dialing in off a telephone. They're starting to collect shit then. So I think Assange is should be a hero to anybody who's prepared to question, because he's been kind of like, he's been a diplomatic prisoner for God knows how long now. But the movement he
never put out anything that's ever been retracted.
No, exactly.
He's never put out fake news once.
No,
and meanwhile, the fake news is acting like he's the fake news.
There's governments who literally tried to extradite him from his Ecuadorian embassy, wherever it was in London. On the basis he's a domestic terrorist, or he's a treason or whatever. But no one's ever tried to sue him. And excuse me, for every statement he's made, which effectively falls under the ambit of espionage, like counter-terrorism or whatever, or like spying or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, he's put out tons of stuff on individuals at all kinds of levels. Okay, right? Potentially a plethora of what you would normally describe as defamatory, or litigious
slander, libel.
Libel, all those sort of things, yeah. And he's never been sued. Never once has anybody attempted to sue him.
Because they're afraid of that deposition.
Exactly. Who wants to question whether he can throw shit in your face? But he's one of those guys that unfortunately is he's done the world a favour, but not himself personally, really.
Well, that's what we need. We need more people to pick up their cross and just drag it to their own crucifixion, because everybody in this world is serving Satan rather than serving mankind. And what we need is somebody to serve mankind every now and then, right? Instead of serving yourself. And I know that those are religiously charged words. I just want to finish real fast. Those are extremely religiously charged words, but in my opinion, if you're serving yourself, you're a Satanist. If you're serving mankind, you're doing God's work. Thanks.
Yeah.
You said it better than I could. That's what I was trying to get at, but I don't want to say it that blunt, I kind of want to say it more like in a way where people aren't like, don't take it super like religiously like that. You know what I mean?
No, I don't. To be honest with you, yeah, that's a given. I don't take those. I'm not religious, so I take those. I take those words in. I can see there's some colloquial terminology there, not just a religious one. We all know. We all talk about Satanism as a thing without necessarily thinking about religion. We will say, lots of people say, "Oh God" or Jesus, but they don't mean it they mean it in an exclamatory sort of way, rather than just in the religious way. So
you know the difference. Do you know the
Yeah.
difference between a Satanist and a Luciferian?
No, because I'm not really. I was brought up in the most atheist environment you can imagine, so.
Satanism believes that there is no God, right?
Yeah.
That you can become God of your own creation and do as thou will. Pretty much like atheists. It's like one and the same, two sides of the
Right.
same coin. Right? And then you have the Luciferians, which believe that Lucifer is, Satan is the one creator. So
All right.
that's the difference.
Just about
Yeah.
interest, is there any context of Satan outside of the Bible, or is it just
Well,
literally?
what
It
does
means your
Satan mean?
adversary.
Like your prosecutor,
Okay.
that
all
could
right.
be considered a Satan.
Okay.
Well, Satan is just doesn't it? If you break down the roots of the word, doesn't it just mean the opposition? So you want to say, is there any context outside of that religion? Well, the context would be Satan would be in your position, anybody that's against you, in a way.
Right.
So when the Bible
Basically-
says your adversary is like a roaring lion seeking who he may devour, right? If you think about that, if you just change the words to original Hebrew, your adversary is like a roaring lion seeking who he may devour. Now, that's not the truest statement I've ever heard, because there's people in this world that hate you just because of the amount of melanin in your skin. As
Yeah.
crazy as that sounds, in 2021, there's
Yeah.
people that hate you just because you're tribe. Something
Martin
you can't even
Luther King.
change.
MLK
And I
is
always-
turning
I
over in
always
his
say-
grave, man.
I always say, if you want to hate me for my religion or my political affiliation, or you want to hate me because of my choices, that's fine. But why in the world would you hate me over stuff that I can't change?
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. I read someone once that hating someone for those reasons is like hating someone because you can't see them.
I think Elijah was trying to say something, but he was muffled. I didn't hear what he was saying.
Sorry, I didn't hear. Sorry, go on.
No,
Were you saying something?
Just like people hate over beauty. Like that's the thing.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
things that people can't change. There's a number of things that people have found ways to hate people for, or be envious of. A number of things.
Absolutely.
But if you can make people tribalist, if you can make people segregationist, if you can make people any behave in ways like that where you can compartmentalize them and make them focus on each other and make each other their enemy, you can you can sit above them and like puppeteers with strings, you can do what the fuck you like because they're too distracted with these irrelevances, and you can do what you want. You can do all kinds of dreadful shit and they won't notice because they're too busy worrying about X, Y, and Z that aren't really meaningful. It all links back into the fact that a lot of the narratives that they're pushing all the time is getting you to indulge in hatreds or distractions that really just make it easy for them to do what they want.
Yeah, I don't think there's any room for hate in my heart. Like, I love everybody. I love evildoers. And there's been this saying that's been around for a while, like Cat Williams started, I think, as far as I know. Maybe someone else did, but he would say, appreciate your haters, right? Love your haters, right? And this is a biblical truth, right? He's teaching people to, love your enemies, right? It's like, if you ain't got 4 or 5, 6, 7, 8 haters, I don't know what you're doing with your life. You need to get busy. Like, you need to earn some haters.
I'm so happy and impressed that you know who Cat Williams is. That's a great
Bro,
quote.
are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I got all of his stand-up, bro.
Hell yeah, bro. I love Cat. Yeah, he's like, what the fuck are you doing with your life? He's like, bitches, like, if you only have 10 haters, you need to, like, get 50 haters by the end of the summer. Like, what are you doing? You need to get more haters. Those are your biggest fans.
I've never seen Cat Williams.
Oh, dude, if you watch Cat Williams, like
Right.
it's going to be eye opening for you, right? Because this guy, he was like portrayed as the pimp, right, and all the like Friday films and
Yeah.
stuff like that. But when you hear his stand up, like he's Tupac, like he's real. He's like extremely brutally honest.
He
Right,
drops
so-
truth bombs
Oh yeah,
nonstop.
he's the truther, right?
And
And you can-
he kind of got blackballed, but they can't hold him down because he's independent. So
Okay.
He
Yeah,
wouldn't join the
allegedly he
Illuminati.
got-
That's what he said. That's what he goes. And I ain't joining that shit.
Yeah, he talks about mansion parties and all this
Yeah,
other
the
stuff that he
gay
sees in
shit.
Hollywood.
Yeah, the Hollywood parties where he looked indoors he shouldn't have looked in.
Yep.
Yep.
He was exposing all that shit, man.
Yeah.
Cat Williams is the shit.
It's not cool to get high and eat up all your baby cereal.
I can see you right now. I can see you.
I can see you eat my cereal.
them insurgents came in here and ate up all your cereal. I got shit to do today. Like, can I get some regular weed? I got shit to do today.
Regular weed, yeah. Like,
I need some
70s weed.
I need some
I need, like-
regular.
I need nearly oregano. Like, make it barely weed. I have stuff to do today.
Got me sitting on the stove looking at the refrigerator for 4 hours.
What do you guys on here think? What do you guys on here think of like George Carlin and Bill Hicks? Do you think they're there?
Oh man,
I
Brilliant.
love Carlin, bro.
Ge-
Brilliant.
Big
Genius.
club and you ain't in it.
Yeah.
Genius.
Yeah, George Carlin.
I have one of his vinyls. I don't even have a lot of vinyls, but I have his Occupation Fool vinyl. And he was really skinny and doing a lot of drugs back then, but I think he was funnier. But anyway, yeah, it's a great album. A lot of live stuff
You know,
on
if
there
you
too.
listen to George
He's better
Carlin's
live than well, go ahead.
Sorry, bro. If you listen to his last stand-up, he was truth bombing so hard he was calling out Bush's mama.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I got the
I mean,
impression- I had a hunch you'd like George Carlin.
The closest thing we have is Dave Chappelle. So like, if Carlin were alive
Yeah.
today, like we have Dave Chappelle. That's all we got.
We used to have Dave Chappelle. Now we got some kind of stand-in clone type of situation. Sorry, but it's true.
Oh shit.
I'm not even asking on that one. There's some that are, iffy, but that's a complete total replacement. And because notice how he focuses on political issues now and trans stuff and all that kind of stuff. He's a lot. I mean, it's funny, but it's like, and then would the old Chappelle have been doing anything for money? That's what he said he came back for, was the money.
Yeah.
You remember the old Chappelle? He left because they were offering him a bunch of money and probably wanted him to do some weird sex stuff. So he's like, no, I'm not going to wear a dress, right?
He turned down 50 million and came back and got 100 million.
But that's the thing, dude. He could have gotten the 100 million at the time. He could have said, "Oh, you're willing to give me 50? Give me 100 and I'll stay." It doesn't make sense. It does not add up, dude. And plus, the bone structure on that dude, he's husky. You remember Dave Chappelle, skinny fucking guy in. I mean, he could play a crackhead real well. You feel me? This new dude. I mean, just because he smokes cigarettes, has Chappelle's voice box, and looks kind of like him, doesn't mean shit. That's what I think. I think I can
I gotta
transfer
say
consciousness.
that I used to be a skinny guy, right? I gotta tell you, I had to work at getting fat. It ain't easy,
Right.
right?
No.
I put in a lot of time on some video games.
And yeah, and
Just
who's
to
going
let
to
you know.
Africa to eat Big Macs, right? What the fuck?
Yeah, he went to Africa to a Muslim
bet
retreat
he
because
never
Dave
left.
Chappelle is Muslim.
I'll be surprised. That's exactly what happens, though. After Nixon, everybody, all of the poor places anyway. I don't know which part of Africa he was, but there's a lot of areas all over the place, thanks to Nixon, that have this high fructose corn syrup. Super bad for you, and it's in all of the soft drinks and everything else you can think of that we give to our kids, and that's what's making people fat. I mean, I'm telling you, you cut the sugar out of your life and see how fast you lose weight.
No, I hear you loud and clear. I agree with that. I'm just saying, I don't think, my opinion is that the old Dave Chappelle would never have even started drinking high fructose corn syrup on the regular. Like, he was a down dude. He was good to go. And I don't like this new guy. That's all I'm saying.
I hear what you're saying about the whole clone thing, but it's kind
Well, you
of
can't
hard.
prove any of it. You can't prove any of it. But I mean, like,
Right.
it's just so sus at this point. At least with Chappelle, it's like you compare photos, and it's like that is just not the same person. There's no way around it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
just
don't
want
know.
to point out that if you watch Cat Williams stand up, like he's talking about evolution, right? It's some of the same stuff that we talk about in here. And it's like, as far as I could tell, he named his son Malik, right? That's a Hebrew name, right? It's the King of Peace.
He's got a
in the
bunch
Old
of kids.
Testament?
He adopted like 10 children and shit.
Nice.
And the only thing that I don't like about Cat Williams is what he said about Michael Jackson. Other than that, I love Cat Williams.
Well, hey, he's human, right? He thought that Obama was going to be on his side, and then after you see the next campaign, it's like, I don't know what the hell. I don't even know. Does he? Are we here? Could you send us like a smoke signal or something to let the world know?
Exactly.
So
yeah, check out Netflix. His shit on Netflix, but then he's got on YouTube. It's Pimpin', and his other shit, like classic material.
Okay.
Yeah, I
that's
posted something in the voice text. 15 minutes of Cat Williams.
Okay, I'm never gonna. I've got to go now, guys, because it's 2:00 where I am in the morning. But that's my takeaway for this evening is Cat Williams. So thanks for that.
Yeah, man. Hey, good talking to you, Paza. Always.
And you take care, guys. Yeah.
You won't regret watching Cat Williams. I guarantee you.
Yeah, right before bed. Perfect time to laugh your ass off.
right after a drink or a little reef.
I'm going to do that now. A drink is within my scope at the moment, so I'm going to give that
There
a
you go. All right, man. Have a good night.
Take care, guys. Yeah. See you. Speak to you soon.
Yep. Peace out.
And you.
Like he said the time.
He's a working man. He's got
Why
shit
are
to
the
do
time
tomorrow.
zones different? Why is it 9:00 where I'm at, and he's going to bed at 2 a.m.? It's only 9 p.m.
No, man, it's 2 a.m. I didn't want to hear that.
How do the time zones work on a flat Earth?
It's pending.
Yeah. Bendy space time. All right, since the floor is clear, we want to talk about William Shatner.
No.
Okay. I
joking.
agree. I don't really either, but I'm just trying to bring up something like I don't I don't either. I know what it is, but
So they asked
I don't
William
even know.
Shatner, what's the difference between science and science fiction? And he said nothing. Right? And I think if they would have, asked him now, he might have like a little bit different answer. Right? But what he meant was that in science fiction, they just make shit up. Right? And in science, they just make shit up. I think he's smart enough to know that. Because I don't think he was an idiot. He's just a terrible actor.
it was interesting. You listen to what he said when he came back. It was more interesting what he didn't say. Like you can read between the lines, but what he didn't say, like what you
I didn't
thought
see
he
any
would
of that
say,
stuff.
like because like I said, I seen a bunch of memes. So I seen memes of William Shatner saying, "The Earth is not flat." I went up and saw it, and I seen memes like that. But that's not what he said, and he didn't say anything about that. And that was just interesting to me that what he didn't say. And like on Nathan Oakley, they were talking about William Shatner and everything he said and didn't say, and like there were memes that came out that said the Earth is not flat. I went up and saw it, but that's not what he said. That was just people making memes.
So what did he say? I guess I'll need to watch it and do my own diligence.
Yeah. He said, like, damn, I forget. I would have to look it up. I don't even
You know
want
what
to.
I saw? I saw the same type of cut they did on the Mythbusters when they said that the Earth is not flat because they went up in a jet, a high altitude jet, and they're like, oh, you can see the curve, and it was fisheye lens, and then they cut back to the cockpit, and you could see it wasn't. It was like the same type of thing. Either that or it was one of those, you can see the curve, and then like the middle focus of the camera moved past a certain point, so then it showed the curve inverted. So it was curving the other way. That's what I saw.
I'm not even sure he went on a parabolic flight. Like, we know Branson, that the Virgin Mobile, like, he went up and did the parabolic flight and did the. But I'm not even sure the 90-year-old William Shatner even did that. But maybe he did. But we got 3 seconds. There's like 3 seconds. Like we have 4K cameras and shit, and we couldn't. That's all we get. You couldn't put cameras inside the shuttle and show us what he saw and go through the whole experience. Like,
yeah,
no,
dude,
we don't have that.
That's what's so ridiculous about this whole thing is we have all this crazy great technology, but they can't give us like a clear picture of what the fuck is going on when they go up there. That's the thing. They'll show us, oh, this is what we're doing, this is where we went, but there's cut after cut after cut, switch to this angle, to that angle. They can't show us every angle 24/7. They can't show us, they can't strap like it's been said before, they can't just strap a GoPro to the nose of a shuttle and just run it the whole time. They can't. They really can't.
Right. And,
Do you see that? Do you see that picture of that video what I posted about Tolan? Do you see that Mississippi River?
No, explain it. I didn't see it. Can you explain it?
Look at the Mississippi River. Can you imagine how much drop should be, let's say, from perspective, from that point?
Yeah, and there's also the aspect of they went up and came down in the same place, like literally millimeters. And if the Earth is turning, you should be 1,000 miles away. But
look at the Mississippi. It's delta there. That means it's dropping down. That means that river it's going down. The opposite way of the river direction. Or river is going up. Because you need to have curvature there. From
right.
that delta. If you have view, like is that view, look at the view. Now you need to have drop, let's say, there in the end. But if there is drop, that means that river it's going up or it's going down in the wrong direction.
Yeah, that brings me to the tides, and like they say, the moon creates the tides, which I don't think it does. As anything, I mean,
What do you mean you don't think it does? There's absolutely no evidence to prove that.
Right. So what I'm thinking is the tides is just the Earth like sucking the water into the Earth and then pumping it back out like a system, and so it goes up and it goes down twice a day.
That moon causing tides and Saturn rings causing tides. What is different?
No difference.
Yeah, it's the same. You can say that Saturn ring causing tides, and that's it.
See, we really got to stop letting them say that this causes this, because how do they know? How do you know what the cause of something is, right?
Yeah, we can't put it through the scientific method. We can't test it
But you can put some
scientifically.
equation.
We can't prove it scientifically. We have a phenomenon of tides coming up and coming down, but we can't prove it because we can't manipulate the independent variable. Like, we can't prove it.
That's
But
because
we're-
sun is doing something, giving us light, heating us, and moon practically is not doing almost anything, only shining, and because of that, maybe they wanted to give some role to moon.
Well, think about this. Which is more likely to perturb the ocean? So when the sun comes, wouldn't it like perturb the ocean because it's giving off way more energy than the moon? And I'm just speculating. I'm not really claiming anything. But doesn't that make sense? Like, how much energy can we collect from, lunar panels? Right? That doesn't exist. Why don't lunar panels exist? Well, because the sun is where we get the energy. That's why we have solar panels.
no,
So-
bro. The sun is reflecting off of the moon, so that's sunlight.
You are correct.
Well, then they should be able to collect it at night, right?
Right. But they can't.
We need to find a way how to use that energy. What moon is doing with tides.
You are correct, Hank, though, and the sun, when it hits the water, penetrates deep into the water before it scatters into infrared. So there's heat that
Is he
collects
low
up in the
Priol?
water over the course of the day that gets released during the night. So there could be something to that.
Yeah. Ed Harris would know. He's in the moon.
Mic check.
Yep, you're good. Yeah, I don't think the moon reflects sunlight. I think it's its own luminary. It has its own light, and like the people that have seen like stars through the moon, where the dark space is, where it's supposed to be shadow, and you can see the stars through the moon, and it's just like so much. Seeing the sun and the moon at the same time, and the moon is not full.
You
Like-
don't see during the day full. You don't see full moon, and it's a rock.
So much, yeah, so much. Supposedly, there's an explanation, a heliocentric explanation as to why the moon and the sun. I can see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time, and the moon is not full, and there's nothing in between it. But the Earth is supposed to create the shadow, but there's no, like, there's supposedly an explanation, but to me, it doesn't make sense. Like, the moon is, we have like what was that dude that said it was
It's an argument for. It's a false dilemma argument for one, which means when only two choices are presented, yet more exist, or a spectrum of possible choices exists between two extremes. Can also be characterized by omissions of choices. Another variety is the false trilemma. There's three choices presented when more exist, right? There could be an infinite amount of explanations as to why sky stuff does sky stuff. Empirically, we don't know. So it could be anything. It's not just Earth is flat because sky stuff, or Earth is globe because sky stuff. The two are mutually exclusive. And to me, that is the most mind-boggling thing about all of this, is that they don't see that that's what they're doing.
yeah, they say moon is like plasma type of shit, and
First,
Yeah,
they have
we
to
don't-
admit we've never touched the sky, never been there. First, they have to admit that, right? Once
the
they
moon
admit that
landing.
reality, that's a reality. It's not. I'm not asking a question about it. I'm providing information that it's flat and stationary.
Yeah.
You know.
They have to say we never went to the moon, and that's a big jump for mankind.
Oh yeah. But how hard? Listen, how hard was it for you to say, "Oh, that actually makes total fucking sense that they would lie about that"? Yeah. Never mind. Like what? How is that not everybody's initial reaction? I don't even have to know why they lied. Clear as day, they would if they could. Holy shit. Yeah. Well, anyway, sky stuff. That's the thing. Mutually exclusive. Those are two words that I really wish Globers and the other guys, the worst ones, will learn. Mutually exclusive. That's what the sky is in relation to the ground. I don't look at a banana. I don't eat a banana. Listen to this. I got a better one now. I've been working on these. I don't eat a banana to see what an apple tastes like. Oh, I like that one. I think that's pretty good. Anyway.
If we ever, like
Wait,
any of
are
us,
you-
ever get a chance, just ask a question to Neil deGrasse Tyson or Lawrence Krauss or anybody who says that we're made of star stuff. We really have to ask them, how do you know what stars are made out of? Have you ever done a biopsy?
We don't know. We
Right.
don't know. Next question.
Next question, yeah.
But flat.
The
What I
stars-
wrote, you
the
said you
stars
you
are light. That's all the star is. That's what I can observe. The star is just a light to me.
Yep. Yep.
And I kind
What
of
were you
feel like
gonna
they would say, "You're wrong. The star's not a light." Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, yeah, but then prove it's not a light. What else is it that we're looking at twinkling up there like lights do down here on the ground? It's doing the
Should
same
I
thing
go
up there.
check the sky quality? Should I go check the sky quality right now and break out my P900 and
Well,
figure out what the
listen,
star
if
actually
you can
is?
prove literally how much nitrogen, hydrogen, oxygen, etc. is
No, that's the
hold on.
thing.
Hold on,
guarantee
hold on.
you-
If you could prove the percentage of all of the gases in between your field of view and the stars, that'd be impressive. Before you even get to
Yeah.
try to tell me what the fucking stars are, right?
That's what I'm saying. I guarantee you, I take out my high power telescopic lens and I go look at the light or the star in the sky. I guarantee you the only thing I'm gonna be able to figure out from that is that it's a light in the sky. I can't there's nothing else telling me anything other than that or more than that or less than that is light in the sky.
And it's a blessing and a curse that it's so simple of an idea to understand. Because it's so
Exactly,
simple. Yeah, listen, because it's so simple, a lot of people can and will understand it. But because it's so simple, so many people don't want to believe it. Won't allow themselves.
I wonder if the indoctrination was so deep in Jesus' day that when he said that you're supposed to be childlike, that's exactly what he's talking about. Because, like, I still to this day look at a star and go, I wonder what that is. What the fuck is that?
Mm.
And I love to say, what the fuck is that, right? Isn't that a great feeling? Like, what is that, dude? Crazy. And then just think about it. Like, why you gotta try to know everything? You know what I mean?
Trying to figure things out. If we knew everything, there would be no need for science.
I was going to bring this up later. There's two types of people. So there's the types of people that you disprove the globe, and they're like, I need something else to replace it. And you're like, I don't know. So there's the people that are in that childlike wonderment of we don't know what it is. And then there's the people that, like, you disprove the heliocentric model, and they're like, I need another model. I need to know what this is. It's not that, but what is it? And they're like, we don't know. But
Well, they're used to having a model. That's the problem. What they did was they created a lie based on presuppositions, but they made something that you could look at and touch. And to humans, that it's what's it called? The tactile. It's like having an oral fixation with cigarettes or candy or whatever. You know, it's the same thing with like a tactile kind of deal. If you can use your senses right to understand something better, you're using your eyes and your sense of touch. You know, your ability to discern. You're using three senses with this thing instead of using your one sense. and your eyes, so maybe you're 2 sometimes, and logic, because you have a sense of logic. Everyone's got one built in, but so many people choose not to use it. Anyway, that was a tangent.
I want to ask my question now live. If Earth is flat, where is curvature?
I don't know, but
Nothing
everybody on this planet, 7 point whatever billion, has only experienced a flat, plane, non-stationary, or stationary plane. That's all we've ever experienced our whole life. That's what
So
we've
far,
experienced.
yep. So far, that's the story. That's the deal. That's what it measures.
Yep, that's what like we can
You
experience.
know, and like, listen, if I made the rules, then it'd be a different story. I would create a much simpler idea and have people hooked on it so that I didn't have to do much work. Sure, no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. That's why I'm here trying to wake people up from that. But if you can just bring yourself to calm down and say it's okay if I've been wrong, and actually see it as a freeing experience. I wanted to say this earlier. At some point, you have to start emptying your cup. You don't have to just throw it all out, baby, in bathwater every time it gets full. But, you know, you can only know something if you admit you don't know another thing. I think that's what I was trying to say.
So let's say a Glober did come in here and he practically demonstrated the mechanism that causes to light bend at the same curvature rate as the Earth, 8 inches per mile squared. Like, would we be able to take it seriously? Or let's say a normie, right? Not Jim Panda, but a normal scientist. He comes in here, right? And I mean scientist by someone who strictly adheres to the scientific method, right? And he showed us, like, this is the mechanism that causes you to see around the curve. And he practically demonstrates it by putting a deer on the other side of a 6-story building and then shows us the deer.
Yeah.
And then shoots the deer with a camera and then tries to shoot it with a rifle and the deer doesn't die.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that should be like, I don't know. You know, on 10 miles should be okay. This is like that, you know.
Yeah, it's kind of like
I'm
this.
just saying, would you be able to accept it?
I don't know.
With data, yes.
Yes, the whole thing of scientific.
What do you mean by accept it? Yeah. I mean, listen. If you could do it again, from turn the words into. Listen, if you can turn the words into stuff, yeah, let me know.
Let's try to
Then we
shoot
could
Chicago,
really calculate
man.
the curvature. We just need the formula. Then we can see how big the planet really is.
No, man.
Listen,
we need to shoot Chicago.
why are you going to fall back on math?
No. If he's saying if a scientific man could prove us that the light bends, so there just has to be a formula. If it really bends, and we're really seeing a curvature that our sight does not perceive,
yeah, it must match with the math.
Real thing of the motion.
Well,
of
that's
it.
the thing. I'm not going to accept math for any kind of explanation other than, hey, look, math.
No. But if we could repeat it, the guy shows you the formula, and you can go, okay, let's try it out in Brazil.
And I can go, and then, but see, we're still begging the question right now.
You need R for that.
Right. I'm not trying to step on your toes. I'm saying it doesn't have to be even that complicated. I should never have to do a hypothetical with this information. Not anymore. We're 7 years into this, at least. At the very, very, very least, we're 7 years into this. So I shouldn't at all have to say, well, if it's a globe, then X, Y, Z. To me, that's sloppy at this point. If they don't get it now, they just don't get it.
Okay, let's put it now as a higher complexity. What if it's a hypercube, something that has like more than 5 dimensions?
Nope, see, done right there. You just said what if. And listen,
I'm saying
also,
our technology yet does not calculate that.
Part of our
3D.
Part of our job here is to remain scientific. And a what is question is not a scientific question. A scientific question is a demonstration of cause and effect relationship that's demonstrable and repeatable, and etc.
Look, I get it. It was a hypothetical question, right? But it's just meant to make you understand that orthodoxies do sit in, and you should always be to open your mind and say, yeah, let me see that. Show me. Right,
You
that's
know
why I
what?
said
I
that-
should have clarified that I'm going to stop using hypotheticals. I hear you guys use them very well. Maybe I'm just bad at them. Okay, maybe I just am not quality at the fucking hypothetical thing. But you guys, I hear you guys use them, and a lot of times they work. So I'm just telling you, I'm going to stay. I'm going to just stick with this most simple, like the sharpest part of Occam's razor, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Maybe it's because I'm lazy. Maybe because I don't want to think about all the other shit. I just want to boil it down to like 5, dead serious points.
It's a healthy skepticism. It's needed.
Well, yeah, it can get unhealthy, but you're right. You gotta have a pretty strong sense of skepticism, and not for the sake of it. Because if you're just going around going, no, that's fake, well, that's bullshit, whatever. Oh yeah, you think so? Bullshit. Like that,
But listen,
you don't accomplish
listen.
anything with that.
Listen, this is like, let's say, if we have observation that we maybe bend light or blah, blah, blah. But I saw one aeroplane, with that example, that it's flying like one elevation, it's always the same. He maybe changed like 50 meters of elevation in 200 kilometers.
Mm-hmm.
That means that I made calculation. He need to be something like 2,000 meters above the ground after 200 kilometers. That should be drop, I think.
What kind of plane?
It's like a drone. I have video. I can post.
Okay, yeah. See if you can post that.
Sure,
Hold
yeah.
on. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. And we just keep coming up with them too. That's the
Because
strangest
this
part.
is nothing with the light. This is only airplanes flying above the sea, all the time above the sea, and it has all the data. I will show just it's showing. They're saying that it's connected also with satellite or blah blah blah, but doesn't matter that. They are tracking all the time the aeroplane. But aeroplane doesn't change the elevation like 50 meters in 200 kilometers. Nothing more. Now I will post.
all I was trying to say was we should be like open-minded to new information at all times, right? And if
Right.
someone claims that they could show us something, we should be like children, like, ooh, let me see. I want to play with it. Can I touch it?
Right.
Like, can I borrow it for the afternoon? I'll bring it back. I swear, like, you'll be my best friend, right? Like,
Right.
we should all resort to that childlike behavior, I think.
Curiosity.
I'm shown
Again,
looking for
go ahead,
like
go ahead.
5 years for some footage or video about, let's say, that airplane, how to say, military airplane, the fighter.
Uh-huh.
If I can find, but I didn't find anywhere, a video that they're flying above the sea, let's say 200 meters, at less, how to say, less it's possible, above the water for some good distance. It could be, I don't know, 10, 20 miles. Because they're flying so fast, they will be, in 2 minutes, above the ground,
Yeah, we would. Bottom line, we'd feel if they had to change their angular velocity at all. Like at all, within a matter of just a few inches. Because if they were going to account for the curvature, they would have to continually, obviously dip the nose down. But like say, okay, so hold on. So say that you could set the autopilot to have it do that over the curve of the Earth, okay? And you could set it up with like, how the fishermen do the thing under the boat where it shows you how shallow and how deep it is. You know what I mean? So you can avoid the spots. Sonar, yeah. A version of that could be used on a plane and say, if it needed to keep adjusting. But I wouldn't trust an autopilot for that. I would say at the very least, a very, very skilled pilot would have to do that and be able to do that. I mean, those maneuvers, the plane might not even be big, it might be too big for maneuvers like that if they had to continually adjust for all of these different angles instead of it being flat. It's real easy when it's flat. That's why they don't have a problem with it.
This video is showing properly that, show. Because this drone or whatever, they're only trying to show how much distance this plane can fly,
Mhm.
And they are adjusting the elevation. They said even that it will be every time on 120 meters, but I saw that it's changing a little bit, but this is 50 meters, he need to change like all the time elevation, to go, he need to be on 120 meters and then you need to see like it's going down, down, down all the time, But
Yeah.
that's not happening,
Well, and you never see uphill either, right? You never go on an uphill thing. You'd think somewhere on the globe, you'd be on an uphill somewhere, curvature, like not just out there at the horizon there's curvature, not to mention the fact that when you're looking at the horizon from left to right there's no bend whatsoever, but they ignore that. They're just like, oh no, it's way out there and it's only in front of us and it only curves down and away. You're never going to see an uphill. So I'm always on top of the ball. That doesn't make sense at all. It's just silly.
Yeah. I'm saying that aeroplane can prove on the end that there is no curvature, because you can say, we calculated with the bending light, but
May I say something?
Yeah.
Your idea with the airplane, it's just wrong, because whatever happens is that the plane will encounter perturbations that will be way higher than the effect of the curvature. So,
man, do you want to watch a video what I posted 35 minutes after the hour?
So I would ask, when you're in an airplane, can you feel when you're descending? Does the pilot have to announce when you're landing? You know it, right? When he's going higher or lower or flying at the same altitude, you know it, right?
Yes.
Totally feel it.
Right. So if you were flying down around a curve, you would be descending relative to the ground.
A question, a simple
From
test.
where hold on. Let me get my thought. You would be descending relative to the ground where you took off. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
So I'm talking to the guy with the accent. I think it was a French accent, maybe.
Emla. Yeah, Emla.
yeah.
Emla and Hank, go ahead.
Sorry, I was busy reading stuff.
So when you're in an airplane and you're going down, can you feel it?
There's actually several ways you can feel it. First thing first is the air pressure will change. So you will feel it in your hair.
Someone else take over for me.
Sorry?
Got it. I got you. Go ahead. Keep going.
Okay, and the other way you could get it is by detecting the acceleration, just like you detect it in an elevator.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. You're describing parts of the vestibular system and other senses that we have, very fine-tuned senses. Yeah, cool. We're supposed to notice those things so we can keep our balance. And so listen, if we're attached to something else that is supposed to be supplying our balance and it moves, we know about it instantly. And it could be fractions.
What you will detect?
Hold on.
Acceleration.
Okay, go ahead. No.
You can only detect acceleration.
Angular acceleration, right? But you would be constantly accelerating to continue to go over the curve of something. Does that make sense? You have to continually giving it gas. You have to continually give it gas. Does that make sense?
Yes, but you are trying to detect something that is below the quantum of your instruments.
How do you know that? Who told you that? Or do you know yourself? Are you a pilot?
Do you want to calculate centrifugal acceleration from a plane going down the curvature?
We don't have to talk about that.
We have curvature.
The altimeter, right? The height of the plane from the ground?
No.
That's what the altimeter tells you, yep.
So that would constantly be changing.
Let's leave now airplanes, because I want to come back, because this is beautiful. Zeke, we have curvature on the air?
No, my question was, If we put two balloons, like let's say they're 1 kilometer
No,
apart,
no, no. I'm asking you, does
go up.
we have curvature on the Earth or not?
We have currents, so we could.
No, curve. Is it Earth
no?
sphere?
It gets really leveled. Almost anything we mix, any gas, everything goes
Okay.
pretty leveled up afterwards.
I'm sorry, what?
Look at the clouds. They're almost always, they look like they're sitting on top of something. They get leveled.
Well, that's true. Yeah, okay. So are you a glober or flatter? What's going on?
I'm a simulations. I really believe it's a machine. But
yeah, I know, but I don't.
it's
what's the
flat.
ground? Okay. Okay,
Can
so,
I
so you're at least that's smart.
Can I-
That's good.
Simulation. How we simulate mountains and water?
There's a life force underneath it. There's tons of other. We just know the surface. We just know like the skin of this kind of machinery.
Is it water
We don't
simulation?
Really know how its power works.
Is it water simulation?
How is it a simulation?
The theory
Is
of
it nature
simulation.
simulation?
Let him say it, guys. Let him say what he thinks about it.
As a cosmic advanced machinery, this could perfectly be a matrix.
Okay.
There's tons of basis on atoms, on the formations of everything. It's too much synchronicity, too much order in it for it to be just chaos and random.
Well, that's true. What does that lead you to believe about the nature of the creation?
That's why I'm going to say it's an advanced intelligence that made a super advanced reality, and we're just playing in the avatars. That's why we can't really see the thing completely. We're inside of it.
All right.
Well,
that is interesting, my friend, and I would love to talk more about that. We need to stay on topic with
Are you telling me that I'm connecting now with the machine and that I don't know what I'm saying now in this moment?
No, you do know. But just as any
How do you know that I know?
You are limited to the realities of the matrix.
How do you know that? How do you know
It's
that?
an advanced matrix. There's no way of disproving it. So
how do you know that they didn't? Because you said Matrix. Matrix is something like a movie. Matrix.
Yes, that's why.
Okay, why I'm not connected? Why I'm not connected? Why I'm not connected with the machines? Why I'm not battery?
I think we're three parts. The human being is mind, spirit, and body. The mind is a logical part, what I'm going to call software.
No, I'm asking you why I'm not connected with the machine, and I don't. And I think this is reality. I think that I'm speaking now with you, but no, I'm connected with all these things. What is happening? It's simulation, man. Even when I'm speaking with you, man, I don't know. I'm connected with machine. I'm in Matrix.
People
if you were to get hurt, is that not reality? If you were to get cut off with a knife,
sorry, okay, let's go back to the.
Is that not reality?
It's the fine. Reality, as we know it, is limited to the knowledge we have.
Okay, I love you guys, but can we please stay on topic on the Earth, please?
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to be rude about that. I just I think it's really, really essential that the more on topic we stay, if we're constantly talking about the validity of what we found.
What about
people, no matter who stumbles upon it, they'll
listen. This. What about 12 rivers? What is behind Antarctica, going like a clock? And
rivers.
Yeah, and then you have pyramid container, and you have ours is pyramid container, and next to us we have cube container, and around all that rivers connecting all others dome containers.
Sasha, are you saying that that is what you think we live in?
Well, it sounds nice. Could be.
Okay, good. I was just making sure. It's hard to tell when you're being sarcastic.
I'm trying, I'm trying to find my religion. I don't know.
Well, my friend, I heard religions are a bad habit, especially
because
hard ones to kick.
number 12 shown. Number 12. It must be, and after 12 rivers, clock. Everything have sense, man. 12 12 apostles in Bible. Everything is connected.
12 stones, the 12 gates of heaven, the 12 tribes,
Yeah.
12 zodiacs. Yes, it's a very big key of this machinery.
It's actually 3 because 2 plus 1 is 3.
I made it up, this story, but okay. That's great.
No, that's fun. I liked it. I dug it. I was like, I really hope he's joking about this for about 90% of it, and then I got it at the end.
I really hope you do.
I love you, Sasha. What were you saying, Chief?
I'm saying
I hope he's joking too.
Well, it could be any shape. It could be anything so far. We literally have not seen, no one has seen outside of this container. It has not happened. Until we can do that, until we can create a vantage point from which we can see the entire thing upon which we live, we will not know.
Listen this, Sean. 4.5 billion years. It's spherical, geometrical thing, you know. And now we realized something. Horizon, all stuff, container, blah blah blah. Now it's matrix. It's not anymore natural. You know. It cannot be anymore natural. You know. It was so many years natural. Now it's not anymore natural.
What do you mean? What's not natural?
World,
The prison they present us, the reality based on
we are living.
Oh, you mean the circumstances we're living in right now?
No, I'm saying about what we know, 12 years, 12,000 years about civilizations.
I don't know.
They're saying
Is that what they're
something
telling you these days? 12,000?
Yeah, that.
Well, the pyramids are
go back to that.
30,000.
I mean, no offense, Sasha, but how do you know? How do they know?
No, they're saying, you know.
Yeah, right. I got you.
You know, and that 12,000 years we are in Matrix, man. At least.
Yeah, dude.
You know, I harp on people constantly about the genetic fallacy, right? But anything coming out of an Egyptologist's mouth.
I mean, yeah, it's all racket. I think that they have to, you know, take the truth and bend it and twist it just a little bit, make a little cash off it. I think that's all that's going on. You know what I mean? That's what's happened to the truth. It's become just like the business, just like anything else. And you know, you'll get a certain percentage of truth and a heaping helping of lies as well.
Sean, what you will do? What you will do? You don't know. You don't know the shape of the earth. You don't know how it looks really.
No.
What you will do?
No.
What you will, you must do something. You must, how to say, imagine how that look like. You must realize how this is working, because if you don't do that, if you don't express yourself, that means that you cannot say you don't know. You cannot say you don't know. You know.
The only thing I can say, Sasha, is that I don't know.
I don't know.
That's the only thing thing I do know is that I don't know most stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, this is just Platon level.
Well, and it's our experience. It's limited, right?
We don't know.
Guys, will there ever be enough technology like for everyone to get together and take a photo at a time, almost like facing almost one place, and make a real map of our dimensions? Like enough cameras set.
I don't know. No. There's enough cameras. Dude, listen, you got to get one still shot of the whole thing yet. Just one from one camera, one lens, one roll of film, one shot. We don't have that. It's never happened.
And we don't have a lens that could, even if we're too high.
We don't know if we do or not. We've never been far enough away from it to even see that vantage. No one has. You have seen it in your mind. You've seen it in the movies that they've shown you and the worlds that they've helped you create when you were growing up. And when you were learning about bullshit, your mind should have been exploring the world that was beneath your feet. They didn't want you to. They made you start focusing on stuff like status and fucking writing in cursive and all sorts of nothing stuff. Anyway, go ahead.
In English, you have the word of childhood. They have to hood us up when we were childs to prevent us from
Right.
shining. The fun
Yeah. Hey,
thing
I like
you
that.
get
I never heard that.
parents or your pair that were renting, the pair that rents that take care of the child. The childhood is that then the way they cloak you down so that you cannot shine, so that they can
Right.
leech
Zero
off your light.
individuality.
It's a sad thing.
Awesome.
I like in the Bible has the whole thing of the childs of stars. I mean, childs of light. We are creatures of light, and we wish eventually shine as the stars of the firmament. Which makes irony that the stars in the Bible kind of are for reference and signs and season. Like it says in Genesis when he kind of makes the stars.
Yes, and if you want to go with that, it's not harmful.
But change completely the thing of why they don't want us to look at the stars. Fun thing that in English, when you're lost, you're astray. Stray or star or
Estrella.
Star.
Estrella is star in Spanish.
Astronauts is from Estrella. But literally, astray means you lost your stars. Now we have GPS. You don't need to know your stars. You need to look up. You can just look at your phone.
Yeah.
They're literally leeching us off very valuable information. That's what I'm thinking. Could we get to find out why and how they got to literally mind block us so much? Because now the crazy one seems to be the flat earther and public mainstream. And you say, why? If the earth was flat for a few thousand years till Christianity kind of put it back in the globe, which was a nice prism because it's not even in the teachings of Jesus. Jesus' teachings, literally, he calls the houses, he's literally talking about the zodiac. He has a 12, he has a whole
All
thing.
right, hang on. You're going to go down that route. I just want to ask you one question before we change the subject back to flat Earth, if we could, please. At least while I'm here, I want to chat with people about that. So what do you believe? Is it a simulation? Just it's more like a yes or no answer because I don't want to get into it if that's all right. But do you think it's a simulation? What do you think? What's your final answer on that one?
I think I'm not the person inside of here. I think I'm living this experience. My spiritual part is maybe a different kind of technology. I don't think I'm organic and liquid or carbon based. I am inside a carbon based simulation. Maybe this is just one machine, one simulation. There could be thousands other. But I don't have no way of proving it. There's no way of actually saying, okay, I have to hack the code. I can get out of this one and enter it whenever I want. The only way out we know is death. And people that come back, they kind of have a wiped memory, so they cannot really know or hack.
Yep. I think we're in a simulation.
Cool.
That's my opinion.
Okay, cool. Well, I did want to hear that, and it's always interesting to get that point of view. I'm not going to tell you where I stand on that stuff because honestly, it changes from day to day, sometimes hour to hour. So I wouldn't be sloppy enough to tell you I've got that figured out. And not to say that you would be sloppy if you were trying to say that you got it figured out, because honestly, man, I remember when I thought exactly word for word what you just said. And it's changed a little bit since then, but yeah, this kind of critical thought is essential for growth, and so I like that.
These guys,
the perfect example is go on YouTube and search Rick and Morty Roy.
Love those guys.
Hey, these guys believe in simulation. Can you guys tell me what you guys think simulation is defined as? What is the definition?
Sorry, guys, I can't let you go there. We got to keep it on flat
Some other
Earth.
time, please. But flat Earth, the whole thing of that, if there is a basic charge, this is like a battery cell. The basic concept of our science is that nothing gets created, nothing gets destroyed, everything gets transformed.
I can know that is true what you're saying now.
That's the first law.
I'm sorry, I don't believe in
everything
cartoons.
Inside this contained area has to go recycling itself. So there's no way things can come in or out. That's why the best model.
So far, yeah. Oh, got it. Okay, okay, cool. Right on. Yeah, I mean,
don't worry,
mushrooms
will take care about everything.
Well, I want to ask, if nothing gets created or destroyed, is that true for the I? And when I say I mean the I when I say I am. When I say I will be there, I'm not talking about my meat suit.
Yep.
I'm talking about my consciousness will be there. If I say I'll meet you at grandma's at 4 o'clock, I will be there. That's the I. And does that I get created or destroyed?
Yep.
No clue. No, I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I don't
we
know
don't
that.
know.
I think that one's outside of the 3 dimensions. That one goes beyond time, and maybe it's in 5 or more dimensions.
How do you know that?
Yeah.
Because you don't have your feelings or unless it's just essential.
How do you know that?
Or
How do you know
memories
that?
in the physical thing.
Have you died
We
and
don't-
come back with your full memory?
We don't know anything.
No, and that's
We
the
don't
thing.
know.
That's not true.
wanna
Put your
call
balls in a
this
vice
next
and tighten the
mission.
vice and then tell me
We
you
know
don't know anything.
something. Yeah, I know. He's right. He's right. We know something, but that's it. At best, we know something.
Shall I again speak about my 12 rivers?
The South Rivers?
12 rivers.
Oh, 12
Um,
rivers of
Some kind
what was that again?
A bunch
Antarctica, you said.
of containers surrounding, and it's not simulation. And we have 3 gods, and they have nothing with religious. That's all bullshit
Right.
from people. All this religious what we learn, and this story, all what I said before. 12 rivers.
So, what's the
So-
significance about the 12 rivers?
They are giving us energy because of clock.
Okay.
That's again going back to machinery. Okay, continue.
I'm trying to be less, what to say, stupid.
Square to the human idea. No. It's if it has a machinery like a clockwork, it has a design.
No, man, I'm like presuming, and I can go more if you want.
One question: Can I ask you back to the point of 3 gods? Because I have the conclusion of that light is
It was
one.
my presumption because that was in my head. It came number 3, but I could say 7. I don't know why I said 3.
Oh, because I like to
Question,
think
Z,
light.
if you think we're in a simulation, then what it was your life before the life that you are in now?
Possibly a programmer, and I'm right here taking my vacations, testing out this code of.
What was your name before? What was
Hang on,
who
hang
were
on.
you before?
Go ahead, Metal
Are we gonna go to simulation?
Is predicated on a real
No.
version being somewhere. So if you're saying it's a simulation, where's the real version? Otherwise, saying
Right.
it's a simulation is kind of meaningless.
Yeah, exactly. And then you got your inception ideas. How many are we in a dream within a dream within a dream within a dream, or a dream with? You know, what I mean, it's just like whatever. Then that's kind of like that's why I want to bring it back to flat Earth, because I think that it trumps all of the truths as the easiest one to prove, in my
But
opinion.
before we do, I want to give this guy credit, and I want to say that there's people that come in here, and they'll honestly say that if they found a SOS on the beach, that it's been completely debunked, right? That it has to come from a crater. So there are people that come in here that believe that they found a Swiss watch in the forest, that the forest created the Swiss watch, because the whole theory of information and or the theory of functional sequence specified complexity and or the theory, what's that, irreducible complexity, right?
Irreducible, yeah.
They say that's been debunked. And anyone who says that's been debunked, then that means that they can find a fully functional Apache helicopter in the forest and believe that the forest created the helicopter.
Yep.
So this guy gets credit in my book for realizing that this place is not what they say it is. It's a little more special than that because of the functional sequence specified complexity. So if I was you, sir,
Absolutely.
I would write that down, functional sequence specified complexity, and I would look into the information theory, and I would say your journey has just begun.
Functional sequence of what complexity?
Specified, right? So
Thanks.
when we say specified complexity, think about the T cell. It has the helper T cell, right? That's specified complexity. The helper T cell only works if there's a T cell.
Well, that's true. You can't have a steak without a cow first.
Don't be trying to bring all the science, bro.
Too late.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Science time.
Metal Arc, I haven't seen you around recently. Where you been
Yeah.
kicking it at, homie?
Been around. A little bit of gems, a little bit of philosophy and religion.
In the trenches taking grenades, my man.
It's interesting what they have to say about the jab and other stuff. What's y'all been talking about?
Flurf.
We've just been flurfing, derping. I saw that thing you posted the other day, Metal Arc. I think it was maybe even last night. It was about the kids in school and what they're doing. That was really nasty. I don't know if we can even talk about it, but that was crazy, bro. When you posted that, and I was right before I went to bed. I was like, shit, that sucks. I don't want to be thinking about that.
Nightmares. Just taking kids on a field trip to a gay bar. It's very interesting. I guess I didn't research that one. It's like a Babylon Bee article. It's just crazy.
So, did you
Makes me
see the
fucking
one where
sick to my stomach.
the principal had high school boys give him a lap dance?
Yeah.
Like not privately in his office, but like in the middle of what do they call it? The basketball court. Like out in the open. Yeah. Yeah, bro. But guess what? The FBI is cracking down on parents who are like mad at the school board and trying to speak out. So at least there's justice being served.
No, dude, you know what? Those pictures and video of that should have been grounds for anybody in the vicinity to beat the shit out of that man. Sorry. And then pull that person aside and be like, listen, you're going to be locked in a cage until you realize that was some really, really gross stuff you just did. And I can't believe that you want to think that you can be a part of society after doing that.
Olden days, yeah. Simpler times.
Well, shit. Anyway, yeah, we're talking about flat Earth, the usual stuff. The usual, we don't have any globe evidence just yet, but we're holding out for some reason position.
One day. I'm sure they'll come up with it someday.
Yeah, I've got high hopes.
It's in the math.
High hopes.
It's in the math, bro. Like the math.
Well, the climate is similar to the math programs and the equations and apply.
You can tell how round it is by looking at the stars.
What? Storms? No.
The numbers are so pure and sacrosanct. Whatever they say is reality.
Right. Okay, so riddle me this, Batman. How do you have -2 apples?
The numbers say so, so it must exist somewhere.
Okay, can you have an imaginary
Eventually
number
it's gonna
of
be
equals?
shit.
Huh?
I want my
Can you have-
apple.
Can
No,
you
this
have
relates to
an
flat Earth.
imaginary number.
Listen, because this relates to flat Earth, okay? The Globers think that Earth is math equations and not something we can directly, physically, tangibly measure. And they're wrong about that.
Well, it's mathematical positivism to say whatever the numbers say, reality is dictated by the numbers, basically. It's a questionable philosophy. It's kind of backwards.
That makes it
The numbers were
Yeah.
the reality, not the other way around.
Yeah, it is all philosophy, that's right. Nothing isn't philosophy, okay? Nothing.
Nothing isn't.
Exactly. Double negative. I don't want to hear it, Hank. I just don't want to hear. You better not be correcting me over there. I'm just kidding.
It's true though. I added it up. It's true.
You added all the numbers up and it works out to be a globe, huh?
Yep.
Oh,
It's
cool.
a mathematical sphere. I'm telling you.
And here's the website that proves it. Sorry.
66,000 miles around the sun, 66.6 degrees when you take 90 minus 23.4 degree tilt. Oh, 23.5 degree tilt now, my bad.
Well, they just
Wait,
listen.
did the Earth tilt change? I knew it was that Haitian earthquake. I knew that was going to cause, is that what it was?
It added 1/100th of a degree.
Not because of the spin.
That's a really big roundup, bro. If it added 1/100th, right? Then they rounded 99 points to get it to 25, because it used to be 23.4. Now it's 23.5.
Well, it depends. Now there's a bit of a Mandela effect where it's 23.45. I guess it was always like that, but a lot of times you see them truncate it
round it up.
and make it 23.4.
That's weird, bro. You can't just be switching it like that. And I thought these numbers were set in stone. You talk to some of these Globers and they act like, the science is settled. Well, if the science is settled, why does it keep fucking changing? Now the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere and it's 23.5 degree tilt? I thought this shit was settled, bro.
I thought so too, but this is the way the numbers have to be for the theory to work. It's not like they were actually measured. A lot of times people think that because the numbers are there, they've measured it. That's not actually quite the case all the time. Sometimes
Don't forget about the gravity and the spin of the Earth. Yeah, you have to,
Never the case any of the time.
because the numbers add up. The numbers add up.
Right.
And when the numbers don't add up, you just pad it with more numbers, more theory.
To infinity and beyond.
Oh yeah.
String theory has entered the chat. Just saying.
They got that new Buzz Lightyear coming out movie coming out.
Oh, I want to see a trailer. Is it going to be good?
Yeah, I saw that.
You know what? It is pretty good.
Have you seen a trailer already? I'm gonna search it up actually.
Yeah, check it out, bro.
I've heard about it.
It's like a story about a toy from Toy Story, It's literally a toy story.
Yeah. No, but the thing is, they already had a series for Woody. He was a famous TV guy. Now they have to make the story of Lightyear. That sounds really cool.
I need to check it out.
But was he like a TV show, or did it make almost like his real life character?
Not like his real life character, like him trying to save the whole
galaxy,
globe. Yeah,
Stellar Commander. Wow. Okay, that's a nice twist off from Toy Stories too.
And I think they're gonna add like another series or something because, to be honest, it didn't even show like the aliens. You know how the aliens are part of it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't even
has
show.
to be.
There have to be another one.
Hey guys, really quick, the dam in China with the Earth's rotation and the change. Isn't that the story? Yo, I'm out.
Fun thing is that anyway, it's gonna brainwash lots of kids seeing Lightyear flying around space. I used to love space, but I still do. Star Wars is excellent kind of concept of distant galaxies trying to take control, but there's no way of actually even seeing what's another planet or landing on another one. Sci-fi.
Science fiction. Also known as
Fantasy,
education.
Yes. A novelist wrote it down first. They made it happen and look just like the novelist said.
Yeah, it's reality, by the way. the guy who invented the satellite, right? I think it was less than a decade later, Sputnik was launched. Can't remember the guy's name.
Shape and
Arthur C. Clarke, maybe?
And Disney was with the NASA people.
They were in bed together.
Walt Disney
No homo.
was a nice. Have you guys seen the project he had from before? Circular cities and trying to make lots of things more efficient working. His futuristic city. For some reason, they never really financed the whole thing for him. He just had to end up doing the movies and moon models. But I'm sure he knew way more. I think the reason why they have
Have you guys heard of the L. Ron Hubbard, Jack Parsons, Aleister Crowley, Disney connection? You guys know about that?
Nope.
You should look into it. They were occultists. Jack Parsons, the founder of JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Yeah, they were occultists. So Aleister Crowley is the guy who first drew LEM, L-E-M. Oh no, it was L-A-M, LAM, L-A-M. And this is where we get our depiction of the little gray aliens. So LAM came to him after a seance and spoke to him. This little alien did. And yeah, you can look it up. Aleister Crowley, LAM, L-A-M. And you'll see the little gray alien that he drew.
Someone did me the connection from what we call aliens to what used to be the fairy creatures and what used to be angels. The whole thing that these guys abduct people. You have the story of Enoch and other people that angels abduct, even Mary from Mother of Jesus. In the folklore and fairy tales in the forest, the fairies would kidnap girls and get them pregnant. And they some had wings and could fly and stuff like that. And in our modern age, we have aliens abduct people or have special knowledge and people from the skies have flying ships. What if they were always just the same people? Which is that our mentality, our mindset, saw them different or told about them differently throughout the ages. And they're just exactly the same powers.
So if you like NASA, they were founded by Nazis. Werner von Braun was a Nazi. And they were perfected by occultists like Jack Parsons and Aleister Crowley. Because Jack Parsons is the one who figured out the secret to the rocket fuel. He figured it out. It was missing something, and he figured out what it was missing.
Lots of brainwashing. People's money.
So yeah, Nazis and Satanists. Goat fucking Satanist. My favorite. I love NASA. And then L. Ron Hubbard, we all know who he is, right? He's the guy who put out more bullshit than any other person ever known to man. He wrote more science fiction than anybody ever. Like, he was dropping that shit like it was hotcakes. And he's the one that founded Scientology. So what does a Nazi, a Scientologist, and a goat fucking Satanist have in common? NASA.
We can call it
brought to you by American taxpayers.
Yeah, they actually got to integrate it because it's adorable. When you're a kid, you love the whole thing about space. Like, who didn't want to go with an astronaut to, even if it was just to the moon, hopefully to Mars and Neptune or further off to another galaxy? It's a lovely fantasy. But for it, you just have to slave yourself here and pay your tax and make sure the smart guys, the ones that knew about it, did all the job. They never left here, so they just scammed them. And they don't really
Funny story about Jack Parson. When he was young, he did a seance, and he got scared. and he didn't practice again until he was much older. So, looks like those magic tricks scared him. Poor little guy. He was probably traumatized.
I like the fact in hero stories that generally some kind of a dark fear makes them have to overcome it, and once they overcome it, they kind of feel like superheroes about it. Batman, the Dark.
Jack Parsons, a superhero.
The whole thing. We might want to see him as a villain, but what if he's actually saving the world from something else? Could there be a twist completely about it? Where if everyone knew, everyone might want to leave this planet because this planet is possibly dying with... No, I don't think it's dying.
The planet's dying. Oh no. What must I
We're
do?
damaging it.
What must I do?
Let it fix
If
itself.
the planet's dying, what must I do to be saved? Please tell me, authoritarian one.
It's a bit anarchist, but remember the Fight Club movie? I read the book, and the whole irony of the Project Mayhem was to scare the living hell out of humans so that they would go into hiding for enough time for the planet to heal itself. Super, super anarchist, but love the irony. It was like so funny. Like, oh wow, they were actually warning us that the most toxic and dangerous thing is the fucking humans. Well, yeah, sci-fi.
No, that's not true. The most toxic and dangerous thing is toxic masculinity.
Capitalism,
what you
I mean,
said.
the everything
what
has
you
a good
said-
and a bad.
What you said is actually true. Like, the biodiversity inside the Chernobyl exclusion zone has gone up because there's no more humans there.
Nobody's
We have
jabbed
more
me yet.
effect-
I'm
we have
a
more
pure blood.
effect- We have more bad effects on biodiversity than a fucking nuclear accident.
Is that
It
so?
was not an accident, but
Is that true?
the numbers say so.
Ah,
So are you saying humans are bad?
yes. Clearly, we are bad. By the way, we are doing right now, we are bad.
That's right, because
Okay,
we're being
so
taught.
why are you breathing up all the rich, bro? You really
Sorry?
shouldn't. You are
Say again.
breathing up. Okay, listen. You are breathing up all the rich man's air, putting carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. You're doing that.
Plants need it. Plants need it, man.
Dude, bro, my facts, dude, I don't care about facts. My feelings matter first. I feel like plants don't need it, therefore that trumps your facts. Isn't that what they say? These climate change people. They don't care about your facts and your statistics. Right? I mean, granted, yeah, we're poisoning the water, right? But the whole climate change narrative has been hijacked. Because there's companies in China that produce more pollution than entire nations. But does Greta ever go to China? How many times has Greta been to China?
I don't really know much about her. I've just seen her being popular in
Yeah, in the West, right?
the youth and the in
Right.
social
She
media.
don't go
so I have never really.
She
seen
don't
her
go
do
to
anything
China.
like
Does she go to India? They pollute stuff bad in India, right?
Here in Chile, the funniest thing is that everyone's like trying to be careful with plastic and pollution. The most is here they have like pretty low tax from China transportation, so tons of things comes with big transatlantics that literally pollute 24/7 a day, more than a whole city here, than almost like the whole country of Chile. And they're trying to save a bit of emissions and talking about pollution here, but they're bringing tons of ships that are for a whole month on sea, per day doing a whole bunch of emissions. It's like a fun joke. Okay, let's try to clean up the air here, but let's just continue throwing more to bring more China stuff. At least it's cheap, so it kind of feels good to buy China stuff, but it's really ridiculous asking us to stop doing pollution when everything else that we need to keep the market going and to keep the economy moving produces a whole fucking bunch of contamination. Yet the responsible are the
It's
people,
cheap.
not the industries, not the corporations, not the...
It's cheap because of slavery. It's cheap because, slavery makes it cheap. Factory workers, they're slaves, effectively.
Fun thing is that all the Americas are slave countries. It's amazing how they have such a, let's call it a poor mentality. People go to these lands here in the South, is rich, super rich lands. There's resources, there's very good for planting and harvesting animals, minerals, there's lithium, copper, gold. And these places are poor. People come here, take out, and they become rich. Chile supposedly has independence from their colonizations was with the Spanish people mainly. But they still pay them tax and all the peajes on the, electricity, water, and some other stupidities when you say they're not really independent still. They're still paying taxes to them. Most of the richest just gets gone out, leaves this country. This country is still poor and there's very rich families. There's like 7 families that own all the rivers, almost all the coasts, almost all the places. They're doing the fishing and different things. And those riches don't come back to the Chilean people. And the sad thing that these places, we're in the 21st century, should be at least saying, let's try to aim, even if it's 100 years from now, to be a first world countries again, to have our own independence, strength, production. And nope, these places are like planning to be third world countries forever. Funny clowns that put us politicians that literally just want to soothe the masses and not let them know shit of what's going on. And they keep on fighting for which one's better.
Yeah, the election is nothing more than a high school popularity contest.
Yeah. And they all wish, like I'm like a savior, save them up, that the next one's going to do better. As long as they give them bonuses and nice little treats, they're all happy. Fun thing was that they were actually trying to protest. They were literally going against the government, asking for more rights, tons of other things. And they just had to throw the militaries back on them, and it was like ridiculous that the militaries had to oppress their own people. Asking for dignified payments, dignified causes and reasons, which becomes sad when the government has to just like beat up their people to say, be happy or we'll have to beat the shit out of you. Like, don't ask for more. Stay a slave. The riches and whatever comes off the soil goes to the rich ones.
So you said you're from Chile?
I'm from Argentina. I've been traveling around Chile, Argentina, Brazil.
Okay. And you said that they take your products, but they don't ever really give you anything for them, right?
Well, lithium, copper. There's no fucking factory of cables. Chile uses cables made of copper, made in China, with Chilean copper.
Wow.
There's no real good working stuff here for wood, and we produce a whole bunch of wood. Most of it goes to China. We sell the crappiest wood. I like woodworking. I have to select good wood, and the native ones are like super expensive. They're trying to save some things, but they've got rid of most of all the native trees. They're now into setups. You can't even cut some of them now because they've abused
Well,
them.
it's just,
went out.
It'd be racist if like you guys made money, right? Because if you guys actually made money from your own products, and then you actually started producing something, like then you might actually be free, right? And that you can't do that because people are afraid of the word racist or, stuff like that. They don't want to be labeled. Plus, they like to disagree with each other because you notice that people like to talk about what they disagree about. Like like me and my neighbors, like what I do is if I'm talking with them in real life and then we come across a subject that like we're disagreeing, we'll say, hey, we're going to agree to disagree and we're not going to talk about this because we're not going to convince each other. We're not trying to. We're just trying to have a normal relationship. So my neighbors in real life, like we don't talk about the shit we disagree with. If my neighbor's a Democrat, guess what we're not talking about?
I gotta admit, I gotta thank a few atheists.
I mean, it's simple, but it's like people like to disagree. They want to be right. They want to convert you and show you their truth because everybody has their own truth these days.
I had lots of Christian friends, and I hate it when they want to convince you because they have no fucking proofs, but because they want to feel that they're better. So they have to convince you, and if you don't believe them or you don't turn to their point of view, you're wrong. Else, you kind of can get to prove that they're wrong. So they don't want that. And I remember I was raised on a bit more of a hippie family. So,
is there any new people in here that might have some evidence?
Yes. Back to the plain flat Earth discussion. I have a question about flat Earth and the dome. Could there be the possibility of a
evidence of the globe?
Light?
Anybody got any evidence of the globe?
What was your question, bro? You were gonna ask a question. Go ahead.
Okay, there's the dome. There's something shielding us, and we do know that it's by density what keeps the things heavier on the bottom. So we have water and earth, the heavy things in the bottom. Then we have the low level of air where we can breathe the nice oxygen that we move in ourselves. And we have the O3, all the other gases, xenon even on top. Could there be a gas unknown to us on the very top of the dome that is way lighter than all the gases that we do know because it never ever crossed down to this low level of oxygen?
Yeah, I suppose there could be.
That will be, yeah, that's a possibility. It will be on the speculation side. We know that. But when we talk about helium or hydrogen, which is the lightest gases that we know of, from my understanding, there's also a possibility since the positive charge in the air, the positive charge increases as you go high. So that positive charge could be having an effect on the gases up there, and who knows, some type of superfluid or whatever. But that's all speculation because I haven't been up there.
Well, there's.
You never been so high. You've seen it up there.
I mean, I've been so high that I can imagine all these things that we're talking about right now. I thought about this when I'm very high, but.
Well, not all. For one, not all gases have the ability to be super fluid, and for two, we can only test for that which we are aware of. So if it's something we're not aware of, then how are we going to test for it anyway?
I don't know. I'm super tempted to go and farm some super light oxygen or gas that's up there. I just have to make up the right ship to go up there.
Yeah, I see that what you're thinking, because when you add the positive charge up there and then the freezing temperatures that apparently is up there, so it's super cold up there. So who knows what's going on with the gases and the liquids and the fluids up there?
Yeah, because what if it's elements that were down here, just that with their superconductor and their super fluid properties mixing up with I don't know what else, it could get to be super light. Something like expanding oxygen to like an O37 level, which seems kind of impossible, but could it hold itself way up there with a difference?
Well, Zach,
look, here's what we're going to do.
Hang on. Let me just say this real quick because about that, because Zach showed like you can just take, if you change the charge, the electrical charge, then it will change where it finds its place of equilibrium. He did that with the helium balloons. So really, it could just be the same gas. It could just have a different, a different relationship with
Configuration.
its medium in terms of like either electrical charge or, like just the frequency of oscillation or electromagnetism, like these different variables. If you change that relationship that it has with the medium, then, and you're not really changing the gas itself, right? Then, but it will find its place of equilibrium will be
fluidity.
different. Sorry, Hank.
Yeah,
I just wanted to
that's all right.
point that out.
Yours was probably way better than what I'm about to say. So I think what we should do, we should get Snoop Dogg and his purple weed and Willie Nelson and his reserve, right? We should send Wim Hof to the upper atmosphere, right? Because that just sounds like it makes a lot of sense. And he could tell us when he comes back down, because he's the Iceman, right? And the Iceman cometh down here to tell us.
There.
Yeah, I think it'll work. Seriously though, Snoop Dogg can't do it. We'll get Willie involved. Make this shit happen. Can you imagine Wim Hof in a fucking diving tank doing his breathing method with all that smoke? I could dream, can I?
It's how reality gets formed. You need to be able to dream it first, and then you can get closer to creating it.
Snoop Doggy Dogg. Tough crowd there. Goodness.
Sorry, I was distracted with other stuff.
That's okay. Now then, go ahead and look that song up. It's called What's My Name by Snoop D-O-double-G.
Is it a good one?
Snoop D-O-double-G, Y-D-O-double-G. My name is Snoop. Yeah, it's good. Everything that Snoop Dogg has ever done is quality. And doesn't matter if it sucked. It was good because it was Snoop Dogg.
Even that murder, right?
Hey, now. It's funny, though. Yeah, I mean, like, who raps about that unless it truly happened, I guess? Like, raps like that? I don't know. Because NWA would say they will while out. They were whiling out, too, right? Talking about murders and shit. I don't think Ice Cube's ever killed anybody, man. I don't know. He just seems too much like a cream puff. So
I don't think you
he'll
could,
have somebody
bro.
kill someone.
If you're Ice Cube and you got like those 3 little dots on his eye, those little freckles or whatever he's got, they're gonna know
Illuminati
it's,
dots.
Yeah, they're gonna know it's you, bro.
It's Illuminati dots. Like he's like, I'm gonna get 3 of them on my temple. See, the temple of God controlled by the Illuminati. Doesn't that make sense?
Illuminati dots.
No, yeah. So if you look at a picture of Ice Cube, especially at the right angle, on one side of his face, he's got a perfect triangle of 3 dots on his face, next to his eye.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he just did it because it looked good.
Listen, I understand that it looks good, but I'm trying to correlate Illuminati with literally everything, and you're harping on that and not really letting me do it. So
I was just asking what your thought process was.
I know. I'm kind of just fucking around. Kind of not.
Just turn on your lamp and illuminate yourself into a better argument.
That's all it takes, man. I should be the smartest man alive.
So he's got 3 circles in the shape of a triangle.
3 dots. It's like they look like freckles.
Okay.
They look like just black dots. Or somebody took a really fine Sharpie and literally every day put those 3 dots on his face. That's what it looks like.
All right. So it is a triangle, and each one is circular or thereabouts. So
Okay.
that is
Holy Trinity.
Illuminati related, right?
I mean, sure. Triangles mean Illuminati. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying.
We've been speculating for like half an hour.
Right. Yeah, this is my opinion. I'm just bullshitting in place of globe evidence at this point. I tried to keep it on topic earlier, but it's just impossible unless somebody really needs to learn something.
Are there any new people in here with evidence for the globe?
Not really.
But truth wants to be entertained, damn it. We gotta entertain truth prevails.
I'm easily entertained, Hank.
One question, because I think it would be like an easy way to prove, because we can get to at least 70,000 feet high. If we put 2 air balloons a kilometer away from each other, making sure that they can honestly, even have to use a cord or something to make sure they stay on their same spot, and go up as high as they can, and laser themselves together, if the distance of them is anything further away than the distance of the kilometer they had from their starting spot, it could mean that
There's so many variables. You lost me halfway through, man. There's so many variables. I don't know.
And what are you trying to prove?
I'm not the smartest guy, so if I don't get it, then you're not going to be able to get it. Anybody else to get it, right?
Okay, supposedly a balloon goes up straight up. You can make him go up. The meteorologist, the
you don't even have to do that. I understand what you're saying.
Weather station ones go up.
Yeah. All balloons go up, dude.
Yeah, but you can level them. I mean, not level them. Keep him in the same spot. So you can even go with the GPS, keep it in his coordinate.
Okay.
If they go up, and you said in the bottom, they were at 1 kilometer away from each other. At 70,000 feet high, there should be, by the curvature of the Earth, a huge difference of.
Are you trying to prove the curvature of the Earth? Are you trying to prove the curvature?
Yeah.
Sounds like
I'm saying if you.
Yes or no? Are you trying to prove the curvature?
No, I'm trying to prove it's flat. I'm saying if there's more distance, there could be a mathematical adjustment that the flat Earth might have to do.
So let me get this straight. You said if balloons behave the way I presuppose that they may or may not, but it's already in my head, so now I can't stop thinking about it. If the balloons don't behave that way, then we've got to work on our math. Flat Earth isn't about math either. It's measurements.
No, he's trying to do a laser test at 70,000 feet.
Laser test.
That's kind of what I got.
Balloon to balloon, it's easy to target something.
Yeah, then he can prove the atmosphere is actually a sphere.
Right. Okay. I get it.
Wouldn't it work just taking like 2 planes up and having the same altitude in both planes and doing it that way?
I mean, balloons are a little bit more stationary because you can be in one position. But I don't think they go up to 70,000. So, I mean, maybe some do.
Yeah, but how would... Anyway.
Get with Elon Musk. He'll give you a couple.
I got an idea. What if we get a fucking stoner, right? And a Great Dane, and we like send them into this place, and they're not going to want to go, so we're going to have to give them like a snack or something, right? And then when they go inside, they'll like solve... Yeah, Scooby snack. There you go. Yeah, that'll work.
Or a Snoop snack. There you go.
Yeah, Snoopy. A Snoop Dogg snack. Which would just be like a nug of weed.
I mean, a laser test at 70,000 feet doesn't sound like a bad idea. And it seems like it could be done, inexpensively for the
I'll tell you, if you want to do it, I would love to see that footage and have it in our repertoire. I'm not personally going to go do that, but if you want to do it, like I said, by all means, get us another flat Earth proof. Why not? They're countless already.
We'd need to find someone who has 2 hot air balloons, and then someone with, something to send a laser and the other to receive the laser. So we'd need a little bit of equipment, but it could be done.
Well,
Yeah, all you got to do is go where they rent out those things in town somewhere. Most cities have a place like that, usually on the
Every
outskirts of
meteor.
town.
what
But
you're going
they
to run
would
into
have to
is
go up.
another question, because if you measure the Earth with a laser test and it measures flat, and then you go up and you use a laser, then and if you get different like results, then what's your question going to be? Your question's going to be, well, what's the Atmos doing? It's not going to be what's the Earth doing, because the Earth measures
That's true.
flat.
That's true.
Yeah,
No,
it'd
because
still
at
be good
height,
data to have.
if
I
you go up
suppose, but
on
listen,
height,
it doesn't prove anything either way because you're in a separate reference frame from the ground. You're in the air.
Oh, I mean, it would be interesting just to see what would happen.
But what you're doing is you're measuring the relationship between at least two different reference frames and neither of which have anything to do with the ground, right? You've got the air, and then you've got the reference frame of the plane inside of that medium. So the plane's moving inside of another reference frame. You're not even in those. So anyway,
the
it's hard
thing
to explain.
about hot balloons up, just make proof that it's not a sphere. If they're
Well,
above,
I will say,
for every
there's been
kilometer
balloons
up,
that go up to 120,000 feet, my friend. There have
I
been
know, that's
balloons
right.
that go way,
At
way,
that
way,
height-
way high, and there's no curvature.
and that's at that height, with a second one to compare it, you would see that there is no furthering away like a curvature would have if it's a balloon. I mean, if it's a Earth with that much curvature, the higher they go, the further away balloons should be apart. If they're
Is
not,
that right?
it's
I don't know
flat.
that. Is that right? Well, I don't know that,
According
but that's
to
what I'm saying.
GPS, it is.
Those variables, though, are pretty hard to keep constant. That's why it's called that's a wacky variable. Don't you agree? Like if balloon behaves perfectly, then blah. Like, I don't know. I think there's too much chaos in that.
It's a bad
False equivalency. Yeah. And that's okay. Hey, brother, listen. I came in wanting to, say, hey, I know this, and then they just had to say, well, no, we've already talked about that, but here, let me run you through it again. And I'm not saying that that's what's going on now, but I've had wrong assumptions about this that I've totally thought were right, and all I had to do was truly consider the evidence of the ground is the only thing I want to talk about.
Oh, yeah, I mean, laser tests over a lake, those, we have the data for that, and that's, fantastic. It's shown us more than we could realize without the laser tests. But, I mean, doing a laser test in the air, I've never considered that. It kind of does sound a little interesting to me, at least.
I mean, I don't know what it'd prove, but I'm saying I'd like to see the footage too, I'd like to see what that's about.
Another
Look
interesting.
at the atmosphere. If it's a globe, every freaking kilometer above it makes it further away. Put two parallel lines. If they all go to a center, like a globe, look at your chart.
Oh, he's talking about the plumb bob test.
Oh, there is already a test? How is that plumb bar?
Plumb bob.
It's
Bob.
essential in surveying and zoning parts of cities and buildings. Gotta have a plumb bob. Gotta have it perfect 90.
So one
Okay, yeah, it's kind of like that, but the whole idea is go high enough for it to literally be able to be proved that there is no attraction to the center of the Earth that makes it like, yeah, but it would just be parallel lines.
Yeah, I mean, if
Yeah,
we
might
were to
not
have a
prove
laser
nothing.
test, yeah, I see what you're saying, and I like the idea. If we were to have a laser test, 10,000, 30,000, however high up, and we were to prove that it's flat up at a certain altitude.
They're parallel.
Yeah, then
It
that would
kills
even give
the
us
globe.
more. Yeah, it would give us even more data to put forth.
How are you staying still?
I don't think it's going to prove anything, guys.
Yeah.
I'm just going to be honest. There's nothing to tether it to. There's nothing to tie it to. I mean, what is it going to prove?
Well,
It's gonna swing
well, I mean,
back
if you
and
have
forth.
two balloons at 25,000 feet each, and they're however far away, you know, as far as you
Uh,
want. They're going to show that it's a straight line rather than something that's
But you're
not.
you're trusting GPS stuff already. Already, that's one fallible medium in
No,
between you and the
what if you put a camera and you make them sure they're like in the start?
You're
They're
going to
going
use a
each way around.
laser and they're not stationary. It's impossible to be stationary at two balloons
Yes.
and have a laser. I mean, you know what the laser is going to do,
yeah.
right? I
Here we
mean, the
go.
moment there's movement from
And
side to
down.
side or up and down, you know what's going to happen with a laser, right?
Wobbly, wobbly.
So
They can't even accept a
Yeah.
measurement.
Well,
Fraser.
May I ask why I can't write anywhere?
What's going on? You can't write anywhere?
Yeah, and channel disappeared. Like I was talking with people, and I can't no more. Like channel disappeared.
I can hear you. Maybe you want to reconnect, refresh your page.
I think he's talking about permission to write in the voice text.
Yeah, I don't know why. I had the VC checked and stuff, and now I have lost it for some reason.
Did you use a cuss word?
You've got the Heliocultist tag and not the VC verified tag, so that might have
Yeah,
something to do with it.
I had the VC like 5 minutes
I
ago.
just gave him the VC verified back. So whatever issues he had, probably it's fixed. Hopefully it's fixed now
Thank you.
with that. You didn't get in detention or anything. I don't see any detention. Because normally when you get detention, you won't see the channels. But everything looks good. Can you see the channels now? Can you see the text channels?
Hey, Emma. You should probably try reconnecting real quick, Emma, just so it'll maybe fix all what's going on. Sounded like a seizure at the end there. Cool. See? Awesome.
Yeah.
I hate to say I told you, but I fucking told you. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
No, you're not.
No, I don't like saying I told you so. I'm getting sick of it, man. Talking to my family about stuff as things develop in the world. You know, a year ago I was like, "Yep, this is going to be like this in a year," and it is exactly how I said. And my mom's like, "I know," and I'm like, "And I don't want to tell you I told you so. Just start listening." That's it.
Well, yeah, when they finally see it and they admit to seeing it, it is hard to. That's just the humble side of you, right? It's hard to say "I told you so" then, but it's not hard
Yeah.
to say, and it's very easy to say it when they continue to remain in denial and things happen, and they still want to like make excuses for it or defend it or whatever. Then at
Yeah.
that point, it's like it's okay.
Well, yeah. It's just in everybody's personal style. Because I never the thing is, I never like being told, "I told you so" growing up. Because guess what happened to me a lot growing up? Like, I learned lessons. I had "I told you so" tattooed on the back of my head. So
That
that's
way
just
they
why
would
I
just say
don't
if they could just slap it.
What?
That way they didn't have to say it, they could just slap it.
Slap it.
I told you
Oh,
so.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. They just right. Because to me, it shouldn't be about "I told you so." And I know exactly where you're coming from too. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's like, if I stress myself out anymore about this, it's gonna take up too much time, and I don't have the inclination to keep messing around. Someone said it earlier today. We keep saying it. We've got to get these lions on board. If the sheep want to come, they're gonna do what they're gonna do. You know, and that's it. We're running out of time, so we need to do something with the knowledge that we have.
Well, the real hope is if you're able to say "I told you so" about one thing, then you're hoping that it'll shake them up a little bit, where they'll look at the other, the other things.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's because that's what a smart, or I don't even want to say like smart, like out of the ordinary. It should be normal for that to be, the status quo on how we interact with each other. Like, oh, I told you
What if
so.
we
So
just-
maybe I'm not wrong all the time, right? So that's the other half of "I told you so." Hey, I told you so, but so yeah, I'm not wrong all the time. Maybe you want to check it out.
What if it's like levels? What if it's supposed to be knowledge for people that are wise enough for it? The rest, the dumb ones, should be happy enough with whatever they sell them.
Yeah, no, I know.
And we should make them feel
I'm
bad
greedy.
because they're dumb.
I don't want to make them feel bad any longer. That's the thing. No matter how attitudey they get, I want to try to stay calm.
To me, it's happened with Christians. I was raised Christian, and I discovered that Jesus was a magi. Jesus is literally someone that the wise men, later on the Christians called them all witches and wizards, which come from an old word called wisas, which were just the wise men. So the wise men teach Jesus wisdom. Jesus comes when he's 12 years old back to the temple, and they call him a wise man. Then the same people, the Jews, call him a sorcerer and all the bad things possible, a demon caster, blah, 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 and they kill him. Yeah, he teaches his disciples to be wise men, to be enlightened.
That's pretty cool.
So for me, the whole thing, then the Christians are on the baby stage of spirituality. Yet Jesus teaches them how to heal, lock things up in heaven and hell, the power of the keys, how to fight the principalities, not the fights of physical stuff, of the powers of this earth. So again, Jesus is literally teaching his disciples, the ones that want to learn how to live the golden law, the whole, let's call it illuminated way. These guys, the ones who want to follow the teachings of Jesus, are supposed to be the ones that are wise enough for it. The rest of the people will just see his parables and just see beautiful stories, nice, emotional and spiritual lifting little stuff.
There's something that I heard. Yeah.
Hold on, let him finish.
Sorry, go ahead.
So for me, it was something that I had to crash out with Christianity. Is things that most Christians do not want to see Jesus as the Magi, as a wizard. They just want to see him. No, he was just because he was the Son of God, or just because he was him. He was able to do those miracles. Yet, literally in his word, he says, "You guys will do greater things than I have done, because I am going to the Father, or going to the Source." So, fun thing is that for me, Christians stayed in this baby state because they were too afraid of the powers. That, as I'm going to say, too much power could be dangerous. That's why sometimes you wait for them to wake up to their level, because once they're ready for it, these little baby stories, parables, and teachings of Jesus can grow to way more power.
Do you want to know how? Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's when you have to know when it's the time to see that they pass the level. Else they're in that low level. And sometimes it feels bad to be the one crashing their low level. But again, go ahead. You were going to tell me, do I know how I can?
Know how to know that the Magi were not to be contend with. They were not to be messed with. When you're reading the book, the wise men, they were carrying a bunch of stuff, right? So it wasn't just three dudes, right? There's no way they would have been able to carry all that stuff. So they showed up with like an entourage. And when they went to King Herod, right, they said, "Where's the king?" He didn't say, "I am the king. The fuck you talking about?" He said, "I don't know. I don't know where the king is. If you find him, would you let me know?" Yeah. So this person, the king, pretty much bowed down to these dudes. And he didn't assert his own kingship that he paid for to begin with gold. Right? So when the Magi showed up, he was like, "Oh shit. The fucking Magi are here." Right? If you read between the lines, that's what happened.
No, that's why I like the whole irony that Jesus comes back was 12 years old. Because where did he go when after 2 years of age, when King Herod kind of tries to get rid of all the kids to not allow this future king to take his place, or that's what they tell you. Maybe he had other words, like maybe they were paying him, hey, hunt this king down. And he did that, his whole baby extermination. Jesus goes to Egypt. Every other great, even scientist man, Leonardo da Vinci, Galileo, tons of these people go to Egypt and come back with the mystics art, or a bit more enlightenment. Science.
Hey, Aleister Crowley went down there and did some crazy shit, right?
Okay, the basic of the Bible teaches you that the tree of knowledge is of good and evil. You cannot have good without evil. So, yes, I'm sure some of these guys that went down found this tree of knowledge. I'm going to call it as a metaphor, the tree that once you have too much knowledge, it can be used for good and for evil. Therefore, that's where the whole illuminated part has to come, when you are actually doing it for the people, for good reasons, for love, or for selfish reasons, for yourself and for greed or power or whatever thing. You can twist something good, like let's say medicine. You could have a book of medicine, let's see, the most advanced book in medicine. It does not make you a doctor nor a good doctor. Technically, knowing too much could make you a bad doctor. You can know how to torture, how to kill, how to poison, how to damage a body. Because the book teaches you all the secrets of the body. So it does not make you a good
It's
guy,
the
because
song.
you know the knowledge.
Right. It's the song Eric Clapton. It's in the way that you use it. I'm going to post it in the voice text now. The lyrics are genius. It's one of the best songs ever written. So here you go, guys.
So that's why, for me, these magi's, maybe not all were good. Maybe many came out and they knew too much, and they try to, in maybe a bit more aggressive, anarchistic way, trample down corrupt powers. And their way of doing it was too evil that the Catholic Church took over them and tried to call them all evil. For me, the Catholic Church killed lots of the wise people. They killed, and if Jesus would come again, they would have killed Jesus. And tons of the what they called sorcerers, witchcraft, were people that did medicine. They were healing with herbs. People that had secrets from the past. These wizards weren't all demon worshippers or evil people. But yes, they knew too much. So yes, some possibly could trample down powers that were not people were not ready for.
Yo, you said something. You said he was called a wise man. Could you tell me where that's at?
Jesus?
Yeah,
When he is 12 years old, he comes back. Salvation.
Give me a verse. And you
Because
said
the same Jews call him, he was a wise, already he was really wise for his age. And they literally call him almost like a wise man. Let me just find that.
Yeah, there's a big difference between being called a wise man, in the sense we're speaking of, as the Magi, and then kind of equating that to telling his disciples to be wise men in the same sense. Now, I would say that the word wise or wisdom is used, and one should be wise. But I don't. Go ahead.
Wise as a fox and calm as a dove.
Sorry to interrupt you again, but my VC jumped again.
Yeah, you're getting that. That's what is it? Helio, what is it?
It's cultist. I think it's just cultist. That's what it's listed under.
That's a light cock dish. I just learned that from someone. What is it? Yeah, you're gonna have it for now. Just deal with it. You want to bring your argument into the VC, whatever you're talking about on the text, you can bring into the VC. I don't know what he's talking about on the VC, on the text, but if he's about the flat Earth and globe Earth, we could bring it back to that. If he wants to bring his argument. Because I think you're getting that because of your, I don't know,
Well,
globe non-argument.
it's a bot assigned role, so I think you can remove it too, if you wanted to.
I mean, if he wants to talk about the globe, I am game.
I'm downright thirsty. Oh, shit, stupid's trying to fuck.
So,
Trying to
Emla,
fuck your model up.
the guys in here want to speak to you about the flat Earth globe Earth. Are you down for that?
Sorry?
Oh, he's not even paying attention. Okay.
Are you playing a
I
video
got...
game right now, Emla?
No, I'm just trying to focus on two things, and none of those are in my natural language, so it's kind of hard.
I understand. Listen, do what you got to do, but we prefer that if you're going to talk to us, that you be fully engaged in the conversation. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So where are you from, brother?
Me? I'm from France.
Well, peace to you, bro. So, what do you think about the shape of the Earth?
I think it's a globe.
Why? Because you saw it on TV?
No, I haven't watched TV in years.
But you have watched TV in the past, right?
I think today in developed country, it's difficult to find someone that has not watched TV at some point in his life.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So why do you think it's a globe?
Well, there are many reasons. And I will be saying that I don't buy a lot of your conspiracy stuff to make it short.
Okay, I'm not selling anything, so we're good.
Okay. So to me, this is this would be something that is too big to hide.
Really, like Santa Claus, there's no way that millions of people all across the world would lie and keep this lie to their children, right? There's no way that many people could lie. So maybe if you're thinking this is true, then maybe Santa Claus is real too, right?
This is something that is known for conspiracy stuff. The more people are involved in it, the higher are the chance of having a leak.
Yeah, I know, but there was this thing called the Manhattan Project in the United States, and entire towns of people were involved, and nobody said anything.
Okay. I got away from everything related to conspiracy theory. I don't remember what is the Manhattan Project. Yes, atomic bomb. Sorry.
It's something that if you were alive in the 1940s, you would have said it's a conspiracy theory. But by the time in the 1960s, the government admitted it, and it was then a fact. But only after the government admitted it. Because you see, before that, it was just a conspiracy theory, right? Or was it a fact the whole time? You tell me.
Things can be a fact and a conspiracy theory at the same time.
Yeah, that's usually how it works.
Really? How is this possible? Because I thought once you said it was a conspiracy theory, that you could wave to them, bye-bye, I said magic words.
No. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Okay, that makes sense. So the fact that the president of France, he's related to the Rothschilds, is that a conspiracy theory?
Yes.
How do
Is
you
it
know that?
also is it also true?
I don't think it is.
You don't think it is? Oh.
Okay.
It's incredible.
Okay. No, just let me explain. Let me explain you how I think. Okay. So I don't know how to formulate. So to make it short, how things are revealed. Right.
All things are revealed.
No.
So like
how are things revealed?
How are things revealed? What kind of things?
Anything that would have been a conspiracy theory before.
How are things revealed? Well,
Yeah.
you'd have to get. I guess you'd have to get specific, my friend, because
Okay.
Of course, there's two different kinds of things, right? There's true conspiracies, and then there's conspiracy theories, and both are objectively
No.
real in reality. Okay.
Okay. So to me, first thing first, I have to say that to me, reality is the same for everyone. I've met people who don't think this, so I will clarify it first. You all okay with this statement?
So far, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. So the question for conspiracy theory is that is it true or not? You're right. You're okay with this? Okay. So there are conspiracy theories that will be true, and some that are complete bullshit. You also agree?
Absolutely.
Okay. So the question is, how do you pick the ones that you think are right, and the one you think are false?
My cognitive ability to deduce bullshit from truth. You can call that experience if you want.
You test all things.
Right.
Okay. So you are doing tests.
And you have to be hyper specific about your tests.
Tests have to be adaptive.
You test all things, especially your bias.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So from this point we agree.
So far, yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. This is the basis. The problem is that on what we do to say, I think this one is true and the others and this one is wrong. We are probably not going to agree on this.
Okay, I don't know. It depends on what it is.
The thing is that the facts of the way the earth present itself to be is not a matter of opinions or agree or disagree.
Yes.
The earth is what it
clarify
is.
this. Yes. And no, the question is, how do you pick
How do I know?
the theory that to you have the more chance to be true?
Okay, can I answer?
Yes.
So okay, great, thanks. Appreciate the question. In the case of aliens, I cannot demonstrate one way or the other that space aliens that look like lizards come from other planets. I can't demonstrate that. Therefore, I can't actually objectively have the knowledge of what's going on with that specific situation. So I don't claim, hey, space aliens, because of this, that, and the other. Because it is unverifiable space aliens, I'm not going to make a claim for space aliens. Now, I'm going to contrast that with Flat Earth. Flat Earth is 100% objectively, measurably, demonstrably, repeatably flat and stationary. And we've been doing it for years and years. I personally have been doing it for years and years. So what I mean by that is experience.
I would say that I just got forbidden from writing in the lobby for trying to prove and to explain the opposite.
Okay. It wasn't me. I didn't do it, so I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I know it's not you, but
Okay. So, okay. We found observations, measurements. We've done a lot of all the experiments that you can do using the scientific method so far have proven flat and stationary. That's all. It's objective. It's not my opinion. Like, say, with the aliens, it can only be my opinion, right? You ever met an alien? No proof they exist, but there's all kinds of proof that it's flat and stationary, no matter where we are, way high on up top, on a mountain or in a plane, or down on the ground.
okay.
Verifiably so.
I have another question. That is, how do you do your experiments?
Well, the one I did myself, it was a measurement and an observation. It wasn't an experiment. What I did was I observed flatness for almost 5 miles over a frozen lake in Pequot Lakes, Minnesota. It's the Whitefish Lake chain. There's no way for you to know what that is because there's 10,000 of the lakes. But anyway, so yeah, it was. It took a while to find the right lake, but it was awesome. I rented $80. I rented a surveying laser, and got my brother on the other side. We measured the ground, measured the elevation, got the shot. It didn't take very long at all. To measure the Earth, at least that way. And so what that means is, if I saw straight across 5 miles. At the very, very absolute base least, the current globe math, 25,000 mile circumference, 3959 radius, I think that's right. That math doesn't work out given what we observe and what we measure.
Correct. If the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance must be no more.
Sorry, but don't talk that fast. I have no way of understanding it.
He's kind of being funny, but he's also correct about that.
Emla, listen. Whenever someone open their mic and start speaking, don't try to moderate them and tell them to stop speaking. Just wait for them to finish, and then you can speak.
Sorry, bad habit. Okay. So what you did is that you took two models, Flat Earth model and Globe Earth model, made an experiment.
There is no flat Earth model.
Yeah, I didn't take any models. All I did was make a measurement. That's it. No models were involved.
You don't need a model to figure curvature.
Good night. I'm going to be off. Might be on some other day. Peace.
Okay.
Upon
Peace. Glad to have you. Peace.
Peace upon you, my brother. So, continue, Emla.
Okay. So this is, to me, this is a problem that there's no flat Earth model.
Because reality is not a model. A model is a reification. And if you're trying to imagine a ball versus a flat disc and which one makes more sense in your mind, you're out of reality. You're not going to the real thing. You're just imagining things.
No. Okay. So you made when you did this experiment of using a laser, what you did is that you said, okay, if it's a globe, there's going to be a drop, and the laser is going to
an experiment, buddy.
That was a test, not an experiment.
Sorry, but this is not my other language, so
that's okay. We got you.
It's okay. It's constructive. Words have definitions, and people in here try to be specific. So yeah, it's not an experiment. It's an actual.
Okay.
It's a test. So yeah.
When you did this test, you assumed that if the Earth was a globe, there was going to be a drop, and that the laser was going to end up in the sky, and that if it was a flat surface, a totally flat surface, the laser would go parallel to the ground. This is what you did.
Are you guys talking about the laser test or something?
Yeah, I might. They were talking about the laser test just.
Yeah, sorry.
before, but
Yes, I did that. I
I
didn't know why my mic wasn't going. Yeah, I performed that test. Yes, I did. Sorry, that
Okay.
measurement. Well, it was testing the globe model. So I have to take back what I said. I did use one model in my test, and it was the globe model, the current accepted narrative. And I compared my findings against that. That's a proper test.
Yep. The drop that all the scientists say should be there is what he used. The drop that they say the globe will produce.
I should not have been able to see my stepbrother, let alone have the laser point directly at his elevation from where I was. That's all.
No, the problem if there's no flat Earth model is that you can't make something scientific, because if there's no model to compare, you are simply going to attack a model that, even if it's strong, you are always going to find something that is weak inside of it. Like, if there's
Well,
no
true. But listen, the scientific method is a specific methodology of how to determine cause and effect relationship between two natural phenomena. Or I guess one natural phenomena of two different things, right? So people want to say, well, gravity, things fall because of gravity. Well, how do you test for that? Where is the variable that you can manipulate, right? Can you remove gravity from the equation and then drop the apple, and then put gravity back into the equation and drop the apple? You can't even do it with vacuum technology that mere mortals have built. I think that was too long-winded.
No.
Sorry. See, so yeah, it's basically we scientifically test claims, but and again, I'll be honest with what I'm talking about specifically is the measurement that I performed, and a measurement, once again for the audience, is not a scientific experiment. It is an observation. And while all I did was compared my results against as many globe ideas as I could, all the curve calculators, and some of them come up with different stuff, but every time I would use the whatever calculator is on Google, there's no way I would have been able to see my stepbrother from 5 miles, right? He's only 6 feet tall.
I would ask a question. Did any of those calculators ask you what temperature was the air?
It was absolutely frigid. No, I don't remember how cold it was. It was below zero, I will say that. But I don't know how much humidity was in the air.
Okay, something that I realized you did not take account is that when air gets cold...
No, you weren't there. You weren't there, so you can't speculate on what I did or did not do.
Well, you just told me you did not take account of the temperature of the air.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I don't need to.
What if
it's a straight line. It's a straight line. If anything, the straight line would have been disrupted by atmospheric conditions, not enhanced to be as straight and level as it was.
Okay. So I guess I will have to use an example to explain what I mean. Do you know how optic fiber works?
I don't build optic fibers, no.
Okay.
I don't work on them directly. Do you?
I work in plastics, so
So no.
What are optic
You know
fiber
what I
made
mean?
of?
If you're going to use an example, I'd like it to be maybe from something that you work directly with, that you know about, that you have knowledge about, the facts about.
You know that.
But are you about to compare the Atmos between the observer on this example, there was Glad Flobe doing his observation. Are you gonna compare the Atmos with fiber optics?
This is, to me, this is the same phenomenon that might have made the result false as the one
Okay,
that.
so what's the medium that the light's traveling through in fiber optics? What's the medium it's traveling through?
Okay, so first thing first, I need to explain why I'm using.
It would be the cable, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be air, so it's not comparable to my experiment that day.
It is.
No, it's not. Okay, I'll let you continue.
Okay. So inside fiber optics, there are 3 layers. The first one is a material in which the light goes slower than it usually does. The second layer is a plastic that if lights enter this plastics, it goes faster. And then there is an something to isolate so that
Okay. So 3
light
things
from
that don't
outside-
happen above
Okay.
a frozen lake.
Yeah, no, I am.
Yeah, no.
Let me finish.
Okay.
So, lights, when it goes through a material that is slow, and it reaches an interface with another material in which it's faster, tends to stay in the material it is slower.
Slower.
This is-
Okay. So what does that
This-
mean to a laser?
Let me finish.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, fiber optics is faster than satellite radio. Yes, it is.
It has nothing to do with the conditions over a frozen lake. I still fail to see what you're doing.
It has. Let me explain. Let me finish.
I'm almost out
So-
of patience with it. You get one more try.
No, it takes time, but it is necessary. So, fiber optics has no problem making light go in all directions, making curves and all this. So, what happens when air gets colder is that it gets denser, more dense. And when air gets more dense, lights go slower inside of it. So, the exact same thing that cause lights to bend inside of fiber optics might have happened above your lake because of the cold air. And because also, let me finish. Because, as you said, it was a frozen lake. In this kind of configuration, what tends to happen is that the cold air tends to stay in some sort of layers, with a layer really cold just above the ice, and it gets gradually outside when it goes a little bit more
Gradually.
Gradually, thank you. Gradually hotter. So it's.
So can you
really
demonstrate that that's what was happening?
I
Can you
cannot.
demonstrate that's what? Okay, great. So why did you even bring it up?
Because this is, I think this is what happened, and you did not take account of this. So
My
this is
friend,
something
how do you
that
discount all the other ones that people have done too? How do you
I am not
discount?
trying. I am not trying to discount the other one. I'm trying to discount.
They're
yours.
all straight.
Because
The lines are all straight, no matter how far we go. 20, 30, 60 miles, man. Point a laser, it fucking sees it on the other side. I don't know how much more clear to make it to you.
no,
It's not curving. Even if light bends, that doesn't prove Earth curvature. You're lost.
Can I step in?
Yes, please do.
I did not try
So
to.
hold on.
Okay, sorry.
Hold on, bro. Yeah, just relax. Okay, so we talked about the frozen region. Now, me, I live in Texas, right? I've never seen a frozen lake in my life, except for when I went up north. So when I went, it was the 4th of July, and it was hot. very hot, right? And I went to North Beach, and I saw buildings that were over 10 miles away that were only 2 stories high. Now, if you do the math, it would be 66 feet of curvature if my eye was on the water. But I gave 1 foot for waves because their waves weren't really big. So I stood up a little bit in the water, and the water came up to my armpits. So we'll say 1 foot. So I'm looking at 1 foot observer height, literally standing in the ocean in North Beach, right? And it's where that really big boat is, that really big ship that they converted into a hotel. And I saw the buildings 10 miles away. So if you're saying because it was cold, the light was bending down around the curve, in this case, the air would have been hot. And the light would have been bending up, but it didn't. It still looked flat. So his was cold.
I did not say that. I did not say that. But I
you
wouldn't hear.
You didn't say the light would bend like fiber optics?
Okay, so have you finished?
Yeah, I'm telling you my observation.
Okay.
That's what I saw.
Okay, so you have the same thing. I've been on a lot of boats. I've done a lot of sailing, and I can tell you that the same thing happened over the sea. Is that the air that is close to the sea is colder than the air 1 meter.
So
upwards.
listen, I gotta ask, man, why is it flat everywhere we measure? That's all. Let's try to keep it simple. Why is it flat everywhere?
I am not trying. I am not trying to do to tell you. I am to do that. I am trying to explain you why a test, a laser test, an eye test, whatever test that is trying to use optical means that don't take account of this kind of stuff cannot be taken account of, because
that's because a laser ignores it. It goes through it, and that's why it's line of sight, my friend. Line of sight.
You can bend a laser. You can bend.
You can, but prove that's what's going on at the horizon. Prove it.
Sorry, what is going on the horizon?
Refraction, or bending of light. Prove that the bending of light is why I saw a flat line that night, and why everybody sees a flat line no matter where they measure. Are you just saying it's just atmospheric stuff and there's no way to tell?
I am trying.
So if they're hitting their targets, is the temperature changing just perfectly? Is that what you're claiming along the way, to where it still appears straight visually, yet you're claiming that the temperature causes it to curve perfectly to hit their target? Because in the
Every time.
Every time they took into consideration the temperature. They measured. They even documented what the.
He might not know the FE core thing. Let me find it real quick. Sorry, go ahead, Truth.
It's in the text chat for him.
Sorry, you talked a little too fast for my English. Can you repeat, please, slower?
Are you claiming that the laser will still appear visually to be traveling straight, while in all reality, according to you, the temperature is causing it to bend perfectly every time to hit its target around a curve?
I'm not saying it does it perfectly, because when you look at something with a high quality camera over a lake, and you look at this buildings or whatever that shouldn't be here, if you are not taking account of a possible bending of light above cold surfaces, you will see that those are distorted. I don't know. I don't remember which lake.
So my question is that distortion happening making me think it's a straight line even though it's not because it's distorted?
Okay, I might have not understood. What do you mean seeing a straight line? Do you mean that you see the laser going in a straight line? Or do you mean that when you look
it does
at
go in it? It does go in a straight line because that's how you use surveying equipment.
So have you looked
Can I
at
be heard okay?
F-core laser test? Because if you haven't, maybe you should take a look at it. We've posted it.
I'll DM it to you, Emila. Check your DMs, Emila.
So if he's saying the temperature is causing the light to bend down,
It's
then
not
every
under-
time,
please,
hold on.
Okay, sorry.
The difference in temperature is causing the light to bend down. Then every mile, it's going to have to change the temperature again, and again, and again, and again for us to be able to see 10 miles, and the light keeps curving again and again and again.
Thank you for the DM. What I am saying is that I don't know. I have not the knowledge to take account of that to measure what would happen. I am just saying this is a phenomenon that exists, and if you don't take account that it exists when you are running an optical test using light, your results have a very high chance of being false.
Yeah, you're making.
Take into account what specifically? What are you talking about? Can you be specific?
He's talking about temperature. So you made the claim that they don't take it into account, and we're showing you where they do take it into account.
Okay, what I say is that if
Wait. There is always temperature. What is the effect that you're claiming that the temperature is causing on the observations?
This is what I just explained.
What is the name of the effect that you're talking about? What is it? Can you be specific?
If I remember it, my optic lessons start to go a little bit old. This is reflection.
Reflection?
Yes.
Refraction.
No, reflection.
It's a reflection, guys. Reflection
like a mirror?
is happening.
Yes, just like a mirror.
Like a mirage.
No,
when the light hits the mirror and it does reflect it, does it reflect it in a bendy line, or is it a straight line? Does it just change direction, or does it curve off of the mirror?
This is sorry, I did not understood correctly.
Here, I got a question. How would we test for that? You say we need to take it into consideration, right? It's called refraction, what you're talking about. If we were to take that into consideration, how would that look? What experiment would we perform?
I would say that the easier way would be to run the test above, not above a cold surface like an ice lake or a sea.
It's been done over big bodies of warm water too, my friend. Tons of them.
Yeah, but if you are using warm water, the water would have to be the exact.
Okay, so listen, my question is there a way to get a measurement with nothing in between? No distortion?
I believe, this is my personal belief, I could be wrong on this, but I believe that tests that require light to go through the thicker part of the atmosphere for a long period of time are simply unreliable.
Right, so is there in your mind, is there a reliable test to determine whether or not it's a globe with a radius of 3959? Because that's the problem. We don't get radius 3959. In fact, it's yeah. Go ahead, bud.
Is it possible to measure anything and not be affected by refraction?
Yes, as I said, refraction needs to go through a lot of air that have to be in some sort of temperature gradient.
Okay, well, here's the thing about refraction is all forms of refraction will only shorten the distance too, will only shorten the horizon. But if you're talking about a laser test, like that has been taken into consideration. And I think before you like continue on with claims like this could be happening or this is not accounted for, that you should look at the FE-Core laser tests and look at the data and see what they do account for and see what the results that they did get are.
Well, I got the documents. I forgot your name, sorry, I'm bad with name. That someone here sent me. I did a Control F with reflection. Might have written it wrong, and now there is. If you do Control F on this document, there is no reflect. So,
what are you saying is happening with reflection again? What are you saying that it's doing to make every single laser measurement flat and level?
Okay, so as I said, air.
Oh no, you did. You did say it's your opinion. Okay, I'm gonna let you know your opinion is incorrect, but
no.
Keep going.
There are facts and there is my opinion. Facts are that air is slower when it's cold.
Is that true?
Air is denser when it's cold. Yes, pretty much everything is denser when cold. So
okay,
when air is
such a very small amount, it does slow the light
and
a little bit.
It slows it down, but what does that mean? Slow it down. It gets to its destination regardless of how quickly it gets there, partner. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but as I said, when there is a difference in the speed of light inside of two material inside the interface, light tends to stay inside the one it is slower.
So we got atmosphere, and then we got atmosphere. What's the second material?
Air. Outer air.
Okay,
there
by your own
air. Okay.
By what you just said, you said two material, the interface between two material.
It doesn't need to be two different material. It could be the same material but denser. So when there is this gradient of temperature above a cold body of water or an ice lake, what will happen is that this gradient of temperature will cause the light to bend. I am not able to tell you how much it will affect it, because I will be honest and saying that I don't have the knowledge to calculate this. But this is an effect that will happen and that needs to be taken into account when you are doing this kind of tests.
Yes,
right, so how do we remove that as a variable? How do I remove that and manipulate that? How do I take the atmosphere out of the equation, do the laser test again, and then one more time with the atmosphere back in it? How do I do that?
That's how you would prove it's the atmosphere causing it to blend.
Exactly. You can't just make an assumption that that's what's going on based on what you think the laws of light and heat are.
Well, as I said, those same laws applies to optic fiber, and optic fiber
but I'm not looking through optic fiber, my friend. It had nothing to do with optic fiber. What okay, is the air made of optic fiber? Is the air made of optic fiber?
It is the same phenomenon.
No, it's not. Optic fiber is completely different than the air. Optic fiber is something man-made. The air is not.
I just want to jump in. Hold on, time out. So I'm a motorcyclist. I ride the motorcycle. In different places, the temperature is different. So sometimes I'm riding and it's really hot, and then I pass a house and they got their air conditioner on, and the air conditioner leaks out and it's cold for a second. And then other times I'm riding, it's cold, and I pass by a lake, and then it's hot. And then sometimes I'm not riding by anything, and the temperature changes. So you're saying that it would have to be increasingly getting colder and colder and colder because it's 8 inches per mile squared. So the first mile, hold on, the first mile, the light's going to go down 8 inches, right? Then it's going to have to get colder to go down 32 inches. And then it's going to have to get colder and colder and colder and colder. And that's not how temperature works. When you're riding your motorcycle, hold on, bro, hold on.
Yeah.
When you're riding your motorcycle, the temperature fluctuates slightly, but sometimes it's hotter, sometimes it's colder, sometimes it's colder, sometimes it's hotter. It never goes colder and colder and colder and colder. That's not how the atmosphere works. The atmosphere is dynamic. There's many streams and many different temperatures, and it's all swirling around. For what you're saying to be true, it would have to be the density change like a glass of water that's half empty and a straw sticking out of it, because that's the kind of angle that you're going to need every mile. You're going to need 8 inches every mile. And then it gets worse. It's the 8 inches per mile square the mile. So at 10 miles, you got 66 feet. How many glasses with straws are you going to need to add up the angles to curve 66 feet? That's a good question, right?
Okay. I might have not fully understood what you said, but I will try to answer to what I understood. But it might be I might be out of the plate. So if I understand,
What he was talking about is geometry of the claim of the globe. It's very specific. 8 inches per mile square. You get that, right? It's very basic geometry.
Mm-hmm.
The curvature of the Earth, of the globe model, is exactly what they just said is supposed to be.
On the first
So guys, real quick, I want to emphasize this point because he just said he doesn't get it, and this is an important point that he has to understand for the globe side. Yeah, if anybody agrees with that.
Well, yeah, I agree. That's why it's what I said. What I said, that it has to do with what the globe model predicts exactly what you just said. And
that's what is being tested on the test that we've been talking about for the last 45 minutes.
Right.
Okay,
right.
so
see if that actual curvature is actually there, right? Looking for it.
Which he hasn't even looked at, and I think he should take a look at that and see what they did account for and what they did test for. Like they did take these things into account. I think you should take a look at it right before you go on claiming that it's not being taken into account.
I am looking at this document. There is only 6 mention of the word optic, and so far, optical engineering.
Take your time at your leisure. Read the documents. This one is. I think you're reading the laser test, right? The FE core laser test. That's the one you're reading. Okay.
Yeah, and I of course did not have the time to read 121 page over our
That's
conversation.
fine.
So I simply did Control F to go directly on the point on the words I was looking for, and there is no at no moment in this document is reflect mentioned. So and it's not looking just for the word reflect, it's also looking for the word reflections, reflection on the singular, or simply reflect. And on this 121 pages,
so you're looking for this specific word, reflection, and you don't find it in the document, and that means what?
Means that no one took it into account, is what he's trying to say.
No, I am looking for the pages where they talk about the fact that they took into account what I mentioned, and I'm not finding it. So if someone could tell me the number where it is.
Let me point this out for you, okay? FE core means field engineers, right? So these people doing these tests actually know what they're talking about, what they're doing. So you might don't want to just discard the document because you don't find one word that you're looking for. You might actually want to look through it and actually understand the specific about how the test is being done and with what actually it means. And then you come to a conclusion. But just because you don't find one word in the document, I don't know how to take that.
Refraction condition. Okay.
You may be looking for refraction. Look for the refraction word. That's probably what you're looking for in that document.
Okay.
Refraction and refraction are different, is what he said earlier.
Okay, there's 35 mention of refraction. Okay. I would say that I have other critics of this document that in this case, when you are doing a 121 pages document, you make at least 1 or 2 pages with shortcuts that
yeah, but we don't want to obfuscate on how the paper was made or what's the format of it, and you like it maybe because it has a different color or texture. That's not what the paper is
somebody do me a favor and get me the angle.
We did not make it.
The straw in the glass of water. Can somebody tell me at what angle is that big of a difference making? Because I'm assuming that 66 feet of curvature, that's going to be like 10 glasses of water. And for them to claim that that much refraction is happening when they don't even have that much water in the atmosphere, because, I mean, what they're claiming is light is bending in such a way that it's perfectly bending at the same rate of curvature. Hold on, bro. They're saying that light is bending at the same curvature rate as the Earth, and that's why it looks flat, and that's why it measures flat, because light can bend this much. And I would say I need to see evidence that light can bend that much in one medium.
Yeah, Emla, I think this is the argument that you want to make. You just don't know it that you're making that argument. What he just said is what is the ultimate claim or non-claim, because there's no proof for this, but they're saying that the Earth is curving, but it looks flat because of what Hank just said. But
okay,
you probably don't know this is the argument you're making.
No, what I say is that this phenomenon is rarely taken into account. I cannot say for the document you just gave me. What I say is that this is my opinion. Before it was fact. Now this is my opinion. In my opinion, because of this phenomenon, all tests that relies on optics going through a lot of dense air, and especially more if there is a cold body below the test area, is totally unreliable. This is my opinion. I think someone with a lot of knowledge of optics could be able to make it works
The thing is that you might be coming to a conclusion in a short time span, because it sounds to me that you haven't done the research completely, because when you add laser tests, multiple laser tests, right, that can verify this non-curving surface of water that we can test and repeat, right? And then you can add radars to that. There's been radar tests done. It confirms there's no curvature. Military weaponry. Listen, military weaponry. The military admits they have to assume a flat, motionless Earth to use their instrument practically in reality. Aircraft manufacturers have to assume a flat, no rotating Earth. They're telling you this, and when you go yourself and test it, it looks, measures, and it's practically used as a flat, level, motionless ground. So the claim that you're saying that some temperature is causing everything to look flat and motionless without any proof of this, I mean, you're gonna have to provide some links or something to move your claim forward, because at this point you haven't provided any evidence of this claim, and you're just saying this at this moment.
Okay, so I understand your objection.
And a final point, and all the evidence that is being used for generations. We could talk about plumb lines. We could talk about horizons, level, everything. And to this up to date technology, everything is used on a flat stationary Earth. So
I got fiber optics in my house. I got fiber optics, right? And it's true that you can bend the fiber optics, but you can also take the cord and go wrist to elbow, wrist to elbow, wrist to elbow, and make many loops, and the light will bend in all those loops, loop-de-loop-de-loop-de-loop. But you can't make the atmosphere do that. So right from the beginning, you claiming that the light bends in the atmosphere the same way that it does in the fiber optics cable, that's a false equivalency. It's not the same. It's apples and oranges. Do you understand apples and oranges? Not the same?
Yeah, I think I understand what you say, but sorry, you are going two at once. So I'm going to take you. Sorry, I'm bad with name. Ankhil. So, okay. So I am saying this is the same phenomenon that is into play. I am not saying it has the same power. I am just saying that it happens, and it has real world application, and it's not just me speaking about it. And for the other person that was talking before Hank, who was it? Sorry, Jimsy. Okay. Can you sum up what you said real quick, please?
I was just saying that at this point you're claiming this about the temperature causing this reflection or refraction. I'm still not sure which one are you trying to imply. But this phenomena that we observe works perfectly on a flat Earth. There is no globe necessary for temperature. I mean, temperature is dependent on the ecosystem that we live in, which is the way it presents itself, flat, motionless, plain. And you don't have any evidence for the other side. Your claim that temperature is causing this to look flat and not curved the way it's supposed to be, you have to back it up, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. This is something that is taken that I take into account, and I agree that right now I don't have any papers on it, but just give me time.
Yep.
And also, I propose other tests that to me does not have those weaknesses. I proposed it in lobby. I got muted for it over the time for some reason. But that's another story.
So you wanted to share something.
Sorry?
You want to share something with us. You sir, you have something to share?
Yeah, I got another test, as you could call it. To me,
Hey guys,
it has not. My test doesn't have the weaknesses I pointed on laser testing, even though it is an optical test, and it involves using the elevation of the Polaris star.
Emla, do you see the live stream voice text channel above this voice channel? Live stream voice text. Do you see that?
Yeah.
You can post your link over there. Check if you can do it. You said you wanted to share something, so go right ahead. I think you can post.
What I wanted to share was another test that I find more reliable. I would say that right now I don't have.
Also, you can share it later. Whenever you're ready for that, you can present it and we can talk about it. What do you think about that?
All right. Can I post pictures?
I'll give you perms. If you want to post something, I'll let you post it. Just don't post any porn or anything related out of this topic.
I'm not like that. Okay. I will do it. Oh fuck! It's 6 a.m. Not probably not today. Or today where I live. But I really have to go to sleep because it's 6 a.m. in France.
Bro, if you have to go to sleep, go to sleep.
Yeah.
Next time you come back, we'll go to the next step of the conversation because we spoke about curvature and we have other topics that we can speak about. So bring whatever you're gonna present that you that you mentioned, and then we can talk about other stuff if you like. So go to sleep, bro.
Yeah. So it was a pleasure to talk with you. Thank you, and also thank you for not going full speed on someone that don't speak English well.
You're good, bro.
Hey, you did great. Thank you. Thank you for being honest and an adult about all of it. Thank you very much for that conversation, Emma.
Yeah, I would suggest actually reading through the FE-Core because I did hear you say it'd be more reliable, but more reliable than what? Something that you haven't read yet.
I will definitely, maybe not the old document, but the parts that will interest me. But yeah, sorry, I can't read the 120-page document in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
No.
So thank you, and good night to those who are going to sleep just like me in a few minutes.
Later, bro.
Bye.
Any more Globers? Speak up.
So anybody want to expand on what he was talking about or want to comment on the conversation? Because I think he needs to do more research about all of the topics. But he said he was going to present something. So we're going to have to take it step by step for he to get it. Because he's looking into it. But I guess if he's saying that temperature is causing reflection, therefore that's why you see black, he's started to look into it.
Yeah, he was only obfuscating in the lobby. That's why we gave him the cultist.
That's fine. Remember that it kind of sounded that he said he was from France and maybe there might be a little bit of a language barrier, but he he did understood everything and he was able to explain himself. So I don't know about that too much. Oh yeah, I gotta just look into the information and that's it. And then he said he won't read the document because it's 121 pounds. Look, come on, bro. Yeah.
No, he said he couldn't do it in 2 minutes.
No, in 2 minutes. Yeah, you're right. Maybe he'll read it. Yeah. I was gonna give him the image turn, but he left. So whenever he comes back, he might be able to post then. But for now, he can stay as like that.
Have we talked to Conrad yet? Looks like he has VC verified on a new account.
Yeah, he was on last night for about an hour or so. I heard him talking. I even said a few words to him, but he might be willing to continue his conversation from yesterday.
Yo, Conrad, can you talk?
Good morning to everybody.
Top of the morning to you.
7 o'clock here.
Oh, and for the record, Macron is a Rothschild banker.
Yeah, he seemed to think that a conspiracy was just anything that wasn't like told to you by the government. Like, if it's not consensus, then that's a conspiracy. Is basically what he was saying.
Yeah, he tried to start with conspiracy stuff, but we got him to the flat Earth stuff, and that's good. People are going to come in here kind of with an agenda, whether or not they even know they've got an agenda. So but I mean, I get why he started with that line of thinking, because it was basically, why would they lie? Up until we started to get to the nitty-gritty of measurements, experiments, and tests. Also, the laser test over bodies of water uses line of sight. I guess for the audience, so hopefully Emla's listening too, but here's physicsclassroom.com about light and sight. In order to view an object, you must sight along a line at that object. And when you do, light will come from that object to your eye along the line of sight. So it can only be a straight line here, and I'll just put that in the chat here. Okay, I'm done, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, don't you know the military, they paint objects with their lasers around things? When the atmosphere is just right.
It has to be just right, dude. That is some impressive light bending, I'll tell you. Impressive.
Yeah, because they'd have to know every change that it makes all along the way and account for it to make it around the corner. Like, but they really should look into what the word conspiracy actually means, because I mean there are laws against conspiracy to commit murder for a reason. So just for those who don't know, it's like, I know everyone in here does, but I'm just gonna say it anyway. Conspiracies exist, and it's only when, like, it's when two or more agree on an agenda, which is generally criminal in nature. Right, when they agree to propagate a certain agenda or conspire to, like, when, I don't want to say the word to conspire to define conspiracy, but it's when two or more agree on an agenda, which is generally criminal in nature. So they happen.
Kind of like the time in the Balfour Declaration, right? The British government agreed with the American government to give the Jews Palestine, even though it wasn't theirs to give. That's a conspiracy.
So I mean, he's right in a way, because when it goes against the consensus, then generally they're conspiring to do some sort of criminal activity, and they're lying to us. But the premise,
and that's why the point of line of sight is important, because once you see that line of sight, that's an important point that you brought up. Who was it? Gladflow?
Me. Yeah.
Yeah. That's this conspiracy. Once you have that line of sight and you see through the conspiracy. So Gladflow, a line of sight has to be a straight line. There's no curvature on that, because if you start curving that line, it's not straight anymore.
Yeah, you'll lose your target.
Okay, so
you lose your target. As simple as that. Yeah.
Yeah. So that line of sight, vertically and horizontally, because you could be seeing, you could have this sight from many angles, but yeah.
What do you mean vertically?
There's an up and down that I'm looking. I'm my line of sight. You know, there's an up and down, and then
oh, I see what you're saying.
On a vertical plane, right?
Wait a minute. If this was true, wouldn't there be like a microwave gun that could microwave the heat of the atmosphere, and then that would cause us to see around the corner? Because if the cooler air is down below the microwave, and the microwave is like a beam, right? It kind of shoots out, but it's not concentrated. So if you shot it up, you'd be able to see around the corner. And there'd be like rednecks with microwave guns hunting deer. Like, you see that deer over there? Right over there. Shoot your microwave right there.
That's funny. Yeah, I mean, they're hiding technology from us, Hank.
Well, when you
There's a reason why this... Go ahead.
When you can use this technology to show your face inside your room to other people on the other side of the world, there's not, you know, there's some movement of information there that is not just straight lines. But no, it's all good. That line of sight that you speak about, that's an important point.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm not the smartest dude. I try to keep things simple just so I can explain them. And the line of sight thing kind of destroys. Like I keep saying, just the globe math, the official globe math, it destroys it completely, takes it to the woodshed. So if it is a sphere, if it is curving at any point, we've yet to see that. And if it is a sphere, the whole thing's gargantuan, and you might want to redo the math. They're in a pickle. You know, someone bases 3-4 generations of belief systems on one idea. They can't just go back and say, nah, never mind. Sorry, it was a lie. Sorry about that. Right? They have to go full bore down the other route of, you know, pushing the lie until it's too late, until the majority of us just couldn't buy it anymore. We can't be bothered to buy bullshit anymore. Build back better. Bothered to buy bullshit. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
I agree, and at the same time, it's a lot of the people that believe the lie initially that are perpetrating it, so they don't even know that they're doing it. So eventually, it's more about waking those people up so we stop perpetrating the lie.
Well, yes and no. I would agree. 6 weeks ago, 6 months ago, I would have agreed with that. Personally, just me. I'm now just searching for the lions out of the pack. If there's sheep that kind of, you know, say they're on the fence, there's no such thing. But if, you know, whatever, they can tag along behind us. But I'm looking for the lions now because we need to start actually getting something done with this information. And, you know, sitting on the internet talking about it. I mean, we all know what the flat earth implies, right? And we all see the world changing in ways that at least I never thought I'd see. And I'm really disappointed that I'm seeing it now, but I'm also honored to be a part of what could be the thing that turns the scales here. And that's why flat earth is important, because it is obvious, right? It's a truth. So you can always use the truth. One truth can take down 1 million lies, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Got that. What do you think about that, Alien Zoo? You have been unmuted, Alien Zoo. Welcome to the server. You have VC verified. Alien Zoo. Alien.
With great power comes great responsibility. What are you going to do with this new power that you have?
Alien Zoo 1.
Greetings, champ.
Greetings.
Yeah, I've had a bit
Sorry,
of
guys.
I haven't been able to talk. Did you get that? Hello?
Hey.
Yeah, I had a bit of background noise. So I couldn't talk
Oh, yeah.
before.
What brings you to a server, sir?
What brings you to the server? I've been here three or 4 years, or however long it's been going. Not in Discord, in YouTube.
YouTube, yeah. You've been listening to the...
Then I was in Poncho Pete before that for 5 years.
I think I heard you before, yeah.
Yeah,
You've spoken a few times in here.
Yeah. Had a few talks.
Yeah. Hey, glad to hear you again, man.
Have you found the curve?
There can't be any curve. I don't know why you keep talking about curve or drop when there can't be with level. It's impossible. Level has no decline or incline. It's got no bend or curve.
Well, bro, I seen the globe Earth on TV. That's how you know it's real.
You can believe a lot of pictures on TV, even boobs that are fake. You might think are real.
You might think it's a woman, but you don't need to keep scrolling.
Exactly. How's Hank?
Grand, bro. Grand.
Yeah, I've been listening.
Yeah.
I went and had a snooze before.
Nice. Yeah, back in my day, we had Wonder Woman. Nowadays, you got to wonder if it is a woman.
That's what Poncho used to say.
Did he say that? That's funny.
Oh, yeah. about a year before he shut down. That's all he talked about. That and there's no fuel in the plane's wings. Yeah, and light does not bend.
Sorry, I'm at work. Somebody was talking to me. If I missed what you said, I apologize.
I just said light does not bend. Time does not bend. It's all a fantasy.
Well, light does bend. It just has to be two different media.
Just like the word gravity. That's a fantasy.
Yeah, I agree.
Everyone's been taught many fantasy words, and they still believe it. And they're grown adults. You got to break down each word. Every word belief. Australia's probably got the biggest amount of land that's close to flat because it was an inland sea in the middle of Australia. A lot of other countries had that too. I say the inland of America was mostly water. And someone let it out. And what happens when the water's removed? It returns to a level surface, or close to level, which you can call flat. Because flat can have an incline and decline without it actually being levelled. That's why I prefer to use the word level earth and not flat earth. Because level's more accurate. And level exists at every level. You can go up 1 centimetre and create another level above that centimetre. And it'll continue to level above the one below it. Just like a cup of water, you can take it at any height or depth and it'll show you level. Level exists at every height and depth.
But it's amazing how they can just change reality, right? They change the meaning of words. Level now means curved, right? And they say that the moon is in Earth's atmosphere. Like, how did they make that discovery? How did they all of a sudden just decide that the moon is actually in Earth's atmosphere? Because wouldn't they have figured that out when they went there? And not just arbitrarily made it up in 2019?
You can't land on a frequency. I don't go with the Big Bang or universe or planets. They don't exist. Once you know push direction, you'll see that it's impossible. Because I've been playing with magnets for about 50 years.
Dude, when I was a kid, I played with magnets all the time.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing funnier than a cat and two magnets and a table.
Yeah. If you got one underneath it, yeah. But even magnets, if you line up a row of magnets, they'll always be back to a neutral point where there's no motion. That stops the push. Everything returns to neutral level, no motion. Push doesn't continue forever. That's why I say name your push source for your delusion of planets spinning, expansion. It needs a continuous source of push behind it. It's all the fantasy they created. Once you know that everything exists off push direction and it all ends to neutral level, no motion, it defeats all their Big Bang, their universe, their planets.
My grandpa gave me a really big magnet one time. Guess it was about the size of my fist. I'm trying to remember it as a kid. As a child, it was much bigger than my fist. So I had it on a rope, and I'd run through the yard with it. And I'd pick up all kinds of weird shit, And then I'd clean it off and run through the yard again and pick up some more stuff. And I've just always loved magnets. Always. Always had to have them.
Yeah, well, I've got my own theory about magnets. And you know what a theory is? That's just the imagine. It's not fact or true. Hasn't been proven. Yeah, I think it's a neutral level, no motion, tension, electric push direction. One polarity in opposite push direction off neutral level. And there's no magnetic when it's the tension electric push direction off neutral level, no motion push direction. Of course, all push ends to neutral level, no motion push direction without another push direction. And all push is only from behind the direction pushed. Magnetic could be considered as the storage of the neutral level, no motion, tension, electric push direction gathered. Only push direction creates electricity. There is no tension electric without being pushed past the neutral level, no motion tension of opposite push direction pushed. And you can test this with iron filings around the so-called magnet storage of tension electric. Those filings will never move without a push. Nothing moves without push direction. So they can't go using electromagnetics as something that can hold planets together, and they can't use the word gravity because gravity doesn't exist. Nothing can contain 1,000 different push sources. That's what they consider gravity as. It's trying to tell you it holds down your Earth's water on your floaty ball. The only way things rise or fall is if they're pushed off their neutral level no motion push direction it resides. It's anything that creates rise or fall. There's no down until it's pushed above its level. And that's the way a tree grows. It's getting pushed direction from dust, just like all humans are dust. That's all we eat, is dust. And it's all got push direction. You can't have energy or motion without push direction. And another theory is there's no force, no field, no attraction, no pull. Only push direction off neutral level, no motion, tension, electric push direction. And you can use the words pull and attraction, but when you look at the actual push direction, it's always from behind the direction pushed. So there is no attraction or pull. You think you pull the trigger of a gun? Look at the push direction of your finger. Comes from behind the back of the finger onto the trigger. Same as when you grab a rope. The push direction is from behind the back of your fingers on your hand, going towards your body. So it's not pulling the rope, it's pushing the rope towards your body. Everything's push. Everything that exists. But it's just my theory.
So they'll just claim specific gravity. I think that's what they'll do.
No.
No.
Well,
What do they do?
I was going to talk to him about his theory.
Yeah.
So, in your theory, right, normal people will say that the electricity is created with oscillating magnetic field, right? But you're saying that it's not to do with the oscillation of the magnetic field; it's to do with the pushing, right?
Yeah. Everything has to be pushed to create electricity. Has to be pushed past the opposite push direction. A magnet's just the storage of the tension electric push direction.
So what you're saying is you would want to line up your magnets to where the field is pushing in the right direction to get the potential.
Well, it needs a push to go past it, yeah, to create the electricity. That's why I don't go on nuclear reactors or a nuclear bomb. No push can create greater push from its original source. And so I say that nuclear reactors are just massive power stations with high electricity push going into the product to create a lower push from that radiation. That's what I think nuclear is. It's tension electric push going into the product of uranium.
So you said you've been playing with magnets for 50 years. Did you go to any colleges, or you just like to play with stuff?
No, I've created motors with them.
So you've created motors that you don't need external source of energy.
No, you can keep the thing spinning, but you've got to do it in a certain way. And you've got to align the magnets in a certain way. And it's got to be pulsed. It's only the off push that you get free energy.
So I've seen them, right? But I've often wondered, like, how long does this thing spin, right? But I've never made one.
No, they'll end up stopping.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. That's why it's got to be coordinated with an electric circuit to give it a pulsed effect. So you're pulsing it past the neutral level, no motion part of the push direction.
So are you saying you could hook it up to a circuit, give it the initial push, and it'll run for, what, 5 or 10 minutes? And then it stops?
Well, it'll eventually run out of its push, yeah.
So then you just hit the switch again and start it over, right?
The push eventually becomes neutral, no motion.
Right. So you just start it over again, right?
Well, you can do, yeah. I've tried, getting more power out of the motor than is put into it, but you need to have it pulsed perfectly. So you have to have on, off, to let it push past that push direction that is the tension part of it.
Why do you think we haven't been studying this stuff for the past 100 years? I mean, I'm sure they do in colleges a little bit, but
They class magnetics as not a tension electric. They think magnet's separate to it.
so they say that energy can't be created or destroyed. Well, how does the magnet have all that energy built up into it?
From the tension electric. It's like just a storage system of the tension electric.
So in a lot of ways, a magnet is kind of like a battery.
And of
potential
course,
storage.
Tension electric from everything that surrounds it.
Have you seen the ground generators or the ground battery?
Which one?
You know, the one where you put in 2 different types of metal and you pour water over it, and then you hook up 2 wires to it, and then you start a series. It has diminishing returns.
Well, you can drop water through a ring and it'll create a current.
What do you mean, like a wedding ring?
No, it's through a piece of wire. Just droplets of water will create a current going through a piece of wire into water with another circuit connected to the water.
So if water in motion gives energy, then our bodies in motion would also produce energy.
Yeah, that's how we move. By the tension electric. The dust gathered.
I should have been playing with magnets my whole life.
Yeah, they're good fun.
I should have never got into video games.
I was into plenty of those too. Yeah, I just say dust to air to water to earth, all is dust. Neutral level, no motion, tension, electric, push direction, dust. The invisible dust.
Yeah, I don't think people realize how much dust there is that we can't see, and it's all statically charged, sticking to you, your shoes and your stuff.
Well, it's hard to prove anything that's invisible.
Well, I mean, it makes sense.
They can't, they say there's an atom, but they've never seen one. It's invisible. Then they tell you there's things that exist inside the atom that are invisible, that they've never seen. They've got a good fantasy imagination. That's why I don't go on the atom anymore. I used to. I used to go along with all this crap we've been taught at school.
So, have you seen Theoria Apotheosis or Kenneth Wheeler? Seen his stuff?
No, I don't think so. I've heard of his name, Kenneth Williams, but I haven't seen anything. No.
No, it's Kenneth Wheeler.
Oh, Wheeler.
He's he's on YouTube. Theoria Apotheosis. He's like you. He's not an atomist.
All right.
So you might check into his channel. You gotta scroll past all the photography stuff he has on there, but if you can find one where he's actually talking about magnetism, it's pretty interesting. I think you might enjoy it.
All right.
The tattooed monkey is what they call him.
I've wrote a few, like in comment sections of people talking about magnets and gave them my theory on it, Yeah, quantum is the imagine you see in the fantasy created by words, I say.
Must have accidentally hung up.
Who's that?
I think I hung up or something.
Oh, right.
So you staying on the
That DeGrasse needs to smoke a few more joints, I think.
Yeah, he's a useful idiot. At least he'll tell people that they wouldn't even be able to see the curve, even if you're on Jeff Bezos's rocket. You know, we kind of need that sort of stuff.
Yeah, well, most scientists are paid for the result of the one paying them. And most scientists are paid by government, so government give them the words and they say try to give us a proven outlook on what we want as a result, and they're paid to do that. All scientists have been paid by someone. Not too many independent scientists. And of course, the person that pays them asks them they want a result of what they want, not what the scientist wants. And for the scientists to be paid, they go along with it. Then they get their calculators out and start trying to use mathematical equations and variables. You add enough variables in a mathematical equation and you'll get a result. Variables are like gravity, just a fantasy to try to prove something that cannot be proven.
So, did you used to hang out with Pancho Pete?
Oh, yeah, for about 4 or 5 years.
Oh, yeah?
It was
so
a
you're
great
with
show.
him and Vincent?
Vinny, I sort of do remember that name, but
back when they were doing Free Chan?
Someone said Jibby Jedi died the other day.
Oh, that's sad. Really?
Yeah, Squirrel Sniper.
Squirrel Sniper.
He used to be in Poncho's channel.
I don't remember Squirrel Sniper, but I know who Jibby Jedi is. So that guy passed away.
Yeah, he was great.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't know how, but I got an idea.
Yeah, me too.
Not allowed to talk about it on here, but
I wasn't going to say anything.
No.
So I saw New Perspective post something. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning. How you doing, Roger?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. So this is what somebody posted, set to announce the death of my very good friend and legend, Jason Torres, aka Jibby Jedi. He had a tooth infection that caused sepsis in his blood and was found in his log cabin earlier today.
That's the story they gave you.
Oh, man. That's rough.
I've had plenty of teeth go like that. Doesn't kill you. I've lost most of my teeth. Pull them out myself.
An infection can definitely kill you.
Yeah, but all you need is a, good mouthwash. antibiotics, colloidal silver, or something. And hopefully,
the only cure.
What's that?
Food and herbs. Food is the cure to all illness.
Yeah, I was thinking garlic, honey.
Yeah, what
onions. Yeah, I watched this documentary the other day on Netflix about mushrooms, and it's kind of
they got some weird properties.
Oh man, like I really want to know more about mushrooms. Like I really want to do some research now that I saw that.
And there's so many types too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, mushrooms are crazy interesting.
Yeah.
Mushrooms can survive in space. Have you ever heard that?
Nope.
In every space available.
Yeah, that's what they say. The spores can survive the travel through space.
You sound familiar. Do I know you?
Spiral.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, mushrooms are pretty damn interesting. I'm pretty intrigued. I want to know more. I'm thirsty. Because it's like I've known about the bad mushrooms, right? But it's like now I want to know about the good ones.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how they grow. Like, really, it's actually just the fruit of like the organism in the ground or on a substrate.
And the way that they make connections between the trees, and they can one tree can send nutrients to another tree via the roots of the mushroom so that it doesn't die. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like mushroom, like webs down there under the ground? Like, what the hell's going on? It's like, I don't know, man. It's weird.
I think it's called mycelium.
I think it's called We Live on Pandora, and that shit was a documentary.
What about the first person that tested the foods to see whether they were poison or not? They would have had a good job.
I'm waiting for the second edition of the movie. And wanna go back to Pandora.
It's happened with people picking the mushrooms and they get the wrong one, and it's not a good result.
What actually happens if you pick the wrong mushroom?
What happens?
Yeah.
Well,
as long as you don't eat it.
It will get you very high or very deep.
Exactly. That's the one I was talking about, the one that gets you high.
You know, I really want to do some peyote or mushrooms. Or both. Not at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, when you think about it, government never had the right to make anything that's natural on Earth illegal. But everyone's been sold it as being illegal.
Yeah, we should be allowed to do our own research on mushrooms.
Yeah, nothing should be illegal that grows natural.
Because you can overdose on water. Is the government going to tell us we can't have too much water now?
Oh yeah, you can. It can kill you. Too much water, especially when it's got fluoride in it.
You read my mind.
Yeah, I was talking to this guy the other day, and he was saying that fluoride isn't the worst thing that's in the water.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, really?
Yeah, there's stacks of things living in it.
I'm so glad I got distilled water in my house. Got my own ice machine. It's all distilled.
Yeah, just the fact that it has to pass through like a metal pipe taints it. That's why everything that's manufactured, can lose itself through the manufacturing process, going through pipes and plastics.
I wish I had a silver coated pipe. That would be the best. Silver coated copper pipe.
Yeah, colloidal silver's got its benefits.
Yeah, I haven't called in like over 10 years.
All right.
I used to get the seasonal sinusitis or swollen sinuses. I work outside, so when the weather changes, it really messes me up. Like I just spent like the past 6 months trying to survive the heat, and now I got to survive the cold. So it's like I had to get sick like twice a year. So it would start off with my sinuses, and it would go down into my chest, and then I would get like a bacteria infection, and then get a fever, and then be fine.
Yeah.
But ever since I started catching it, like right as soon as my throat starts to go, that thing.
Yeah.
Then I would make some colloidal silver, 10 parts per million, pure water, so distilled water, pure glass, and 9999 silver, and then filter it, and then nebulizer.
Yeah.
And I didn't get sick no more. Like I stopped getting sick.
That's it.
And I don't know if it's a bacteria or if it was some sort of like just swollen
probably
sinuses.
utilizing the allergens of pollen and things, it might be just one pollen that causes an allergen. And other people are allergic to a lot of it, and it causes the same problem.
Yeah, so I'm not a doctor or anything, but I don't think I'm going to turn blue if I do this twice a year. I don't even think I've been doing it the past few years now that I think about it. Like I haven't made it in a while.
Yeah,
I think the past couple times I just kind of got over it.
Yeah. I've been my own doctor. I don't go to doctors. They're basically, if you reverse every word they have, it's probably closer to the truth. It's when they got a Department of Health, means they really want you sick.
Well, if mechanics treated people like treated cars like doctors treat people, nobody would go see a mechanic. Because imagine you go to a mechanic and you're like, "Hey, man, the car won't start." He's like, "Well, I don't care what the problem is, but we're going to try like 4 or 5 different treatments. So we're going to change your tires, your windshield wiper fluid, your spark plugs, and your battery. We'll see if that fixes the problem. Come back and see me in 3 months or 2 weeks or whatever." So all those things get changed, and nothing happens. And doctor's like, "Excuse me, you're going to have to make an appointment or the mechanic, you're going to make an appointment, right? Or if the dentist, or if they treat you like a dentist, there's a problem with my car, and you go see the dentist on the first appointment. He's like, yeah, there's a problem with your car. Come back, in a couple weeks, and we'll fix that. Like, you asshole! I knew there was a problem with my car. I didn't need you to tell me that. Their business practices, man, it's weird.
Yeah. Mechanics is just logical deduction.
Well, so should it seem with, the doctor, right? What's causing this cancer? You probably got it from your mom.
No,
probably, huh?
Doctor's the one that asks you questions. He doesn't know what's wrong with you.
Yeah, but all this stuff they say it's hereditary. Like, how do they know it's hereditary? Because if you've been drinking the same well water that your family's been drinking for the past 5 years, and the problem is in the well, would you know it? Because your doctor is going to be like, oh, it's hereditary. It just runs in your family.
No, I don't go on the word cancer.
Of course, I'm not a doctor. I'm a village idiot. So you should always consult your doctor and ask your doctor if neurotoxins are right for you.
Only a toxin that causes malignancy, and that can't spread. Cancer doesn't spread. That's another bullshit thing I'd say.
Man, if I had cancer, I think I would just go out into the wilderness, and I would just start living off the land in the middle of nowhere, drinking dew water, and, maybe fasting, probably fasting, right? And I would just see if I got better, boil some water, make a fire, boil some water, drink some water, and just fast and, try to clean up my body, see if that works.
Yeah, or getting rid of the toxins is the first thing.
Yeah, so just find me like a beach somewhere.
They're everywhere. That's why they say, like they use the word organic in food, and everyone thinks, oh, gee, that's going to be good for me. But they don't realise that all the organic food's been grown on lands that have been chemicalised for hundreds of years. Takes a long time to get rid of those chemicals out of the ground. The dieldrins and the heptachlors and chlordanes they used to use, they can stay in the ground for 40 years.
Yeah, I'm aware of that stuff. I live in farm country.
All right.
So, yeah, all the stuff that they've used in the past.
Yeah.
It's a good thing they came up with that polio jab, right? Because at the same time that people stopped getting the polio, they stopped using, what was it called? What do they call it? Not Agent Orange. What's that shit called? Anyway, they used to use all kinds of bad chemicals with our food.
DDT?
I think that's it. DDT, yeah. Yeah, they stopped using that at the same time as, thank God the polio jab. It saved us.
As they've added all chemicals to the tobacco.
Yeah, if you brought me some jungle tobacco, I would gladly load my peace pipe and smoke that shit with you.
Yeah.
But if you hand me a Marlboro, I'm gonna think you're trying to kill me, bro.
Yeah, bring back the natural tobacco, I say.
Oh man, that'd be great, wouldn't it?
Yeah, fantastic.
I can only imagine.
I watched a lot of videos of tobacco growers in America about 3 or 4 years ago, and they're really good. Most of them tried to grow it, as close to nature as possible.
Yeah, I played this video game called Red Dead Redemption, and in the game,
I've
you
seen
got that? Yeah, it's a beautiful game. But in the game, there's all this like wildlife and food like everywhere. Like you can't, go down the path without, running into something that you could eat. But like when you're out walking around, there's like all this herbs everywhere. Just like natural tobacco and natural herbs and oleander and all this stuff. And it's like, man, this is what it was like. Like before, before they told us, oh, you got to kill those weeds. Got to kill the weeds, bruh.
Poor weeds have got a bad rap. A lot of them are medicinal. They won't tell you that, but they just want to spray them with toxic chemicals. Classify it as a weed and spray it with toxins.
I miss my computer now. I've been neglecting it. I've been playing the Nintendo.
What are you playing the Nintendo, bro?
Metroid.
Oh, Metroid. Which one?
The new one, kicking it old school. Yeah, it's real nostalgic. Whoops, almost did it.
Yeah. There's a new one? It came out not too long ago?
Yeah, I can't remember the name of it though. Extinct or Extraction or something like that.
You ever played Battlefield?
Battle what?
Battlefield.
No, I don't know what that is.
Or Arma 3?
No.
All right.
Those sound like PlayStation games.
No, they're PC. Oh, they've got it on Xbox now too, I think. The latest one that's getting released in November. Battlefield 2042. Cool.
Oh, Battlefield. Yeah, I got that game.
Yeah, I had them all.
I think I got Battlefield 5 right now.
Driving the tanks and everything. Good fun.
Good times. For
Used
sure.
to like getting in those tanks. Pulling lead on another tank. Nothing better than hitting a tank on the run. Or a plane flying past.
Yeah, I was supposed to study up on some QE stuff this weekend, but I didn't get a chance to.
On QE?
Yeah, his science.
Conor Moraes, right?
Yeah,
I'm aware of it. Yeah, he's a champ.
Yeah, he's top notch, bro. For real. I tell people like just stick to his arguments. It's like you know how you want to control other people. Like why do I do that? Why do people do that? Why do you want to control somebody else?
No, I don't. I've learned that.
No, it's me. Yeah, it's totally me. You want to hear a story about Pancho Pete?
Yeah.
All right, so it was the Flat Earth debate, like 2015, late 2015. Right. I didn't know who was on my side. All these new people started joining the debate, and I didn't know who was on my side and who wasn't, right? Because you can't tell, right?
Yeah.
Well, Pancho Pete was being his hilarious self, and I was like, bro, that is not how you debate. Like, you don't just come in here and yell obscenities. Like, if you're going to make an argument, make a distinct argument, right? You're trying to do this so the audience can make up their mind, right, on what the truth is. So you're talking to the audience. You're not even talking to these idiots. He was like, yes, Mr. Hill. Yes, Mr. Hill. And he took it so well, and I was jumping his ass on the live stream, and he took it like a fucking champ.
Yeah,
and after that, he started debating. He started debating, and he got fucking good.
Oh, Poncho is good too, yeah. There were so many ballers in his channel, but we'd always have a good laugh. There were so many that pretended they were flat, and then they end up saying, no, it's a ball. It's a ball.
Yeah, the other flat earthers were like, dude, he's a flat earther. Like, why are you doing that? Like, they're like, I get it, you're a Christian, you don't like cussing. I was like, I don't give a fuck about the cussing. I want him to make good arguments.
I used to like some of the songs he'd sing. And he only just picked up the guitar and started sort of playing it, and he became pretty proficient at it. He was good in my books.
Yeah, he's a good egg for sure.
Haven't seen Jimbo for a while either.
You mean Jim Panda?
No.
Oh, you mean Jimbo, the older guy from Canada?
Yeah, Jimbo. Yeah.
Yeah, Jimbo really knew his shit when it was like talking about technical stuff like chemicals and
very clever, very smart.
Yeah, that dude was a smart fucker.
Oh, definitely.
He always knew what he was talking about, but he disagreed with some people on the server, and
yeah,
I don't know. I guess he said the wrong thing or something.
Yeah, well, he's the one that gave me the tension side of the electric. Because I was writing about that in Poncho's channel. And he said, do you ever consider about the tension side of it? I said, no, I hadn't. And he was telling me about it. I thought it brilliant.
Yeah, I've noticed something around here. The really smart ones, they don't really give a fuck about decorum, and they get kicked sometimes.
Yeah.
But that's just how smart people are. They're like, your rules? They don't apply to me.
Yeah.
kind of like when you go to a place and they're like, no camera, right? No camera. Like, oh, is that your policy? Yeah, I don't work here. Sorry about that. Your policy that you have for this building, it doesn't apply to me. I don't work here. The onus is on you for your HIPAA bullshit.
Yeah, same as the corporate law, like corporations making laws, but it's only for the worker that's got a contract with them, Same as businesses can put up any sign they want in their front window, and basically, everyone has to go along with it if they want to contract with that store and walk in.
Well, see, some of them are kind of implied, right? Like no shoes, no shirt, no service, right? That makes sense,
They're implied.
Right. At least you could do is put a shirt on, bro. If you're going to get your hair cut, you don't want none of that, hair getting in between your toes. Put some fucking shoes on, bro.
Yeah.
But it's like, you can't have any beverages in here. Well, what if I'm diabetic? You going to tell me that I'm just going to lay here and die because your policy?
Yeah, well, a lot of them can be contested, but not many people do that.
Yeah, I choose to show decorum while I'm here. Like I try not to get in any religious debates on the mainstream because I know they don't like that shit. So there's rooms down there, right? The Bible says there's a time and place for everything.
Yeah.
So, but hey, that's perfectly fine. I'll go downstairs. We'll have a debate. Sure. Somebody wants to talk about the Bible or something. So I don't mind conforming to the rules here because I fucking love this place.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got nothing against any religion. Everyone's free to have their own thinking.
Same here. I don't push mine. I might mention it. You have freedom of religion, not freedom from it. I might talk about it. You just have to endure it. Sorry about that.
Now it's all open for discussion, Same as all the words in the dictionary. Every one of them can be broken down.
If I were defending such an idea all day, every day, you'd think I'd have the balls to come and talk to somebody about it.
Yeah, every day, all day. You figure you'd be proficient at it too.
Well, you'd think at least you'd have one solid point. Just one.
Yeah, like curvature measurement. I mean, if
But see, that's still my favorite. It's still my favorite, the curve measurement, because it's talking only about the ground. It doesn't have to deal with anything else.
Can you imagine if, someone said, hey, we got to measure this. We're too damn close. What we really need to do is get as far fucking away from it as possible and then measure it. Right? That's how we'll figure it out.
Oh, dear.
Sounds crazy when you say it out loud, right?
Yeah. Well, and even if I weren't in the position that I am now, knowing the truth, it would sound crazy. I'd have been like, really? Yeah, it does sound stupid. But that's what I believe, right?
So what I think happens is when there's no no flat earthers and Jim Pandas, like they're all jamming out to Creed. Can you take me higher?
Jim Panda can fly helicopters upside down, can't he? Is he the New Zealand guy? The New Zealand
Jim
guy?
Panda, I think he is New Zealand. I'm not sure. His accent. See, every time he speaks, instead of hearing his voice, I smell like rotten death. It's weird. It's synesthesia, I think it's called. You know, you get your senses confused. So every time he speaks and I hear it, I smell poop and pee. Yeah, it's a strange deal. It only happens with him too.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think that's synesthesia. I think what you got is remote sensing of some sort.
Sure. Well, in the way he speaks, I guarantee you he's never had a successful date. Not like a good one. Know what I mean? Poor fella.
Yeah, I don't know how he's gone for like. It's probably about 7 or 8 years ago. I heard him on Ponchos.
Can you imagine because what the body does is it releases lactic acid and cortisol, among other things, when one is stressed out, especially mentally, emotionally. Can you imagine being dead wrong about some shit and violent about it to other people for 7 or 8 years, every day, knowing you're wrong? Now, he's not a stupid guy. He knows he's full of shit. But, like, he's so dug in, it's like an Alabama tick. You might kill that thing pulling it off, right? It might leave its head inside you because it's so dug in.
Yeah.
Hank knows what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the thing is, we're just, cutting a little fun because they don't come in here no more. And it's not like, we're as band happy as we used to be. I admit, we were pretty band happy when...
I thought he was on about 6 months ago. I was listening to him on YouTube in this channel. He was talking about getting onto one of the girls that was talking.
Huh?
Yeah, he wanted to date her or something, and he couldn't get his words out properly.
Oh no, that's too bad. Yeah, honestly, it's a weird place to meet people, like in a romantic sense. But Witsit and Kai did it, and they're looking sharp, right? They look like they're happy. Dynamic duo, man. Holy shit. I think it's great. I'm proud of those two.
All right.
Do you know who I'm talking about, Alien?
I don't really know him.
Okay, yeah. Witsit Gets It is the guy's screen name, and then Mrs. Gets It.
I got a Glober willing to do the Black Swan or the 3 points. I just BC verified. His name's Slinger. Welcome, Slinger.
Hey, what's up, man? What brings you to the server?
Morbid curiosity, mostly. Like, I saw the link presented to me, so I was like, I might as well see what's up.
Do you guys mind if I take this one?
Absolutely not. Go right ahead, brother.
I guess.
Welcome, sir. Welcome to the channel.
All right, so just going to ask you a few questions. There's no right or wrong answer. We're just trying to figure out what you know, right? So if you don't know the answer, just say, I don't know. We'll be moving on, and this will be over no time. But if you say you do know, we might ask a few questions and dive further down that rabbit hole and see what you do actually know. Okay, so first question. Anytime in ancient history up until now, has anyone directly measured the curvature of the Earth? And if so, how did they do it?
I don't know, man.
Excellent. So number 2, axial rotation, ancient history. Anytime, ancient history until now, has anyone directly measured axial rotation or Earth spin?
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay, number 3, is there any way that you know of that you can have gas pressure without a container? Because they say that the third claim for the Earth is that it's floating in a near perfect vacuum.
I mean, I guess if you had like some concert of forces that aren't like physical objects, maybe. I don't know. Like magnets and shit are weird. There's lots of things that aren't objects that affect objects.
All right, so let's go down that a little deeper. So if I have a propane tank and it has 250 psi, right? It's actually going to be 265 psi because the outside is 15, so plus 15. So when I open the nozzle of the propane tank here on the surface of the Earth, what's going to happen?
It would zip out.
Spew out until it reaches equilibrium, right?
Right.
Does that only happen on Sundays, or is that every day, 24/7?
Every day.
Yep, every day that would happen. So this is entropy. It's the second law of thermodynamics, but just follow me when I say entropy. Hot always moves to cold. High pressure system move to low pressure system, and a high charge, like a fully charged battery, will always move to a low charge, like a dead battery if you hook them up with some jumper cables, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So when it's summertime and you open the door, you let the hot air in, and when it's wintertime, you open the door, you let the hot air out, right?
Yeah.
All right. So gravity didn't hold the propane tank in. It's stronger here on the surface of the Earth, they say, and it gets weaker the further you get away from the surface. So is gravity going to hold the atmosphere and keep it from filling that available volume?
Perhaps. I mean, it would depend on the concert of forces at play.
Well, I guess I would have to see a demonstration of that, and if you can't demonstrate it, we're just going to move right along.
Yeah, I'm
Is there
not a scientist, man. This is just purely a priori.
Okay, gotcha. So cool. You said that you don't know of anyone who's actually done it. You just believe that it's been done, right? So it's a belief that you have, right? That it's been done by someone other than yourself, and we're just going to move on to the next thing. I'm assuming you have search capabilities. Can you search the radius of the Earth?
Like, when you say search the radius, you mean like go through the center of
the radius of the Earth?
Like digging
Type that in
through
Google.
the dirt? Like,
The claimed size of the radius of the globe
Oh.
claims, yeah.
I mean, I could search it, yeah. Like, did you want me to search it? Like, what am I being told to do here?
Did you get an answer?
Hello? Mic check? Hello?
You there, sir?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Mic check? Hank, you there?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Is Hank?
Did I lose him? What happened? Yeah, there you are.
Okay, there you go. Like, for some reason you couldn't hear me, but they could hear me.
Okay, sorry about that. Did you get an answer? 3959?
Oh, you wanted me to actually do it. Yeah, I could do it. I mean, let's see.
Yeah, I'm just trying to show you what they claim the Earth is, right? Because you may not trust me, right? I'm just some egghead on the internet, right?
Yeah, 3958.
All right, close enough. All right, 3959 miles. That's the radius of the Earth that they give us, right? So that's the known dimensions that they're giving us. So can you go to a flat Earth calculator? This will be the last thing I ask you to do. Flat Earth calculator, and just type in 1 foot as the observer height. So the calculator is kind of set up to where you just type in all the information and it calculates it for you. But in this case, you only need to type in 1 foot observer height.
Okay.
Right, distance to the horizon is 1.225. Correct?
Okay. Eyesight.
So, oh, you don't need all that. I'm just trying to show you where the horizon should be. So, according to the the Globe Earth calculator, every horizon distance must be no more than 1.225 for 1 foot, or 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So, if I were to show you a video where they take the camera and they almost set it in the water, like it's literally almost in the water, at 1 foot observer's height, where should the horizon be?
I'm not sure.
It should be 1.225 miles away.
Okay.
According to the Earth Curve calculator. Now, these Earth Curve calculators, they're not made by flat earthers, right? These are globe earthers that are making these. So, can you see the live stream voice text? It's the room right above this one.
Yeah.
Okay, I just posted something. Do you see it?
Yeah.
All right, so this is a modus tollens argument, right? And I'll give you an example. If a woman is 9 months pregnant with triplets, then she can't see her toes when she lays flat on her back on a table. If she can see her toes, then she's not pregnant with triplets at 9 months, right? Does that make sense to you? Does that logically follow?
Yeah.
All right, so if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distant measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. right? So in this picture, it's a still shot from a video. We can provide the video, and it's going to eliminate all the variables, right? Because you're probably thinking I'm trying to pull a fast one, and I'll explain why I'm not in a minute. But where's the horizon? Is it between, in front, or behind the two platforms?
Be behind the two.
Right. So if you're taking my word for it, which is gracious, that it's more than 9.41 miles, let's say it's about 10 miles out, right? And that would mean that the horizon isn't at 1.225. Therefore, the Earth isn't a sphere with a radius of 3959. So now I'm going to look for a second, and I'm going to find the original video so that you can see it for yourself. But most importantly, it's not about watching a video. I'm not trying to convince you that the Earth is flat. I'm trying to only demonstrate to you that you can go out and measure it yourself. You can go out, find a large body of water at rest, and you can make observations, type in with a Earth curve calculator, right? And it's going to tell you where it's supposed to be, and you can find out if you're seeing too far. Now, we've been doing this for 6 years, and we've been seeing too far, right? They're telling us that we're seeing too far because light is bending. In this case, it would have to be bending around the curve at the same rate of curvature as the Earth. So the Earth curvature rate is 8 inches per mile squared. So the first one, it's 8. The second one's 32. Wait, 16, and then 32. It really goes up pretty quick, and at 10 miles, it's 66 feet. So I did my measurement in Corpus Christi, North Beach, and I saw buildings that were 10 miles away at 1 foot observer height, and they should have been behind 66 feet of curvature. So do you live near a large body of water, a bay or anything like that?
No ocean.
Okay. So I'm not asking you to take my word for it. I'm actually challenging you to prove me wrong. I want you to go out there and I want you to find that Earth curve. And you don't sound like you're near a large body of water. It would help if you lived in Michigan, right? Because everybody in Michigan knows that they can see Chicago from over 40 miles away. Some people have said they've seen it from 50. Some people have said they've seen it from more. Okay, so the fact that that photograph even exists, it should be an impossible shot, like a Mission Impossible, right? Because at that much curvature, at that distance, all those buildings should be completely hidden, but they're not. So this is called an impossible shot. So the people we argue against, the globe earthers, they say that it's because light is bending at 8 inches per mile squared, but that's up for you to decide. Is that really what's going on? Is it really bending at 8 inches per mile squared? Like, that's on you, bro. So I'm going to give you a few things to watch, right? Remember I told you I was going to give you that video?
Yeah, I got you.
It's going to eliminate some of the variables. Oh, wait, did I get that? I'm not sure if I got that or not. Shoot. All right, let's see what pops up. Oh, that's not the one I was trying to get. But that one you can watch because it's Robert Simmons.
Up a little bit, you can see.
Oh, okay. Someone's already posted the original?
Yeah.
Yeah, someone's had posted up the Black Swan.
Excellent.
Video.
Right. So at 28 minutes after the hour, Donato, he posted it. But I also want you to watch the Robert Simmons, the one that I posted at 31 minutes after the hour, because in there he talks about how they photoshopped the Earth, and you can actually click on the link in the YouTube description. It'll take you to the NASA website, and they talk about how they take a flat map and wrap it around the ball, and that's how they make the blue marble, and it's Photoshop because it has to be. So can you
I'm already aware of that. Like I knew, like, just as a fun fact, that the blue marble was Photoshop.
Okay, then you don't have to watch that. That's fine. But yeah, I would encourage you to watch maybe the first 5 minutes of the BLM. No, I forget what it is, but the video that was posted that has the original Black Swan, where we got the still shot from. Damn, why can't I remember that YouTube channel? I said BLM. Bureau of Land Management. What was I talking about? BML SB 69. Yeah, watch that video, and it's going to go through all the variables so you can see. He shows you with landmarks, Google Earth, exactly where he's at and what he's doing. So come back with us in a few minutes after you watch that, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks, bro.
It's the first 5 minutes of that same video, right?
Yeah, it should eliminate all your variables, because I'm sure you're wondering, really, was the picture photoshopped? Was it messed with? The only thing we did is we manipulated the contrast, because you'll see in the original video, it's kind of hard to see where the horizon is.
All right.
And so, Hank, I apologize. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, sir.
Yeah, I wanted to give out a shout out to my boy Bo from Santa Barbara, where I live. He's the one that took the shot. He's real modest, though. He don't like to be on camera. I'm just
thanks,
saying,
Bo.
though.
Thanks, Bo. We appreciate that shot.
And so, Hank.
Yeah.
Hello. Can I show? I have.
Can you what?
I wanted to show you a video and a picture, and yeah, I made this for the flat Earth as well too, because I also love the Black Swan, and because I also live by a body of water, I decided to also take a few photos and recordings as well. And here's a picture, and then I think I have posted. No, here's a video. And you can see for yourself too. I'm about 5 miles away.
Send it to me.
I just sent it.
So you're about 5 miles away from the ocean, or that exact location where the original footage was taken?
Yes, I'm exactly 5 miles away from the ocean.
Wish I could say the same, bro. I have to drive for like a shift. A short shift. I have to drive for a while before I get to the ocean.
I mean, I love the. That's why the Black Swan inspired me to do the same. So there was this ship out there in the middle of out, and I took a picture of it. So I posted it in the live stream voice text. The picture of the ship that you'll see out in the ocean. You can actually see the bottom of the ship as well, and you can also see the horizon. And I posted the video, and you can see how far away. And this is all done on my Galaxy S20 phone, Ultra. And I was actually surprised how well my phone was able to capture all of this.
Yeah, the S20 is like Samsung's like social media version. So they got pretty good stock cameras. I know because I have one. It's a pretty good camera.
Right? So like you check, oh man, you're gonna be like, wow. And I did this all with that camera, bro. And so right now it's loading. Okay, now I think you can see in the voice text now. 36 minutes after the hour. Is that a hot dog?
Looks like you got some pretty good elevation there, bro. You're up pretty high.
Right. Oh yeah, I live on a hill. This is actually my house is actually past the view because I zoomed in past it. But this is actually my cousin's house in the backyard. We're in the backyard, and I'm just recording all the way out into the ocean. And then I saw the ship there, and then I was like, oh man, I'm gonna take a picture of this, and then recorded the whole thing. So I was like, this is like another video for Black Swan, except there's no Black Swan. This is a white boat. What do we call it? Same thing, Black Swan.
Yeah, you got to get all the variables in there, bro. You got to find out the distance to the boat. I think they have apps for that. Did you get all that information?
Dude, I don't even.
You're going to be asked.
Right? I'm trying to. I know I'm about. All I know is that I'm 5 miles away from the ocean. Period. And for me to see the boat from that amount of distance, anyway, and you're saying like the curvature.
Did that new guy ever come back?
Yeah, I'm here now.
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
I'll shut up now.
All right, so you probably want to see the best argument, right? That's our argument, right? That's just one observation. There's been plenty of observations done. We've done laser tests over in frozen lakes. Many people have made many observations all over the world for the past 6 years, but we don't want you to take our word for none of that shit. We want you to go out and test it yourself. And despite what the other guys will tell you, the globe people, right? These anti-flat earthers, they'll tell you to look at the sun, the moon, the stars, the star trails, right? We're telling you to go out and directly measure the earth itself, right? Directly measure the earth. And if the world is 70% water, then the water would have to be curving, right?
Sure.
So the water has no topography, so the water would be the best thing to measure over. So if you could go take a vacation with your family, you don't even got to tell them what you're doing. Just take them out, large body of water. They'll think it's a vacation on the lake, right? And you go out early in the morning before the sun perturbs the atmosphere, or late at night, or all three, and make some observations. And if you can see further than the Earth is letting you know, after you get all the variables typed in, right, then you're going to wonder, like, where's the curvature? Or you might find the curvature and you might bring it back here. You'd be the first one.
So what would it take to actually falsify the claim?
A mirror. You could go out with a mirror, right? And you could put, like, the stand-up mirror, and like the girl like to look and see what they're wearing. You could get one of those, put it in the water, right, at 10 miles away. The person on the other side is going to have the mirror. You're going to have the sun setting behind you. And if you can't see the sun reflecting off that mirror, then there's curvature. So you could then get the person to raise it up a little bit, like maybe put it in their hands, try again. And if you still can't see it, then that's curvature. Right?
Okay. But like presumably, you mentioned like refraction and stuff, light bending earlier. Like what do I need to do to falsify that? Because if I can't falsify that, then the test would be inconclusive by definition, or not definition. It just
here's the thing. I'm the type of I'm probably the only person in here that tells you what they're going to say, because I want you to hear both sides of the argument. Because I'm not the type of person to leave out their side of the argument. So they're saying that the reason we're seeing too far, right, which A, shows you that they're saying, yeah, we admit you shouldn't be able to see that. That should be behind the curvature. But the reason we're seeing it is because light's bending. Now, if you look at the way that the laws of refraction work, it's two or more media. So the atmosphere, or gas, and glass, right? Or water and gas, or glass and water, right? And at the point to where the precipice, which it goes from one to the other, causes the light to slow down or speed up, right? And this causes the light to appear to bend like a straw in a cup of water. You see a straw in a glass?
Sure, why?
Right, yeah. So that's a huge refraction index because it's two different media. The atmosphere is nowhere near as dense as water, right?
I guess, yeah.
So what they're saying is that there's something causing the light to bend more than that. It's going 8 inches per mile square of the mile. So 66 feet of curvature, or in the case of, I think the Guinness Book of World Records longest photo ever taken, 273 miles. So I think that wasn't even a flat earther. That was just a normal photographer setting a world record. What is it, Mount Kenahoo or something like that? I'm sure somebody will post it in just a second.
I think the one thing that I'm trying to consider is like I know light does get weird because I've personally seen like what do you call it, objects on one day have like a different frame of reference to like an object in the background, like what's
exactly.
Yeah, so
like heat waves, like when a helicopter takes off, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, but it seems like refraction is going to be just intrinsically a problem, like on any account, because like you're going to have different, like what's the obscuration of light is going to be affecting the way things look at great distances.
Right, so I'm posting something right now. This is called a Skunk Bay time lapse. This is a YouTube video you can pull up. So if you pull up this YouTube video, you'll see it's a time lapse of Skunk Bay, and it's got grids in there. Some of the videos have grids, some don't. But it's demonstrating to you that yes, light does bend, right? But what you're going to see is it's going to create a false horizon in between the bay, right? And it's going to look like the other side of the bay is drowning, because when the GIF starts out, everything's clear. The sun hasn't perturbed the atmosphere, hasn't heated it up, and hasn't caused all those wonky effects, right? As the GIF goes on further, it looks like they're being flooded over there, which they're not. It's just refraction, just the light slightly bending. But what they're claiming is that this refraction is causing us to see further around the ball. So is there any, Skunk Bay time lapse or any other kind of time lapse that allows you to see further? Because what I see here is that it's making us see less amount of land on the other side, and it's causing it to cut off the bottom of the bay on the other side. And this is a false horizon. But if you were to see it on a ship, you would say, oh, look, it's the bottom of the ship. It's getting cut off, right? That's the curvature. Well, this is showing you that that's not the only reason why things get cut off on the bottom. Plus, you don't have owl eyes. You have human eyes, so you can't see forever. And if you get binoculars, you can see a little further, increases the angle, right? If you get a telescope, you can see a little further, but eventually there's a limit. To your eye can't make it out. It all blends in together. And plus things get smaller the further they get away, and the atmosphere is acting like a lens. So what I showed you with the Skunk Bay time lapse is, yeah, the light is bending, but it's not bending to where you can see around a curve. It's actually covering things up. It's not revealing things behind a curve.
So what would happen if I observed so correct me if I'm wrong, let me make sure I understand the claim. You shouldn't be the rear platform from the original footage should be obscured in some way from the first platform?
No. At 1.2 miles away, the horizon should be there, and it should be cutting off partially the first and the second platform.
Wait a minute, I have to ask Hank. When did light start bending? Because it travels in straight lines until
it barely bends through the atmosphere as you're looking.
It will change angles But when it changes speed, but when it changes angles, it still continues to travel in straight lines.
It barely bends through the atmosphere. Have you ever seen like a helicopter take off with the sun behind it, and you see the heat waves, the distortion from the exhaust?
Well, yeah, the distortion.
So it's barely any distortion as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Right? What they're saying is that this light is bending down at 8 inches per mile square of the mile. So for 66 feet, the light is just bending down and down and down and down and down around the curve of the Earth. That's what their claim is. But I've never seen that happen before. No one ever has seen that happen before. I'm just letting him know that's what they say is going on. But any village idiot can give you an explanation. But does light actually do that?
So if I observe, so I'm just trying to see what would be the counter observation I would need to look for. Because if I went to these rigs in particular, I should see partial obscuration of both if the Earth is rounded, correct?
And you might have missed the latter half of what he said because I butted in and had to be a contrarian. But it's like I just wanted to understand that a little bit better But another thing that he said is when you have refraction and when you have these distortions, the only thing it's going to do is it's going to reduce, right? It's going to reduce the distance to your horizon, not going to extend it.
Right. What they're claiming is that bad weather conditions allow you to see further. What I'm claiming is that clear weather conditions allow you to see further. Because if the atmosphere is clear, no fog, no rain, no sleet, no snow, just a clear day, sunshiny day like your grandmother used to tell you about, then you're going to be able to see further. What they're telling you is that bad weather conditions allow you to see further around the curve. So yes, it can be closer due to fog, rain, bad weather conditions, but it can't be further than the horizon. This is all about the horizon.
Right.
The argument's about where the horizon should be. So the horizon can move around due to optical effects. In your story, if the Earth is a globe, the horizon doesn't move. It's a geometric place where the Earth meets the sky because of curvature. You heard it before, boats go over horizon, right?
Yeah.
we're telling you that the horizon moves from point A to point B, like during hours. Like in the matter of an hour, the horizon will move around just like in that Skunk Bay. That was an artificial horizon in between the two bays. Or in between the bay. That wasn't a real horizon. It was due to weather conditions that made it look like horizon was cutting off the land on the other side.
So as long as it's clear, I should never see the front, like the horizon in front.
No. As long as it's clear, you should see further, right? So if you were to go out to on the globe, you should. Okay, so here's the thing: if the Earth is flat, you should be able to see further if it's clear. If the Earth is a globe, you should be able to see further if it's clear. They're telling you when it's not clear weather conditions, when there's wonky stuff going on with the atmosphere, it causes the light to bend down. I don't know why it would always bend down, because temperature fluctuates. If you ever rode a motorcycle, temperature goes up, it goes down. It goes up, it goes down. It goes down, it goes down, it goes up. Right? Have you ever rode a motorcycle, sir?
No.
Well, just stick your arm out the window. You'll see what I'm talking about. Like, the temperature is never the same. It's only a... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Hank, that's another thing, too. Right? They claim that it bends down, but for us to see it, right, it would need to be raised up, wouldn't it? It would need to bend upward towards the less dense atmosphere rather than the more dense. Anyway, I'm just saying, like, prospectively, it would need to do the opposite of what they're claiming it's doing for us to see.
Right. They're saying that light always bends down. Well, why wouldn't it bend up sometimes? And when it bends up, wouldn't it make it look like the Earth was concaved sometimes? If they're claiming that light does this crazy warping of the terrain and it causes it to look flat and look spherical, wouldn't it sometimes be concaved and look like we're on the inside of a cell? rather than outside of a ball. So what the deal is yes, light does bend a little bit. But the question is, does it bend at the rate that they're saying that it has to bend at 8 inches per mile squared? Can anybody demonstrate that? And what they'll say is something like, well, you see it, don't you? You see too far, that's how you know it's happening. And that's circular because that's the very thing in question.
Right. So we're clear.
Go ahead.
On a clear day, if I'm doing the experiment, look at am I just standing just standing with the camera, or am I putting my camera on the ground? What's happening?
Yeah, if you take an observation and you're 6'3", your eyes are going to be at 6 feet. You should be able to see about 3 miles, right? But this argument is about the horizon, so it's about where should the horizon be, right? Because if it's a Earth with a radius of 3959, the horizon should be 1.225 miles away, right? So if it was a clear day and you were there taking this video, the horizon would be behind the oil rigs. But if it was not a clear day, sometimes the horizon would be closer, right? And then someone will say, see, it is a globe. Well, the reason we call it the black swan is because if someone makes a claim that all swans are white, it only takes one black swan to prove that premise incorrect. If I show you one black swan from Australia, your claim about all swans are white, it just disappears. It's debunked. So it only takes one time for us to show you that if we can see farther, then the Earth isn't a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. That's radius has been debunked because we can see further.
I'll look into it. Where are these rigs located?
You should have seen that in the video. In California, right? You should have seen it in the video. If you'll watch that video again and you'll pay attention, it's a bullseye. Well, the guy makes the shot with his camera. It's right in between the land and right in between two platforms. I mean, if he was off by little degrees to the left or to the right, there's no way he could have got that shot. So he has to be in the exact location that he says. Plus, he shows you the staircase, and the staircase is a landmark showing you exactly where he's looking at and where he's looking through. And you can see the land on the other side, which is 30 miles away, which we're not going to get into that, but that's even worse for your side. Because the horizon should have been way, way before that land at 1 foot observer height.
Right, I was simply asking because I might, depending on location, be able to go there, which is where I was saying.
Cool. That'd be great. We would love for you to get a high zoom camera and try to repeat this 3 times a day. Once before the sun, it's up, but everything hasn't got hot yet, so if the sun rises at 6, be out there like 6:15, 6:20, 6:30. And then once during the heat of the day, and then you'll see that causes the horizon to get closer to you, right? Because it's wonky. The sun perturbs the atmosphere and causes this distortion. But dude, I'm telling you, I've seen it. I've seen the buildings during the day, and they were white and shiny 10 miles away, and then I've seen the lights at night. So, I mean, they can say whatever they want. They can say it's refraction or whatever, but I saw what I saw. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, you don't have to go to that exact location. You can make this measurement over any large body of water at rest. And here's the claim, really. Essentially, it boils down to this. The claim is that if you have a large body of water at rest, it's going to be level, flat. That's the claim. I know that might sound crazy, but what they're saying is, no, there's a huge hump of water in between Japan and California. And I'm saying, no, there's not. It's level between Japan and California. So if you have any questions, I'm going to turn it over to everybody else. They might want to talk to you. You might want to ask some questions. They might have some stuff to share with you. Thanks for your patience.
Yeah, no problem, dude.
And it's not that your radius is just off by a little bit. Whenever we're seeing 10 miles from that 1 foot observer height, that would actually require a 67 times larger radius of 264,000 miles instead of 3959 miles. So that's just a complete and utter decimation of the radius. It's not just like, oh, okay, it's like a couple extra 100 miles extra. No, it's 67 times larger, right? So the Earth would have to be larger than what the claimed distance to the moon is, right? So whenever the radius is wrong, the entire heliocentric model is wrong because every distance between 2 points would be incorrect when we already know the distances between any 2 points, right? And then the day and night cycle relies on that radius value, orbital mechanics, escape velocity, the distances to like the stars and stuff, right? That also assumes the radius. So the reason we so focus on that radius is because the entire heliocentric model depends on that.
Are you talking to me specifically, or?
Right, the black swan observation, right? So you're seeing at least 10 miles, right? So if the Earth was still a ball and you're seeing 10 miles from 1 foot, that would require a radius of 264,000 miles instead of under 4,000. So that's 67 times larger.
So what he's saying is that if we take the measurement of the Earth by this observation and where the horizon is in this observation, the radius of the Earth, now that's not the circumference or the diameter, it's the radius. The radius of the Earth would be larger than the orbit of the moon, because the moon orbit is 238. Wait, is it 138,000 miles? Sorry.
238. Yeah.
238, yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, so the radius of the Earth would be larger than the moon's orbit, according to this. And the thing is that the math really, it can't lie, right? 2 plus 2 is always going to equal 4. Now, liars can figure, right? But figures can't lie. Yeah, it's not about what we're saying here. All we're trying to get you to realize is that you can go out and test this for yourself. So if you got a high zoom camera, anything like a telescope, binoculars, a mirror, you can go make observations for yourself, a friend, a couple of cell phones, and a spotlight would do it. Anywhere there's a bay, right? Like in Canada, there's a bay where James is from, James Halliwell. And he's lived there his whole life, and it's 20 kilometers away. And he could see the people on the beach over there on the other side.
Well, I'll look into that.
Yeah, just remember, if you go to talk to the Globe Earthers, or you just search on YouTube, in fact, I dare you, search on YouTube, how do I know that the Earth is a globe? They're going to tell you to measure shadows, to look at the sun, to look at the moon, lunar eclipses, to look at the stars. They're never going to tell you to go out and measure it yourself. They're never going to tell you to directly measure it. And that's kind of weird, right? When you go into a shoe store and you get some special made boots, don't they measure your feet, or do they measure your hat? They measure your hat? No, they measure your feet, right? Every time.
Well, I gotta get some sleep, but thanks for talking to me.
All right. Hey, thanks for coming. You're welcome back anytime.
Good talk, man.
Yeah, just think for yourself. Question authority. Peace.
Yeah. He's done gone.
I'm sorry, you guys don't like it when I say refraction, do you?
Good job, Hank.
Well, why wouldn't anybody? I mean, that's what they claim. That's the argument. It's refraction. But I mean, you have to talk about refraction. It's just I just wanted to point out to him that the only time they say it's curving or it's a globe is when they're telling us it's a globe. That if he looks into their own documents, they even refer to it as flat and stationary. But he hopped out before I could.
The last dude I talked to was over at that Wisdom channel, and when I told him that, you know, I showed him with the radius, right? He was like, "Okay, I'm gonna Google along too," right? And he Googled the radius, and then he Googled the Earth curve calculator, and he put in 1 foot. He was like, "Damn, I know a place that's 20 miles away. Damn, that's making too much sense." And I was like, "Got him." He was just a dude that was in the room. So this dude had already been to a beach that he knew that he could see from 20 miles away. When I showed him that Earth curve calculator, he was like, "Shit, like that's crazy." So that guy, he already knew he didn't need to go make an observation because he's already made that observation. He just didn't know that the curvature rate was as they say it is, 8 inches per mile squared. Yeah, shout out to Vlad because he's the one that showed me that radius and Earth curve calculator thing. Like, I think it really sends it home. And then QE's argument is just, icing on the cake. And the whole thing about the pregnant woman that can't see her toenails, I feel like when you say that before the argument, it's like, well, yeah, that makes sense. Like, no shit, she wouldn't be able to see her toenails.
That argument right there, plus the second law of thermodynamics, those are the two best ones to bring up, I think.
I checked that guy in, and I was telling him, you at least realize all you experience is flat and motionless as the axiom, and he said, yeah. So I figured it was gonna be, an honest Glober to talk to.
Yeah, you did good, bro. I hope you don't mind that I stole them since you found them.
Oh, it's all good. I usually have a 3-year-old like being loud in the background. So I just try to catch the fish. Sometimes I have time to reel him in.
He seems pretty chill and lax. It seems like he wants to take an honest look at it. That's what I gather, anyway.
Yeah, once you see the land in the original video, that land back there, it's kind of like, damn, if the horizon's supposed to be at 1 mile, 1.25. How in the fuck do you see that land 30 miles away? Yeah, so shout out to Lou, wherever you've been, bro. I guess you've been working a lot. He's the one that spotted that. He's the one that spotted the land at 30 miles away. He said he already knew that it was photoshopped. So I don't think this was his first rodeo. I think someone had been showing him and talking to him about this stuff before. And he was like, okay, I'll go talk to him, finally.
I mean, if that's not the case, he's definitely really, really open to at least listen.
Yeah, I bet he comes back with a slew of questions. He's going to come back and he's going to be like, well, fuck. And just the fact that all the globers point to the sky and the lunar eclipse, and it's like, how do we know if the Earth is curved? It's like, the sun.
The next approach after that is about gravity.
Oh yeah, he's gonna have some questions about gravity.
Oh yeah, definitely when he comes back. And then he's gonna ask about the Earth's core, and then he's gonna ask about how do you explain about the dinosaurs, and then he's gonna, Then we had to go over the whole Darwin experiment, the Darwin theory.
Hey Hank, how's it going?
What's up, man?
Not much. Just hanging out for a little bit before I go to bed.
Who am I talking to?
This is Jenkins.
So, do you ever ask people, like, do you believe it's a globe because you saw it on TV? You ever ask them that?
No, not that. Not in particular, anyway.
I think that's a good one because they can't say that they've seen it in real life, right? So they have to answer yes. They can't say no. I seen it just like that the other day. No, you didn't. Is your name Buzz Aldrin? No, I double checked. You're not Buzz Aldrin. You didn't see it like that. You saw it on TV like that.
Well, the most popular thing they come back with is saying that, oh, I saw the ISS live stream or, the SpaceX mission. That's kind of, if you were to ask them if they believe it because they saw it on TV, like, oh, yeah, well, we've seen it from space or, this satellite that takes a picture every hour or something like that.
Yeah, that Himawari 8's really easy to debunk because all they would have to do is have ground-based technology, shoot it up, mirror the image, flat it out on the map. And they say, oh, we did one of these every 10 minutes. Like, yeah, I bet I could build a system that could do that just with radar from the ground, image it, flip it, put it on the map.
Yeah, I'm outside right now, and this is one of the clearest nights that I've seen in a while. I mean, I can see the Milky Way stretch across the sky from, I just saw a shooting star. From the northwest to the south. A
star, you say?
Well, shooting something. Bright light.
You saw a plasmoid, bro.
Oh, is that what they are? Plasmoids?
When you see light, where does it usually come from? Plasma? Like when you look at a fluorescent bulb?
Usually it's from a light bulb, yeah.
Right, and you see fire, that's plasma. Right, so when you see light, it's lightning, that's plasma. So other than technology, when you see light, it's usually plasma, right?
Well, I couldn't say. I mean, I guess plasma is the fourth stage of matter. But a photon, I'm not really, I couldn't say.
Well, wouldn't plasmoids have the ability to do like stuff that aircraft wouldn't be able to do, like all those G-force turns that modern aircraft wouldn't be able to do? And wouldn't that explain a lot of the stuff that people see in the sky, just little plasmoids floating around up there?
I guess so. I mean, what I just saw, it doesn't last for, it lasts for a second if you're lucky. And what I just saw was going from northeast to southwest, and it was like a yellowish light and yellowish white light, and I only saw it for maybe 3/4 of a second. So it wasn't making any kind of weird turns. It was just a straight shooting thing.
Yeah, maybe I watched too much Thunderbolts Project or whatever, but I kind of see the world different, Like, I don't think that's a rock that's going to land in someone's yard and bust up their windshield or anything, It's like, if we were really living in a world, right, that was just exposed to the elements, and by elements I mean the asteroid belts in between Jupiter and Mars. Like, every time a comet or something would pass through that, they would shoot shards towards us, right? And if, if it missed Mars, what's the next gravitational well? The moon and the Earth, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we do have, I think every year in the spring, there's a specific time where we get a bunch of shooting stars or falling stars or whatever you want to call them. We go through a specific pocket in the heliocentric model, but, it could just be a timing of the year where there's more activity in the sky. Because, I mean, right now I'm seeing all kinds of stars, and yeah, it's beautiful, but I couldn't tell you where they are or how far they are or what they are. But I can tell you that they are beautiful. It's about as much as I can say about them. And that there's a lot of geometry that they compose of as well, or create. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of
I just like to say I wonder what they are.
Yeah, same. I mean, I came to the flat Earth by thinking, well, Crow 777 kind of made me think about it a little bit, but I came to it myself by looking up at the sky, by looking at the sun and the moon and the stars and seeing how they rotate over the year.
You ever wonder if do you ever wonder if a star stoots? Oh, jeez, I'm tired. Do you ever wonder, if a star shoots across the sky or whatever it is that you're seeing, if it happens just for you? Because it's like as soon as you look up, you see it. If I go out right now, it's like there'll be like 9 out of 10 chances if I look up. The second that I look up, I'll see it.
Well, yeah, and the crazy coincidence is once I told Hank that I'm just looking up at the stars right now, I immediately saw a shooting star as soon as I finished that sentence. So it was pretty, and I was looking. I've been out here for at least 20 minutes, and I didn't see it till I started talking about it. So yeah, I think we do see them, just for us sometimes, just because of the crazy synchronicity or coincidence.
Or maybe
if you ever go camping out in the desert or out in the forest, you'll see a whole bunch of shooting stars out at night, bro. It looks very beautiful.
Or maybe it's not that the star shot across the sky because you looked, but maybe you looked because the star was shooting across the sky.
Well, I was looking at it before it appeared, so
yeah. But where did that like thought or feeling or intuition or like this pulling within you to cause you to look up? Is it because it was getting ready to shoot across the sky?
Well, I guess all truths are half truths, so it could be either way. Both are valid. I mean, who knows? That's kind of the great question. Is you can't really ever know.
All truths are half truths. What you talking about, Willis?
All truths are but half truths. Yeah, because there's two sides to every story. There's two sides to every truth.
I knew what you meant. I wasn't going to bust your balls. I don't think you're a relative truther.
Relative truther. That's a good one.
Yeah, these people that come in here and they're like, I don't know anything, automatically go to busting their balls, and all of a sudden they know that that's a bad idea.
Yeah. So you don't know if you don't know anything, well, slam your finger in a car door and you'll know something real quick. You don't want to do that again.
Yeah, anyone that's ever had like a major injury or something to where they couldn't walk or a broken bone, like one that you stand on or one that you need to use every day, like, that shit is real. Like, it is so real. Like, I tore my quadricep my freshman year. That shit was real as it gets. And then, I put icy hot on my leg and then took a bath. And then I'm screaming in the bathtub because I set my own shit on fire.
Oh, dang. I could see that.
I mean, I've never dealt with that, but I definitely almost killed myself on a dirt bike once. And that was crazy as fuck.
How'd you do that?
So I just bought this 250cc dirt bike, and I was taking it through the ditches by my house, and then all of a sudden I looked behind me and there was another guy on a dirt bike, and so I was like, oh, okay, what's up? I was like being cocky. I don't know why. I was like, I'm about to show this dude up, so I start like speeding up in the ditches. I'm going like third gear, fourth gear. I'm just like maxing it out, probably going like 50, 60 miles an hour. And I hit a field drive, and then like I was just not ready to jump. Like I didn't know how to jump a dirt bike at all or whatever. And I hit it like full speed. I went straight up, and then the front wheel went straight down. So I basically went straight down on the ground, like head first, hit my head, knocked out cold, and the whole bike like landed on top of me. And the next thing I remember was somebody like asking me if I need an ambulance, and like they're like all in my face. They loaded me up into this car, and brought me back home. Like it was just a blur at that point. Like I had a pretty serious concussion, and yeah, it was just crazy. The lady that brought me home, she was like, I saw my son do the same exact thing, and he killed himself. He broke his neck and he died.
Oh, jeez.
So
glad you're here, bro.
Dude, it was insane.
Glad you made it.
Jeez.
Yeah, I'll never get back on a. No, I'll definitely get back on a dirt bike, but I'll never do something stupid like that again.
That guy you were showing off to. Sorry. I was just that guy that you were showing off to. Did he come to see you after that, or?
Yeah, it was this kid that used to ride my bus, like when I was in high school. He told the old ladies that brought me home. He told them where I lived, and then they brought me home, and I like kind of came back too in my driveway, just standing there. My dad came up to me like, "Where's your dirt bike?" I'm like, "I don't know. I think I crashed it." And then the ladies are like, "Oh yeah, it's about half a mile down the road. It's totaled."
Yeah, I was gonna say, as a motorcyclist, like I do not like riding with other people, right? Because when you're riding by yourself, it's like you make up all the rules, you're going where you want to go, and it's like the very epitome of freedom. Like there's no other way to put it. It's just freedom, liberty. Go do whatever you want to do. But when you're riding with somebody, you know, they might start trying to show off, or maybe they got a girl in the back and they're trying to show off in front of her, and it's like, ugh, it's toxic.
At that point, you have another person's life in your hands.
Yeah,
I mean, like if the person was gonna ride in back behind you, you know.
Yeah, I don't think I'm ever going back to off road. I'll get back on the road, but there's off road is just, I don't know. One bad experience was enough for me.
Yeah, there was one time I was out riding dirt bikes with my cousin, and I had the dirt bike for, I don't know, maybe a week. And this was the first time I went off-roading with him. We went out a few miles of, well, I guess it was, I mean, I was younger, so maybe it was a couple miles out on a dirt road east of town. And we went, you know, a mile and a half out, and we were going like 25, 30. And then he gets 100, 150 feet in front of me, and he stops perpendicular of me. And I tried to slow down, but I couldn't do it. I kind of freaked out a little bit because I was really new to it. And I hit him slam square center because he pulled perpendicular in front of me. And that was rough. We had to, you know, he called his mom, my aunt, and she picked us up. I had all these scrapes. I still have scars to this day on my elbows and knees from it. And so that was my bad experience of dirt biking, but it wasn't too bad. It's not like I landed, well, I guess I kind of landed face forward, but it wasn't too bad. It was just, yeah.
They're very, very unforgiving, especially if you're new and, you know, you're not paying attention to what you're doing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun up until that point. After that, I was pretty freaked out. But it's still a good time.
Oh man, I was having a blast. 50, 55 through the ditches. Oh, it was so much fun. And like the thing is, like I only remember like driving up, like coming up to the jump or the field drive, whatever that I hit. I don't remember being in the air at all or anything, hitting the ground, nothing. I only remember driving up to it and going really fast, and then it was just like black.
Jeez, yeah, you're lucky to not have sustained serious injuries from that, because that, I mean, that's a lot of speed you had.
There's something weird with my neck, and I really should get it checked out, sooner than later. But this has all happened like 5 years ago now, so any like damage that I've done, probably gonna be pretty crazy to fix it now.
Do you got a good curve in your neck?
It's not like a curve. It's not like a curve, but like I feel like if I like crack my neck or like move it a certain way, I feel like it's moving. There's something in there moving that's not like moving like with the rest of my neck. If that makes any sense.
So do you kind of hunch forward? Like, is your neck like over your shoulders, or is it lean forward a little bit?
I've kind of always hunched forward, so I got a little bit of a hunchback and like scoliosis and stuff. I never really like got it.
So there's
checked out or
like
anything.
there's like chiropractors that like show you how to put the curve back in your neck. So you get like a towel or something, and you can put like a PVC pipe or a rope with a PVC pipe, and then some padding like from a kid's bicycle, right? And you just put it on the back of your neck, and you pull down with like 2 pounds of pressure with your fingers on the rope, and you just kind of look up, look forward, look up, look forward. Because that curve in your neck, if you don't get it fixed, like it could cause problems later on, carpal tunnel syndrome, and all sorts of weird degenerative stuff. But what the hell do I know? Consult your chiropractor and your doctor.
Oh yeah, no, I'm working on like getting some stuff figured out in my life. That's definitely on there on the list. But it's not like causing me like serious like debilitating pain right now. So I'm not doing anything about it. That's not a good way to look at it, but I got like bigger things like that are causing me pain that I need to get figured out. So
Well, just think about it. Your nervous system all starts right there where your head meets your body. So if you got other problems that you don't know what the cause is, you might ought to get it checked out.
it's a good point. It's a good point.
So Hank, I've seen you here ever since I joined back in October 2019. How long have you been around?
Who?
You, Hank?
I've been around since a few months before the server went down. So this is 2.0. I've been around since the end of 1.0. I kind of watched it happen.
Why did the first one go down? Do you guys know?
It was Sheeple's Phoenix. He someone gave him moderator, I think, and he took over the server or something like that. I was here at the beginning of the second server, so I don't know the whole story. Hank, do you remember that?
Yeah, Human Sheeple basically hijacked the server, and they just went and created a whole new one out of scratch. So we went to another Flat Earthers. I think it was a female from Carolinas. I can't remember her name. We went to her server and kind of hung out there for a day. Next thing you know, the server was up and running like clockwork. So India was the fucking man.
Is there other Flat Earth servers that you guys go on, or is this one like the best?
Well, Globebusters has nobody on it. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, well, there's a new one Geo made. But this is the best Flat Earth server for the most part, because it's mostly on point. The other ones kind of divulge into other topics, but this is the best one. But Earth Awakenings Geo server, that's the one I would recommend. But Hank, what do you think? Yeah,
there's also Scientism, or science versus pseudoscience?
Science versus pseudoscience. That's where Nathan Oakley and QE host their live streams.
And that place is kind of a mixed bag. There's flat and globers there. Some flat earthers complain that it seems like it's run by the globers, but there's just a lot of globers there. There's also Brandon's flat earth server, so he's really good about debates. He'll mute everybody and let the flat earther get their point out, which he's had to do for me more than once, because people like to talk over my bitch ass.
So I have Bev on the level. He has a server. Under the dome. Under the dome. Sorry.
I was just going to say there should be a link for these servers and VIP partners. Go ahead, Roger. That's all I was going to say.
There are a few, right? So science versus pseudoscience. I think that link is in the I'm not sure, but
Oh yeah, nice. There's like a shit ton of discords in that VIP lounge. So
yeah, I gotta say this is always going to be my favorite because the moderators are like on their game here, like seriously on their game.
Yeah,
So
that guy, man, what was his name? I was in here and he's like, "We're not giving you a fucking inch." Oh, it was funny. He's just like going off on him. I think his name is Justin.
Oh yeah,
Justin.
Yeah.
Justin is awesome.
Yeah, no, I was laughing my ass off. He was just the way he was talking to this Glober, man. He just, it was great.
Yeah, and Battle Mod. Yeah, he's another character. I love it when he's around. He always kind of gives some character to the moderator role.
Yeah, I love Battle Mod. He's always saying like, "I'll ban you, then give you a fucking plane ticket to my house so I can whoop your ass, motherfucker. Come on."
Yeah, he's the guy that gave me the flat earther role, and he was asking me questions a couple years back now. It was a treat, I gotta say.
So how long does it take to get permission to post links? I know I asked before, but man.
So as a VC verified, I think you can post links.
Oh, I can post links. I just can't post like the pretty ones like everybody else. When I post a link, it's just super lame. It's just
it's
the link.
Embedded comes with a role. So
Yeah, you would need the flat earther role or the globe earther role. Something like that.
Let me ask you some questions. What's the best evidence that the Earth's flat?
Water always finds its level. You can't see or measure the curve ever. The second law of thermodynamics, you can't have a gas pressure without a container. So how are we in a pressurized system if it's a ball going through space in a near perfect vacuum?
What's the three constituent parts of an experiment? The three things that you need for a hypothesis test.
An independent variable, a dependent variable, and causal agent. I'm not very good with that.
Control variable. That's all right. Control variable. Yeah, you were close. That's good. Yeah, I mean, he didn't say ask a question. I think we can just have that as our litmus test from now on. What's the first step of the scientific method? Ask a question.
Yeah, you earned the flat Earth rule, Conrad.
Yay! I'm gonna celebrate.
If you post any gay porn, you'll be out of here.
Damn, that was like the first thing. Can I go do it in a different like lobby in here somewhere that nobody ever goes in? Just so it's
Careful.
there.
You might lose that just as quick as you got. Yeah, these people around here, they give zero fucks about your feelings. They will snatch your wig, bro.
Yeah, I noticed that. So I kind of have been like keeping quiet until I like kind of got a good sense of how people talk to each other or like deal with each other in here.
Yeah, right now it's pretty quiet.
I don't know how I didn't get like kicked out of the server when I first got here.
Why? What'd you do?
Because you're fucking Hank Hill. That's why.
I don't know. I don't think that would have. I don't know, man. I just remember like, oh, I can't talk about God. Watch me. I was so stupid. Like, watch me talk about whatever I want to. I've just always been like that. I just can't change my stripes. And I understand better now because I think I've been studying the law a little bit. That I was a complete asshole, and I'm sorry for that. So there's this thing called eminent domain, right? And the way that it works is if this is your house and you ask me to take off my shoes, guess what I'm doing? Taking off my shoes, or I'm not eating dinner. I'm getting the fuck out instead. How about that? So if you notice, the moderators, they usually give people a chance. Like, to recant, they'll give them a chance to not get kicked. And people's egos, man, they choose to get kicked.
Yeah, I noticed they don't ever mute anybody without a reason. Like, they'll never just mute somebody and just leave them muted and then just unmute them when they feel like it. They'll always mute them and be like, okay, you're muted. This is why you're muted. Here, I'm going to unmute you now, so just stop doing what you're doing, and we're good.
Yeah, I mean, even though this isn't really a Christian server, I think it's kind of ruled by, the same rules, basically. Like, God isn't going to do anything until he tells you. Well, in this server, the mods are God, basically. Not the creator of the universe, but the title L, right? Right?
Oh,
They
yeah.
have that title here, so they're going to tell you what they're going to do if you don't fucking stop doing what you're doing. And then if you test them, well, that's your fault.
That's hilarious, Hank.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are basically L in this motherfucker. Whatever you say goes.
Well, and it all kind of comes down to the golden rule: treat others as you want to be treated. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to treat others. You're going to get muted or banned.
Yeah, we deal with this 24/7, right? People coming with feelings and emotions and belief systems, and when you rattle those things, people get emotional and flip and spiral out, right? So, got a lot of people coming from debate servers, from political debate servers that think that it's okay to use fallacies and you gotta let me speak because I wanna. That's not how it works here, right? If you make a claim, you gotta back it up. You can't just say, "Well, Earth's a ball." Duh. It's not how it works.
Yeah, my favorite one was the dude that came in the other day and was like, "Why are you being so aggressive?" Like, dude, we're not attacking you, bro. We're attacking the argument. It's like, why are you being so aggressive right now? Like, oh, like, dude, seriously? Like, grow a pair.
Yeah. Some people don't realize that their emotions and their arguments aren't the same thing. You know, a proper argument's not going to have any emotion really supporting it. I mean, maybe in some circumstances, but if it's being completely logical, it's going to be relying on logic and empirical, senses, evidence or observation instead of just, emotion.
Another thing is the concern trolling. Like, why did you mute him? Like, just let him shit on your face and wipe his ass with your hair on your server. Like, don't fucking mute him. Just unmute him right now. Like, let him, like, shit on the dinner table. You know, it's like concern trolling gets me every time. I don't even know what that shit was when I came here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
then
unmute
you
him.
see it and you're like, oh.
He didn't even mean it. He didn't even mean it when he said gravity was God.
That's another thing, too. Like, when I get to show people that like, gravity is their god because they need dark matter. And just like the Sky Daddy, that's what they love to say about Christianity. Like, you believe in a Sky Daddy, right? So your Sky Daddy is dark matter because it's never been observed, never been measured. Science can't prove it exists, but you believe it exists because you believe in gravity. And what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? How are Spaceballs made? Oh, that's right, gravity. So he's your godless god. So even the atheists are theists, and they don't even know it. And they're poets too, and they don't even know it.
Jeez.
Because, if you think about it, what's the difference between the creator of the universe and gravity? Like, both are creation myths, right?
They both have the same beginning. Something came from nothing. Or right about there.
Well, the way I see it, it's like, if, let's suppose there was this Big Bang, so all the material in the universe that we can see, plus the 96% that we can't see, is all in one spot before the Big Bang happened. How did anything escape that gravitational pull? How did anything escape that gravitational well? That would be a deep fucking well. And all that material would be at the bottom of it. And what force drove it to the top of the well? And then what force caused the universe to expand faster than the speed of light, according to the inflation theory? Go ahead. I'll wait. That's a deep
Yeah, and
fucking well.
that debunks Einstein because nothing can move faster than the speed of light. So, what's up?
Exactly. But next time, Roger, say, "What's up, fuckers? How did I get out of the well, bro? What's up, fuckers? Come on, tell me." Because see, when they're hoity-toity, like, I don't mind letting them have it.
But you don't understand, man. We have these equations. So, that's just how it happened, man, with these equations.
Yeah, dude, these equations are so complicated, you could never comprehend them. They're even off by 95%.
Yeah, you're right. I don't comprehend that. If your theory is off by 96%, get a new fucking theory, dumbass.
96% wrong means just slightly modified. You know? Gravity still works. You just have to invent all this other stuff to add to it to make sure that gravity works. Like typically in science, if you were 10% out, it would be considered inaccurate. 5% out. 2% out.
Yeah, but when Eratosthenes did it, it was like 7% out, right? That was accurate enough for them.
Yeah, phenomenally so. You know, for a man who lived so many thousands of years ago, what a great mind to presume it's a sphere from measuring shadow angles. Apparently. Rog, I want to ask you a question. Do you conform to the whole downward bias like an electrostatic force?
I try to keep away from what I can't prove. It's difficult, right? So I think that it's unnecessary to say that there must be a downward bias. That it could be, but difficult to prove, right? So
We'll usually say, like, show us your downward bias with gases, right?
Yeah, gases move in all vectors. There is no downward bias for gas. The reason I was bringing this up, I was in Nathan Oakley's after show yesterday, and they were talking about Anthony Riley's egg experiment, where he added the salt to the water and then the egg moved, thereby displacing the relative density, or that's at least what the assumption at the moment is. But then what was raised yesterday was that, can I add another substance that's equally, or that would also make the water more dense, say, for example, sugar? When you add sugar to the water, the egg doesn't displace. So now salt, we know, is an electroconductor. It's an electrolyte. That's why salt water is such a phenomenal substance, because it allows this electrostatic sort of interaction. Now, if you could displace an egg with salt, but you use something equally dense, or I think salt's 25% less dense, so you need to use 25% more salt. But if you still can't get the egg to displace with sugar, then that calls into question that relative density is the answer, because by changing salt to sugar, I'm still manipulating the density, but I'm not getting the acceleration. And then it might prove that there is some electrostatic, or more like an electrical force causing the lifting and sinking of something, in the same way that... Yeah, go ahead.
Didn't Zach prove that with the electrically manipulating the electric charge of helium balloons, when he tied a weight to them and they found their place of equilibrium, and then he added the electrical charge, and then they raised up into the air more, like they had more of a lift when he added the electric charge.
Yeah, and electromagnetic tethering, where we raise and lower hot air balloons or weather balloons in the stratosphere by imparting a current, and then it either descends or ascends. I think that there's a lot more here to this electrostatic relationship, whereas a lot of flat earthers say it's only relative density, only what the medium is that causes any movement. I thought it was quite an interesting sort of advancement on this topic. Once again, we're even taking our own evidence and being really detailed in scrutinizing it. And if we could demonstrate that it's not only the relative density, then it's, I guess most flat earthers don't even want to talk about a downward bias, but if there is a negative plate on the earth and things are attracted positively to that negative plate, then there would be some bias.
But I never do. Anytime I ever talk about it, I always say that, because I never did like it only being density, because it's not. It's been proven not to be only density, just like with what Zach did. And then when you totally remove the medium, like the medium, it's the relationship between the object and the medium that it's in, but not just in terms of density. Also, it's like density is the most prevalent. It's the most prominent one. It's the one we observe the most, right? It's the one that we can visually detect just by doing observations. It's the ones that we can visually see and detect the most. But if you look into it, there's many more things going on. There's the coherency and the magnetism and the, like you said, the electrostatics. There's the density. There's and then who's to say that there's not another field there that we're not even able to measure? We know that there is, right? But we can't measure it. We can't test it. And this downward, anyway. And then I've also always said that, we have energy going from the ceiling to the ground, like from the sun and the moon and the stars. Like energy tends to flow towards the ground. So if you have water flowing in a hose, it's like a current. Anything you toss in, or a creek, anything you toss into that current, it's going to go in the direction of the current, unless you have these other variables that are acting upon it. So whichever variable plays the most prominent role, or makes like the differential between the medium and the object in terms of that particular variable, like the one that has the greatest differential is going to be the one that you're going to see acting upon it the most, right? So it's all of them. It's just the relationship between the object and the medium, but not just in terms of density.
Yeah, I think that field that you mentioned now is. So I've been asking a question. If gas pressure expands to reach the walls of its container, why do we have such a radical drop in pressure long before we even get anywhere near where that containment would be? So we see that the gas has dropped to like almost zero comma multiple decimal places worth of air pressure at those high altitudes. And then after that discussion last night, I was thinking, if there's an electric field, and within that field you can elevate or descend based on applying a current within that field, maybe there's just a natural end to that field and nothing can go above that. And that's why we sort of see gases stacking at the bottom portion, quote unquote, of the container, and not necessarily filling equally.
Think about this too. Pressure, like what all can cause pressure? So you have different, like, it's not just pressure of, if you want to consider the pressure of the weight of the gas molecules, right? Not just that type of pressure, but you also have the earth creating this vibratory frequency, which puts pressure upward. And then you have the sun and the moon with their own vibratory frequency, which is putting pressure outward. So you have other things that are causing pressure differences. But when you get above, like, high enough up, like, what's the thing? Like, there's different things causing different pressures too.
Can I jump in? Can I be heard?
Yeah, go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, so this is speculation, right? Obviously, I don't know. But, okay, so what is water? They say that it's H2O. If that's true, then a majority of our atmosphere is in liquid form right now, covering most of the surface of the Earth. If we were to convert this back into hydrogen and oxygen, well, we'd live a lot longer and we'd have more land. We'd have room to grow out, right? And the hydrogen would go up to the upper atmosphere and the oxygen would stay down here. And we could grow big like Avatar. But it would also expand the volume of the atmosphere. it would expand it a lot, actually, because water's really dense in liquid form. You compare that to the extremely lightweight element of hydrogen, and that would fill a lot of volume. But if you think about the Earth like a fish tank, not in the sense that we live in a fish tank, but it doesn't necessarily need to have a lid if it's only halfway full. If it were only halfway full, then the pressure would come from the sides, kind of like the ocean. And the deeper you get, the deeper the pressure would be, kind of like the ocean. But at the very top, the first 12 feet would be quite low, quite tolerable, right? Kind of like the bottom of a deep pool. It's tolerable, right? 12 feet down, no problem. But you start going like 300 meters down, and then, you might die if you come up too quickly. But the whole point is that what if, there is no container on top? What if it's half full? What if there is a container and it's only half full? What if this Earth is so dynamic that it can be like full of oxygen, or it can be low of oxygen and low on land? And the further the human race goes, let's say we start burning water. If we start cracking water and using that as our propulsion system by burning hydrogen, then that would crack it and it would separate it and put it back into the atmosphere. If that were to happen for a long period of time, it would cause the oceans to dry up a little bit, which would expand the landmass that we could live on, and we could live longer, healthier lives.
I don't know why you think that you never have to ask if you can be heard, Hank. Here, it never have been. I don't know why you asked that. You can always speak, dude.
Well, I didn't want to interrupt a conversation.
You just blew my mind. Everybody did, because this whole downward bias thing that people have been talking about lately, I just haven't cared to even think about it or look into it. But damn, that was great.
But okay, so here's another.
And
go ahead, Conrad.
Oh no, what Hank was saying, if we start burning up water, God, that just makes so much sense. We'd have more air, we'd have more land. Yeah. I remember learning about in school, they're trying to make cars and stuff that run on hydrogen. They're trying to use water to separate it, but they can't do it inside the motor. They have to it's a process to get the hydrogen out of the water.
All right, well, I'm out for the night. Have a good night.
Yeah, Hank. Thanks.
Later, man.
Later,
Hank.
But I don't think they're burning water. They're so that you convert water into hydrogen and then store it in a cell and then convert it back to water. So not burning it. You convert it back to energy, electricity. It's not burning it. Not like a conventional engine, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, same thing. That's what I meant. Obviously not. You can't really burn water. That doesn't make sense.
I know you was trying to get in there, Jenkins. I'll wait until you say what you was going to say to respond to what Hank said.
Yeah, thanks. I was just thinking, I mean, if you were to, say, separate dihydrogen monoxide to use the hydrogen, you would have an excess of oxygen as a byproduct, which, in the proportions we're speaking about, the ocean to, have access to more land, we would have so much oxygen that we wouldn't actually be able to have larger flora and fauna. They would actually shrink, because what we need for larger flora and fauna would be a higher carbon dioxide in relation to what we have in the atmosphere. So I'm not sure if that would work, but I like the idea.
Those
overall.
are two sides. Sorry to interrupt you, but those are two sides of the same coin, because an increased amount of carbon dioxide would cause an increase in plant vegetation, And then the plant vegetation would cause the increase in the oxygenation levels. So when they take ice cores that they claim are 5,000 years old and 6,000 years old, and they discuss the pre-Diluvian age or the time before the flood, they can pick up that the oxygen levels were 22% or up to 24% oxygen in the atmosphere, whereas now we're sitting at about 17%, 18% oxygen. So, but it's an interrelationship between the carbon dioxide and oxygen. The increase in carbon dioxide causes the vegetation to then produce more oxygen.
Yeah.
So has anyone ever considered that this whole global warming hoax is for not just for control and to steal your money and to regulate what you can do on Earth
Yeah,
or whatever?
there was carbon dioxide experiment.
Well,
where
that they're trying to cool the planet, because if you think about, okay, so if matter, okay, so if matter, we know that matter, when it's in a different environment, can change states. So what if this firmament, this container, this system of containment is due to the environment that the matter is in the area where the containment is, and they're just trying to change the pressure and change the temperature so that they can shrink the containment, like maybe instead of getting themselves outside of the containment, by bringing the containment inside of themselves by, like staking up down at the edge of containment, right? If they can get to the edge of containment and they can stake up down there and then cool the planet to shrink, like, I don't know. I've thought about that. Like if they've changed the environment to where they could actually shrink the containment, and then these hadron colliders, may very well be. I've often wondered if they're not trying to manipulate the magnetic fields and cool the planet to shrink the containment.
Yeah, what I think is that if they mitigate the limit of carbon dioxide emitted in the environment, they can keep the trees and plants from growing larger. So maybe that's why that was done, or maybe it was just a scam to make money off of people, producing or emitting carbon dioxide. Because I think if it gets to a certain level, that the plants and the trees, things will start to get larger, like they had in an earlier millennia. And so maybe there's a thought that they want to keep everything at the level it's at now, because if things got larger, it would change the whole idea of how people think about the environment and society. But I don't know. It could be either way.
How would you stop the emission of carbon dioxide? If we have all these volcanoes erupting, what's up with that? Come on. The notion that humans could do anything. Sorry.
A single volcano releases more carbon dioxide than humans have outputted in the last century per volcano. But the thing about the plant experiments was that any time that you grew plants in a highly enriched carbon dioxide environment, they doubled to tripled to quadrupled in size. There was a tomato bush that was in an almost pure carbon dioxide environment. It reached over 6 stories and produced 10,000 tomatoes per bush. So the carbon dioxide, the more that rises, the larger the plant becomes, which means greater surface area for creating the oxygen. But all living creatures need the oxygen. So like you said previously, that things couldn't have been big with a high oxygen environment. That is the necessary requirement, because we as living creatures use the oxygen. But that the relationship between the increased carbon dioxide and increased oxygen was necessary.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, you can't have an increased oxygen without increased carbon dioxide. That's kind of what I was getting at, but maybe I didn't iterate that properly. But yeah, I know. I like the idea. I like thinking about that, and I think maybe more carbon dioxide would be a better thing, as long as we can keep the I mean, it seems like the environment we live in would increase the oxygen with more carbon dioxide. I mean, it's a self-balancing system.
So since we're in a contained system, would that raise our pressure that we experience every day? It would,
No.
right?
No, because it's a dynamic system, and the fact that carbon gets deposited back down to ground through rain, and that we've got these exchanges of gases the whole time. We find huge deposits of carbon dioxide in the ice, buried at certain layers. So this system is a phenomenal. As the pressure is increasing, it's also decreasing in other areas to maintain that relative balance that we always have 14.7 at sea level.
Because you're not introducing new energy into it, you're just recycling it.
Yeah. You're just changing the energy, but it's all in equilibrium regardless.
And for example, if you were to increase the gas pressure, it would just then become stored into the earth quicker because the pressure would be higher, and then it would offset quicker. So it's one of these things that is quite miraculous, actually, in terms of even like the nitrogen that's in the air is the fertilizer that plants need. So simply by the act of the raindrop falling through the air, it collects nitrogen and deposits that nitrogen back into the soil, and then the plants use that nitrogen to grow. It's like the growth hormone for plants. So just every little aspect, the more you dig deeper, you'll see how incredibly well designed and balanced this whole place is.
Right, the biogeochemical cycles.
Yeah.
Functional
and for me,
sequence, specified complexity.
I've sort of been, I work in energy, and energy, you always have a positive and a negative terminal. We know the Earth is the negative terminal, so I've always been asking, what's the positive? It must be the dome. But when you start to introduce these field concepts, if the electrostatic field expires at that level, it could create gas containment, or it could create some level of stratification, that the gases would remain there because they can't enter this field where there's no more energy for which they can then either go up or down against. So therefore there could be natural boundaries, same like the cold at the south, a natural boundary in place that simply you are unable to go above that level because there's no field above that level to then enter into by manipulating the field. And it also makes me think about the oxygen content. Is that electrostatic by nature? So if we had a more electrostatic environment, would we have a higher oxygenation level? So that pre-Diluvian age, the pre-flood age, was that an electrostatically more charged environment, which allowed those increases in the gases? And then maybe sometime over man's existence, we've been manipulating that field and thereby reducing the oxygenation inadvertently. But that's all speculation. But it just thinking along these field lines is it opens up a lot more questions now.
Thanks for that input.
It's strange that hasn't been brought up when Al Gore talks about the increasing carbon dioxide emissions and how that's a negative thing. The other side of that, it could be a positive thing, but we never really hear that in the media, how increased carbon dioxide could be better for the environment in general. But we don't hear that.
Because he's an idiot and knows nothing about chemistry. That's why.
Well, not just him.
Doesn't know what photosynthesis is, So.
Yeah.
That's how the plant takes
Photosynthesis, that's a
carbon
made-up
out of
word.
the air. Yes, it is. It is man-made, for sure. But the way I understand it is numerical. It's a chemistry equation, you know? You've got water, you've got light, you've got carbon in the air. Plant grabs carbon, it's got water, it's got light. Magical process turns into sugar, you know, fuel, hydrocarbons that we can actually burn. So that process we call photosynthesis. It's not that magical, I think. I'm not sure. I've never looked into it, but we probably know how, or we have a theory of how, like plants do it, like on a deeper level.
Well, I mean, photosynthesis etymologically is, you know, it's a synthetic process from the sun, the photons from the sun, the UV. So it's, you know, it's literally the sun and the earth synthesizing chemicals in life just from the act of it shining onto it, you know.
To give you fruit.
Yeah, and it can be described in such a more beautiful way than I just did, but it really is miraculous.
But how would bouncing ping pong ball photons off of a leaf create this magical effect that occurs?
They don't bounce.
Well, they're not photons. Was the point that I was going to be trying to raise? Is that it's an it's almost like a vibration.
The minute you said ping pong balls, I already knew that you're shitting on photons.
So
whatever the fuck it is, it absorbs some, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's a part of the electromagnetic spectrum, so it is more of a wave that is affecting the plant itself. I mean, I just used photon because, you know, photo, that prefix.
Oh, I have no problems with photons or ether. I understand each perspective to some degree, not fully, but you know, some.
Yeah, it might not be photons. I just wanted to use the same prefix.
Yeah, so for me, you know, it's like I work in solar power, so we're catching photovoltaic energy every day, and to me, like little packets of light particles, little ping pong balls of light hitting my solar panel. It logically in my brain, I can't see how it takes a little ball that's flung at it and then converts that into an energetic frequency.
This is where you're wrong. This is where the particles will stop you, and it will get more crazy.
Yeah, let me finish my point.
There are no photons in the path, bro. There's nothing being flung. It only exists at this, at the point, where you're receiving it. That's the crazy part. Yeah.
The waveform or the wave function of light is what we then determine as a sine wave that's generated from the power input. So if you think about all life and all movement being vibrational, like the little plant that's growing, its cells are vibrating, which allow the cells to move and reorganize themselves while it grows. And if you put plants in Faraday cages and you try and remove them from the electrostatic environment, they normally die very quickly. So thinking about light as a vibrational energy, to me, makes a lot more sense that vibration could cause the vibration in the leaf, which could dislodge the carbon dioxide molecules or release the oxygen molecule and do the conversion of the starch through injecting movement, vibration, like a top of a guitar string. When you pluck that guitar string and there's now movement, stuff could occur because of that wave-like pattern or the wave function. But yet we were taught these photons idea, and logically I can't see, you know, we never have to empty photons. We never have to deplete them. It's not like your eyes get full of photons and occasionally you have to empty your eyeballs of all these little ping pong balls that have entered it. So whereas the vibration The vibration's there while the vibration's there, and when the vibration's gone, the vibration's gone. And that the light is actually just an imparting of that vibrational energy. But it goes against like the particle version of light, the photon.
Yeah,
I like both. Like, I don't like the photon bit, but I like the vibration stuff. However,
yeah,
you have to make something tangible out of it. And this is man's attempt to making shit tangible, you know? Otherwise, we can't really understand. Like, vibration of what? That's the key here. Of what? And who plucked the string? Like you said, the guitar string. Now, see, this is you can't answer these. Like, you can't. Go ahead. Good luck. Many have tried. You can say God, that's what I would say. But, I mean, maybe you have a better answer, but, like, oh, that's my best answer. I don't know. God plucked the string. Makes absolute sense. And then everything, it works fine. But, like, the evolutionists and all these guys, they also depend on miracles, too. They always need one. Like the Big Bang or whatever, let us divide by 0 and we'll give you the rest, or give us abiogenesis, we'll give you the rest. So that's the problem, man.
Well, look at. I mean,
go ahead, bro.
Going back to what he just said about the vibration upon a plant. I mean, if you look at the light from the sun and you imagine a leaf. Imagine that leaf getting hit by the sun. Below it is shade. So that light is, energy cannot be created or destroyed. So that light is going somewhere. It's affecting that leaf. It's not just disappearing. It's acting upon whatever it's shining. And if you were to look in like biology textbooks or you're studying botany, looking at a plant cell, that is affecting the plant to create chlorophyll and photosynthesis. So, I mean, just imagining a leaf in the sunlight, the sunlight is being absorbed by the plant itself. So it is really a fantastic thing to imagine.
It's the best solar panel I think there is. Most efficient solar panel. There is nothing better that I know of.
I mean, yeah, it is. It is collecting the energy and producing, the beautiful environment we live in.
Exactly. Like if I, let's say, I'm going to run my farm and all my vehicles on diesel, so I'm going to grow an oily plant or a plant with lots of seeds so I could squeeze the oil and make biodiesel. Let's say I go with hemp or sunflowers. The energy, like the calorific values, the kilocalories or calories per unit weight or per unit volume of that diesel came from the sun, like 100%. Like there's no doubt. Like mathematically, it had to come from the sun. Otherwise, there's like, which is fucking awesome. I love that shit. It's like, it works out.
Well, if I can just add to what you said there, another thing that just completely blows my mind is that the best solar panels that we can create now, there's still path loss through the circuit. So, for example, if that panel is shaded by a quarter, a tree nearby is casting shade, and that one panel is shaded, the entire string of panels that are connected to that one panel suddenly drop their voltage to the lowest common denominator across that whole string. So if you've got 20 panels or 30 panels and one is shaded, all of those will now drop in voltage to be the common denominator. But this doesn't occur in nature. If a leaf has even a speck of sunlight on it, it's photosynthesizing. There's no path loss. That leaf portion that's getting the light is doing the work, and the portion of the leaf that's not getting the light is almost static. But there isn't so much percentage of the leaf is shaded, therefore the leaf is redundant. And even our greatest minds in solar, we still can't figure out how to avoid the shading issue. That if shade falls on one panel, that we don't lose the voltage in the whole string. But yet plants do it without even battering an eyelid. And we still can't figure out how they even do that. So it's mind-blowing.
Yeah, and then all the different chemicals that each plant creates through photosynthesis, because it's not just chlorophyll. I mean, you have pine trees, you have aspen, you have sagebrush, cherry trees, apple trees. From the sun, all these different plants are creating these different chemicals in fruits or even vegetables. And
Sugars,
all this is coming from the seed. And I mean, not even the soil. The soil just depends on how ripe, how potent the chemical process will be creating whatever it's growing. But I mean, it's just really, there's so many different things that are created from just this simple process of the sun vibrating or shining on all these different organisms. I mean, it is just truly, it's something to really look into, you know.
And for me, plants have always broken the first law of thermodynamics, that energy cannot be created or destroyed. There's been lots of demonstration scientific tests that were done whereby they take a seed and say a kilogram of soil, and they use 5 kilograms or 5 liters of water during the growing portion. And so they've got 1 kilogram of soil, 5 liters of water, and yet the plant can output 10 kilograms of fruit. So you only had 6 kilograms of input, but you had 10 kilograms of output.
Well, that's
Now,
working off the assumption that the only source of energy is from the soil. Like it's probably, I mean, I would suspect that there's forms of energy probably in the environment that it's not being accounted for, like in the air.
yeah, and also that there are alchemical factories that, for example, you take then a nutrient deficient soil and you grow the plant in that, and it can still produce nutrients.
So what about this?
You never introduce magnesium, but this plant produces magnesium for you. And then, so it didn't have that input, but it produced that output through some other mechanism. It's amazing.
And that goes along with what I was getting ready to say. What about this? Because have you ever seen a plant that like vines out, right? And then if the vines, now, yeah, I've considered like maybe the dust is blowing in the wind and the vine is able to just grab onto the dust, whether it's electrostatically or whatever, like however, right? And the dust piles up and then it forms dirt, like little tiny balls of dirt or whatever. But I mean, I don't know. Like there's vines that grow up over my porch steps, and if I don't cut them away, then it's like, and I'll take my water hose and I'll spray it off, right, so that I don't track things into the house. But if I go a couple weeks and I don't do that, it's like it looks as if those vines were in the dirt and I dug them up out of the dirt because there's dirt stuck to those vines as if they were in the dirt. So are those vines producing dirt? I don't know.
All these different plants, right? They're making these chemicals and fruits and stuff. Well, what are we making?
Nothing.
Well, what we're producing, I mean, just look at it. How are we communicating? Society today has produced so many things from the human consciousness. That's, I
was just talking about myself. It's just,
yeah.
No,
well,
I'm saying like these things
you've done more. I mean, you take steps. You change the world with every step, every breath. I mean, even just by looking, hearing, smelling things. It's like everything you do affects the environment around you, man.
Yeah, but I don't think I've produced fruit yet, you know. Something beneficial for mankind.
But I see that as a
have
metaphor.
more than you realize. I can tell you that.
I see that as a metaphor.
You've changed what I've thought just by speaking what you did.
So everything on this earth has a symbiotic relationship. the tree produces that fruit not for itself. It goes through this incredibly arduous task of producing 500 points of fruit and budding. Evolutionists claim it's just for the reproduction or the spreading of the gene. But that tree produces so much food only for something else, because the tree can't use that fruit for itself. And if we start to think about ourselves in this place as we're meant to be producing quote unquote fruit for 500 other people, and it's not meant to be for ourselves, I think that we've lost something in that relationship, or that interrelationship between, sometimes you'll see a plant that has a specific flower shape, and then there's a specific bird that has the exact beak length and the beak angle to be able to get inside that flower and pollinate it. And it's this relationship of, if it wasn't for the bird, it couldn't pollinate, and if it wasn't for this flower, the bird couldn't feed. What is our symbiotic relationship? And do we consider that our actions as that it shouldn't benefit us, like the same way that the tree produces an apple, not for its own sake, but for the sake of feeding another animal and then obviously spreading its seed through its feces, or whichever way the evolutionists want to describe it. But it's that real selfless that we're here to impact others.
Well, our consciousness, I do seriously believe that our consciousness does, like our thoughts and our words and our emotions, what you hold in your heart, the way you make, like the way you affect others, all of these things, like in the realm of consciousness, like in that realm, in realm of energy, right? That you feed into it as well as much as you draw off of it. So.
I mean, to traverse those planes, though, I mean, there is some technology that does exist. And everyone makes it for free. So just keep that in mind.
And there's a reason why they want to control your mind. It's like they if they wanted to overpower us and overcome us, I mean, how hard would that be to do at this point? But yet they still want to control your thoughts and your emotions.
Well, I think
For a
that
reason.
was the only point. In my opinion.
I think all the words we speak and all the steps, all the actions we do, that are our seeds in the world we live in. We're just like a tree who grows apples as a fruit, and everything we do and everything we speak, that is our fruit. And it's kind of a weird thing to think about, but they do affect the world around us, just as an apple tree, as it grows an apple. So everything we do does affect what we live in.
Yeah, just believe in it and think it into existence.
Well, I mean, I could tell you, hey, I mean, this blue ball here, I had to kick it today. And what do you imagine in your mind? Do you either see a blue ball or me kicking something? So, I'm affecting not only my environment by speaking it, but you thinking about it. And that's the fruits of a human.
Yeah, I would say you affect, like for that, okay, that's in the realm of mind. Okay, you this thought vibrated through, let's just say that, and it reached my mind. However, if I don't take it from the realm of mind and apply a little bit of action, some thermodynamics, and get off my ass and use that and do something with it, it just goes away. Like you're just nothing, because you never, like the plant, you never solidified it, never photosynthesized it into a fruit, into a hydrocarbon, into a sugar you can actually hold on to. It takes this invisible light that you can't hold on to, and then it gives you something you can hold on to store it for future use. So that's kind of, I'm thinking that way too in like my life. I like the solar, that was a beautiful analogy, man. The tree, it's like, yeah, creator is always using plants. Like as an example for humans. It's like in the stuff I read, just like very interesting. Oh
yeah, we
different...
photosynthesize. We produce vitamin D from sunlight.
We do, yes.
So we're just as biologically active under sunlight. There's so many links, but they want to denigrate or drop biology down to this trivial dead matter that just kind of has these trigger and reaction scenarios, whereas there's so much more. And like the guy was saying now, the fruits, you'll be known by your fruit. So actually it's written like that throughout the Bible. So I guess it's not my idea even of talking about a tree. It's a biblical idea.
Yeah, creator, I know. he's always striking examples as trees or plants with like, I don't know, very interesting. So yeah, I need to stop being a punk. I need my botany lab up. It's like, all right, you got to stop messing around.
I think why evolutionists and biologists, like in a biology book in high school, why they break it down to a rudimentary level is because some people don't really care to understand the more complex side of the world we live in. So you've got to break it down to the most empirical evidences without extrapolating into the more complex sides of what's actually observable in this world. And so that's why we're told all these things in like the most earthly levels without reaching the more intellectual sides of things. It's just because some people don't want to think like that. And,
or they don't want people thinking like that. They don't want people to think along those realms. They want to know just the bare necessities of what they need to know to be able to grow the plant. They don't want them to understand, like the metaphysical aspect of life. They tell us we have gravity because they don't want you to understand these other, how it really works.
Well, I mean, maybe some people don't have the desire or the capacity to think in these ways of really enjoying the more complex ideas of the environment we live in. Because I've spoken with a few people recently, and I can't get them to enjoy the same things that I do in the more complex sides of life. And so, they wouldn't really understand how these things can be important on, the levels of what we've been speaking of. It's, they just, the people I spoke with, they don't really care for it. So, there's a range of people who enjoy what we're speaking about now, and there's a range of people who, would rather just go watch Seinfeld or something.
Right. I mean, yeah, but they don't want people to understand that. I mean, they want you to think that you're insignificant. They don't want you to know that you have this spiritual connection with the Creator. I mean, they've even got, like, if you've seen that from where they're trying to actually, they call it killing the God gene, but where they make a certain gene that they claim allows for spirituality within the, certain thoughts of spirituality or activity that is considered to be spirituality within the brain to become inactive by altering that gene. They want to totally sever our connection. So they definitely don't want us thinking along those terms where we can understand, the metaphysical nature of our connection to the Creator or creation.
I mean, listen, right? The Creator's the one that made the people that are manipulating through the fluoride, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, once you realize that, right, it kind of tears the veil, and then you realize that everything is part of the plan, and then, like, you don't have to, like, worry about anything because it's going to happen regardless, no matter what, so.
Yeah, I feel you. I hold the perspective as in, like, there's the wolf and the sheep, like, ants to eat the fruit. When the fruit falls from the tree and something to eat the ants, and that's life, bud. There are different classes to this realm, so. In a healthy way, of course.
Yeah, those who have the ears to listen and the eyes to see will.
Yeah, or you can take the Israelites and and actually I shouldn't say the Israelites, but it doesn't matter. They have a better. Those who said we are Jews in the Quran, it says that. So we're not talking about the Israelites and all the sons of Israel. No, there's a certain faction. But anyways, so if you go down that route, then it'd be like them sort of, where you might think you're better than everybody else. The rest are goyim, which they are. That's the funny part. But are they?
Well,
They're like human goyim.
goyim doesn't need to be derogatory. It's
So it's just place in life. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. It's a level. Yeah, you're just goyim, dude. You're here to, just to mow the grass. It's your place in life.
What if we're supposed to call our consciousness and our thoughts and all of this, the metaphysical aspect to us as beings, right? Well, what if we are supposed to actually produce seeds and fruit and feed the spirits, right? So there's different spiritual frequencies that, there's lower frequencies and there's higher frequencies, higher vibration. So, if you think about it in terms of that and all of it being connected to the Creator, and that's what we're supposed to be feeding, we're in a bad place right
now. And maybe we're supposed to help people who don't want to understand the more intricacies of life and the environment we live in. Maybe we're here to help those people understand it and then appreciate it.
And perhaps we're getting back exactly what we should be, because look what we're given in the spiritual realm. Look what we're feeding it.
Yeah, and in the physical realm, I mean, there's so much that we've engineered and produced and help other people have. It's
but that's
just the cycle.
That's quite a big idea, what you said there now, truth. It's like, if you think about every frequency that is possible, there's probably billions of frequencies that you can determine. Now, if each frequency was a fruit that you're putting out, that is the seed for someone else's spiritual journey, and God knows which frequencies need to interact, it's like inadvertently you're delivering the fruit that could be the healing fruit. In the same way that when you've got certain cancers and you take certain types of vegetables, that you can eradicate the cancer. Maybe us on a spiritual fruit level are eradicating the spiritual cancer in other people by sharing our fruit with them.
I'll tell you what made me start thinking about it along these terms. Knowing that the area that the Creator, all that's created, the Creator created, okay, and then knowing that, okay, in our eyes, and we see like the lion spirit as an evil thing, as a bad thing, but it was sent forth from heaven. But why was it sent forth? It was sent forth because the people reaped deception upon themselves. They brought it forth themselves. It's okay, the lion spirit was sent forth from heaven, but did the Creator send it forth, or did the people bring it forth by what they reaped? And in the beginning, so if you have two different, and I think of the stars too. Okay, so you see different frequencies. So if you have different frequencies, you have two, right? But if, let's say you combine 50% of one and 50% of the other, it's going to produce this third frequency. But what if you have 20% of one and 80% of the other, and then after you have the third, then you have a different percentage of each one, and each time that happens, you're going to have an entirely new frequency. So mankind has brought upon all of these spirits himself by reaping them, right? By producing a resonance for them to reside here. And the more that we feed into these, the stronger they get, the more of a greater percentage of a lower frequency. the less of a percentage of, it's like entropy, you know, it's always going to increase. So and think in terms of the spiritual realm, it was when I read that where the lion spirit was sent forth from heaven, that made me, that's like what opened it up for me to even consider this, right? Because
And Nikola Tesla said, if we can start to think of the world in terms of frequency, vibration, and energy, that we'll make more breakthroughs in the next 10 years than we have in the last 100. It's exactly what you're saying now, is that as you start to think about things as vibrational energy in a field, things start to make sense.
What is energy? What is vibration? And what is frequency? You need proper definitions. Rigid.
well, energy is the spirit. The vibration is how the spirit moves, and the frequency is how often and how fast and how rapidly it moves within a given time.
Interesting definitions. But the spirit thing. So I wanted to comment on that. The spiritual domain and the physical domain, right? And the whole creator man. Like, from my understanding, like, my spiritual beliefs are the following. Like, the creator said he created everything like a cause. Everything, he said, with calculation. He said everything falls with, like, everything is calculated. There's nothing that's coincidence. Everything, all that's been written in a script, in a scroll. So it's like, oh, okay, simulation like sort of thing, but you have free will in it. However, said focus on your actions, because your physical actions, your actual output in life, is the one that you're going to be asked, like, for what'd you do with it and how'd you spend that. But like stuff in the spiritual realm and where your heart is aligned, well, that should determine your actions in life. So my actions in life, I'll determine everything. Like, you can say I'm all about love, I spread love or whatever, but then I see somebody like person X, killing a dog or whatever. It's like, oh, go fuck yourself. You're not about love. You're full of shit. So that's it. Output in life will always supersede anything from the invisible realm that you cannot see. To your naked eye, of course, about people. So it's like, focus on your output, because you cannot have like a proper moral compass, proper spiritual alignment, and have shit that you're producing in life. You're just producing shit. It just doesn't work that way. So if you're producing good fruits, well, you could like have a fucked up moral compass, but your fruit is still good. So hey, I'm going to judge you by the fruit, But it makes no sense. Like, you know what I mean? So it's like output in life will always show the light. That's how I see it. Because, like, I don't know, it's cause and effect relationship, the creator said, so it's like, all right. And like, so your actual, whatever you actually put out in life will actually resonate and vibrate. And, and you actually put the energy, the jewels out there by your hand. Oh yeah, that's just me. Very spiritual, but extremely materialistic at the same time. Like, I don't know. So it's an interesting mix. Very chemical reaction. Like, that's how my brain works. Cause effect.
Well, when you do things in the physical, or it's energy, but where are you getting energy from? It's not coming from nowhere. It's coming from energy energy being spirit. Like you're putting it, like whatever happens in the physical also happens in the spiritual. So it's when you draw from the spiritual to do things in the physical, you're putting out in the physical, but you're also like that's reciprocating in the spiritual.
Yeah, 100%. Agree. It definitely resonates or reciprocates in the spiritual realm. So that's why I said, like, if your output is garbage, your inside can't be like full of light. It just doesn't work that way. You know what I mean? It just because it's reflecting.
I don't think anyone I don't think anyone is saying that it can be that. Are they?
Oh no, yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying, just thinking out loud, sort of thing. So I just focus on the material side of life, sort of, while giving thanks to the Creator for giving me this senses and body and health and all that, all the above.
I mean,
So by the way,
who's the judge of what someone puts out? Anyway, like you could have two different
Creator.
individuals. Exactly, but yeah,
Creator.
yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And
But he gave us guidelines.
Like in all of these that, like where you mentioned before how it was all set out in the beginning. Like I think these things that are set out are these natural laws. They're like the resonance, like the different, like whatever it's like these laws that all of creation goes by is what sets these out, is how it's laid out. And then the path is formed, and the path is created by how you choose to navigate through these laws that are set forth. So it's not like predestined as if it's just, but it all has to go according to these laws.
Yeah, predestined. I don't know what that means. Like again.
Yeah, no.
It's complicated. Like, can you prove that it's not? No. You might say yes. You might be tempted to say yes. But then it's an actual, like, for me, it's no. But I can prove to you that I have free will. That's for sure. That's a yes. But I cannot really not prove that it's yeah, it's pre-programmed. I can't. It's actually like, and the Creator says many times that it is with free will, which is, it's a nice, cool simulation. It's very interesting. With purpose.
So
because have you seen the Vsauce video about is life a game? Or something like that. That's an excellent video because the definition for a game and a test are identical, but his intelligence, I guess, or his information was limited as such. Like, he only gave the definition of life as a game, and it was beautiful, but he missed the point that a test has the same exact definition of a game, except that the outcome matters. In a game, the outcome does not matter. It'll give you dopamine or not give you dopamine in your brain.
In a game, you can always start over.
Yeah. In a test, no. So this is the only real difference. In my mind of simulated reality by the Creator, in this computer program he calls the book, or the script, the scroll, that's rolled up in his right hand on the Day of Judgment, right? So it's like we actually have plenty of hints that it's all in a piece of paper rolled up in his right hand. Plenty, in many books. Which, good luck trying to put a three-dimensional object. Yeah, you see, it's like, have fun with that. Because it's just, you can't. It's like, that's just, you're gonna take it. It is, as is, and just roll with it. It's like, all right.
So this is kind of a game and a test. Is kind of what you're saying, because we can start.
What I'm saying, it's a test.
At the same time, we can't.
No. What I'm saying, it is a game, but it's not a game because that's an incorrect. So a definition for a game and test are identical except for the outcome. So what I'm saying, it is a test where there will be an outcome, which is right or left, right? One is called, the gardens or the heavens, and the other one is, the lake of fire. So this is, my mind, it's a fork. And it will always be a fork. That's just because there are always two sides to a coin. Otherwise, you have nothing. You don't have a coin. You don't have existence.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Life is the two sides of life is a game and a test as you defined it. One being you cannot do it again, and the other is you can redo it. Because you cannot change the past, but you can change the future. And that kind of aspect.
Yeah. And you're now defines the future where if you're feeding the poor and doing this, it's all, you're cementing that. You know what I mean?
The only way that you can change the future is by altering the now, but the now actually is in fact the past of the future.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, but you only experience the now. Yes.
That's why
there's only the now.
This paradox, yeah.
You only experience now in the era of time, where this chemical equation from creation had a direction. It was always a vector. The vector was you grow towards death. That is where this is your destiny, and if you like, it's kind of interesting. So you kind of have to walk it backwards sometimes. Because it is a chemical equation where you are photosynthesizing to fucking die, man. Like, it's legit. It's like this ages you, and you die because of it. Like, oxygen is the giver of life, right? But it's also the oxidizer. If you really think about it, it also kills. It's the destroyer. But you need it to live. But it kills everything. Kills iron. Kills everything. Oxidize, aluminum, whatever. It just chews shit up. It's the absolute, like, male of the chemicals, I call it. It's a very male chemical. The extremely male chemical, right? Like, the male chemical. It's just absolute oxidizer. Without it, we don't have engines, we got nothing, because all this, like, this chemical reaction, when you, right now, if, you know, you got a lighter, light it up, butane or propane, that plasma you see is a byproduct of this oxidation process that's actually taking place. So that's the beauty. So you have heat, and because of the heat, this is the theory, well, these molecules jitter and they create light because they're so intense. The vibration there is so intense, they start dropping photons when the electron is elevated, and blah, blah, blah. You can read the theory into it. But these so-called spin-out photons, you see, so they create light. Let's just say create light. So, yeah, it's, anyways, this chemical reaction and stuff. So you grow towards, like, death. Kind of interesting. Towards the end.
Death. Growing towards death. The thing is we wouldn't really have beauty without those two polarities, because if you think about it, every single thing
it would be boring.
Moves, whether
it would be a
tree
game
or a person, the
be like a loop.
Action of growing towards death is what gives us life.
What gives meaning to life. Yes, man.
Yeah, but what if you don't even really start living until after you die? Like, this is like where your spirit is in this body, and think of your body as an incubator.
That's what the creator says. So, well, you're just lining up with what the creator is saying. He says the second life is greater than the first life, but you do not know that. So, anyways, but how would you know unless you're actually seeing it? So it's like, this is what you have to take on faith.
And then when the spirit gets ripe, it's birthed out of the body and into the spirit, where you actually live.
Think of that as, you die every time you go to sleep, and then you have the second day once you rise. So it's used on a microcosm scale as well.
Bro,
you guys are blowing my mind. Could you please stop?
What's up, man?
Wait, you guys are gonna
every
die?
breath you take. I mean,
no, we are eternal. However, the flesh will rest for a bit, and you will enter something called the realm of the dead. Then you will be resurrected from your DNA material. And the Creator said He'll bring a cloud that will rain, and from that rain and the remains of your DNA, you'll grow like a seed, like how He planted you the first time in the womb. But this time, you from the OG womb, each on their own. The earth.
Okay, you got proof for all that?
Oh yeah, that's what the Creator says. Don't worry, you'll see. This is called the Yakin, or the Absolute. So it's like He just tells us this, and it's like, don't believe it, but you'll see it. But it's irrelevant. So it doesn't matter. I got nothing to prove to you. Like, just wait. You'll die. I die. Shit. We'll see.
You just change states of matter.
Well, I mean, you have proof for life after death. Do you have proof for the thought that you had in your mind to say what you said? Can you prove your thought to me? Can you prove?
I have it. Like, yes, I have it on a personal level, but that's the thing. So me telling you what got me here would never solidify anything of what I'm saying about the afterlife because, bro, we're not there yet. So it's like my spiritual experiences, why I believe this from the Creator is quite irrelevant, actually, to like the piece of La La Land information that I'm dropping. It's irrelevant. But yes, I do actually. Otherwise, I wouldn't say that. I'm very tonight. I'm just maybe feeling spiritual, but trust me, I'm Einstein and thermodynamics on here, fluid mechanics. I play no games. So this is just me, being loose.
Well, I wasn't asking you. I was asking the guy that was asking for proof of life after death. If he could prove the thought that he had to ask that question.
Okay, so think of it like this, right? If you believe that you're gonna die, right, then I think you're misinterpreting the truth.
Well, what do you consider death then?
Death is the result of sin.
So every tree and animal has sinned?
I don't know about them. All I know is about us.
Well, I can tell you that no man has ever lived without sinning, so the answer would be yes. If
you want to call it decay, like the cycle towards decay, and if you want to call death your biochemical decay, like of your flesh being, I'm down with that. Like, cool. Where I do believe that Adam was created eternal. That was the whole point.
Yeah, okay, that's good. Because I'm never gonna decay, so I'm not worried about death.
You don't have any back problems or anything?
We all decay, dude.
What'd you say?
You don't have any back problems or anything?
No, I'm good.
Achy joint? No. I mean, you could even consider going to sleep as a decay of your awakeness, if you want to think about it.
You shed 7 layers of skin a day.
I mean, who convinced you that you're gonna die, right? Like, who convinced you that, guys?
Well, I don't know. How's you? How about
how your great grandparents doing, bro?
Yeah.
What great? I'll just keep going backwards. Like, no. Did you ever have a pet die on you? No. Sibling?
I mean, I just think you're being deceived, right? That's all I'm saying.
Well, explain yourself.
Have you ever had to exhale a breath? Does that get old? Like, do you have to get rid of the air you have within you? Does that die, or you just keep holding your breath? It never goes away.
So what? You're saying if you live without sin, your body does not age?
All I know is that if you love your neighbor as yourself and you love God, you'll never perish.
I mean, I could probably hate every neighbor I ever had and still not perish. I mean, I don't know what that has to do with it.
Like I said, I mean, if you think that everyone's gonna die, right, you've been deceived. That's all I'm saying.
Everyone is gonna die.
I mean,
like,
it just depends.
I'm just talking about where, like in our lifetime, like what you see every day, like
like
you
the
get
physical
old,
body failing, right? That's what I consider that, the physical body failing. If someone convinced you that your temple fails when you're using it properly, that's just false, right? And the truth is you can live forever.
Well, do you have any empirical evidence of this?
I mean, I just look at the Book of Life, right? It clearly says we have eternal life.
Well, I mean, I don't disagree.
Yeah, life is in the spirit. It's not in the physical. Well,
I don't think the scriptures.
the physical world is different than eternal life. I mean, they're two different things that are combined, but only for a short period of time. Because if they weren't, there wouldn't be. There's got to be a polarity.
Simple question. Very simple. I believe, again, I'm going to highlight this and circle it twice. Believe that Noah lived for 950 years. Again, belief system. However, I cannot prove to myself, nor can I find anyone that can prove to me, that he wasn't drinking some sort of potion or elixir or, concoction on every whatever to extend the life of his flesh. To make it to 1,000 years, let's just call it 1,000, right? It's like, okay, can you, because I know from the creator of civilizations that worked on this, and it's actually etched in stone. So it's like it matches with the creator's saying, so it's like, okay, proven. So it's like, cool. They've actually worked on this because they were the post-Noans. They came after Noah. They know about Noah. They know about Grandpa that made it for 950. And they put a lot of effort into creating the elixir of life. You go read about it. Like, it's legit. However, it's like, do you know of any success? Like, I know of Noah.
Yeah, everyone makes it, right?
No. See, this is where my left brain kicks in. It's like, look around you, man. Shit ages. This is the cycle of life. You want to break it, you have to introduce something. That's just my left brain and my alchemical analysis of life. Photosynthesis.
All right, just know this. Just know this. If I was to tell you anything other than your temple is self-sustaining, makes its own food, water, and medicine, right? If I was to tell you anything other than that, I would be lying to you.
Do you eat?
Of course.
Okay. And you sleep?
Yep.
So you age, just like us?
No.
Okay, we'll see about that. How old are you?
Old enough.
Yeah, there you go. See?
Aren't we all?
Answered. Answer given.
Old enough to be your great-great-granddaddy.
Well, everything we see in our environment, everything starts young, grows, sprouts. You've got saplings, you have New Year's, you've got the dawn of the sun and the dusk of the night. It's a constant change, man. The only thing that doesn't change is change itself.
I would say things are being revealed every nanosecond.
I just saw 2 shooting stars within the past 15 seconds. One going east and one going west.
Because you just happened to be looking, or did you look because they were? Never mind.
No, they were in the same exact area too. It was kind of weird. One was coming from the east and the other was coming from the west, and it was right under Mars. And from my perspective, anyway. At least I think that's Mars. It might not be Mars.
There are a few examples of people living forever, right, in the Bible. I think there was a prophet and John. Was it John, the beloved? Was promised that he would love to see the return.
I haven't read that anyone would live forever, but I have heard for, almost a...
The XO would. XO might know. I think it was John, but I'm not too sure. He was told that he wouldn't see death, and he would live until he's seen the second coming or something.
John the Baptist or a different John?
different John, the Apostle John. I think John the Beloved, John the Apostle. I think he was promised not to see death. I think it's somewhere in the Bible. I'm not too sure.
Like I know about Enoch, right? Enoch walked with God, right? And he was for naught. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, God, because God took him, right? So, yeah, there are instances of that in the Bible.
That's cool.
So it's just documented that this is possible. Like, there you go.
If you're gonna bring in God took him, well, then it's unfair. Yes, then that's just okay, bro. Like, yeah, no, let's just. I'm gonna keep it low level. Physical domain, because at any point he can do anything he wants. The creator, it's just like I don't, you know what I mean. But yes, I do believe that. Yes, when he takes people, and he says that a day up there is 1,000 years from what we count. He said that's the time domain difference. Just he's giving us a scale so we can actually work with. Otherwise, we lose everything. He doesn't need time scales, but just for us, so we can relate. If you're one day over there, it's 1,000 years here. But yeah, that's.
Shit, I'll smoke to that, dude.
Can't bring that into the discussion, bro.
Anything is possible.
You gotta keep it empirical.
It's just fascinating. It's always fascinated me to think that there might be a human being alive today that has been alive but like the Highlander, thousands of years. Possible.
No, possible. Maybe there is.
I mean, you'd think someone would know him, but
maybe there's an evil guy that can do it. Maybe it's not a good guy.
Do you guys want to try to talk to Creep?
Hi, Creep.
It's up to you.
His name's Creep.
I mean, is he muted or no?
Is he a creep or is he a weirdo?
Is it Creep with a G or Creep with a C?
It looks like Creep with a C.
I don't know, man.
Oh,
I'm kinda,
thank you for finally unmuting me. Hello, everyone.
Hey, Creep, how's it going?
Hey, you earned it.
Yeah, I did. So truth prevails. Why did you just block me like 2 minutes ago?
Whoa.
If you want to talk about like the topic or talk about anything other than me, I'll leave you unmuted.
Hey, Creep. So
Wait, say that again. What?
What brought you here, Creep?
Well, I really just wanted to talk to Truth Prevails. I called her about.
No, we're not going to talk about people, Creep. So either you want to talk about the topic, right? Or you stay on mute.
Man, I think his name may be fitting.
Truth does prevail.
I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing
here? Oh man, I could get it on the ukulele. I'm not that good, but I can play that song slightly.
I really enjoyed talking about photosynthesis and different plants and things.
I liked the
get back into that, but
I liked the part about the downward bias, and then Hank Hill blew my mind. That was good. I haven't even thought about that whole subject. So just hearing people talk about it, just like putting pictures in my head and stuff, it was pretty damn good.
what's the most vibrant part of that you can imagine that you maybe
like when he was saying how if we're using up all the water, then we're left with a bunch of excess oxygen and then more land. And I was just like, dang, like that's just I'd never thought about that even being a possibility to just like get rid of the water, because like where's it gonna go? Well, like turn it into oxygen,
Yeah, and hydrogen, yeah. And, then it would offset the carbon dioxide as well. So that could be something practical to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that conversation. That was pretty nice. Anyone able to, does anyone look up at the stars and try to, spend time looking at them, or, because there's a lot of geometry within the stars, and I've been trying to understand it recently. Which is also, it's also almost ironic because geometry means with the Earth, but when you're looking at the stars, it's not the Earth.
Yeah, the stars there's something else. Like I can't even, it's like we know that we don't really know much about them. You know what I mean? Like that's talked about a bit. They're lights in the sky. So like, yeah, there's the geometry there, but like for me personally, I don't even know how to like measure that type of stuff. I could do a star trail video and review it, or take pictures, I guess, as best I can, and try to like study them myself. But that's about as far as it's gonna get.
Yeah, I wish I could take better pictures with my phone, but it doesn't really pick up the stars that I'm looking at.
Yeah, I gotta learn how to use this P900 better.
If you can change the contrast or whatever kind of opening you need to on the phone to actually get the light of the stars, that might work, but I haven't had any luck. So I just have to resort to looking at them with my eyes for the most part. Wish I could share it, but best I can do is probably the moon or Polaris.
Truth, what is wrong with that guy?
What'd you say, Roger?
Well, what is wrong? He's complaining. Wanted to talk to you. Do you know why?
I have no freaking clue, man.
Yeah.
He just came in trolling me for some reason, whatever reason.
Yeah, I think he's just a troll. His name is fitting for what he's doing. So it seems just like a straight troll.
Straight up creepo.
Yeah. He can come back tomorrow. Bye.
Yeah, give him like 24 hours and see if he straightens up.
I did.
So has anybody heard about what's supposed to be happening on Halloween?
No.
The
What?
Pope is meeting with the United Nations to push forward like a new plan, a unity, a peace accord. Pretty much he's calling it a covenant for 7 years.
What?
He's calling it a covenant and he's saying it's for 7 years?
Yes.
Yeah, what is that? What is a peace accord? What?
It's like
What is it?
no wars anywhere.
Well,
Which
that would
means
be
when
kind
the aliens, so-called aliens, arrive, we can't go to war with them. We have to get along with them, right?
Or China has to rein it in. Please don't hurt me, China.
Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna happen, but I mean, he can try.
No attacking Taiwan, China, for 7 years.
You'd think that might just end up causing more tension. I don't know if that's gonna. I don't know.
Getting ready for the alien card.
Any day now.
They have to do it before the world realizes that we're not on a globe and that space fake. Outer space fake.
There's gonna be people who are still gonna want to believe it, though, regardless. And I would love to say otherwise, but I've spoken with a few people in the past year that make me think that, there are types of people who just do not want to think about how we live in a different way.
Oh yeah, there is definitely.
They just I don't know if they just don't want to or if they don't have the capability to, but it's
Just don't want to. I think it makes it feel uncomfortable and everything. This is.
Yeah, but it's not just that. It's multiple aspects of how they organize their emotions and thinking that it's it's just a different. I don't know how to say it actually, but it's just different.
Well, there's a lot of people like the guy I work for. He's rich as hell, and he really would not want to see a difference in the status quo or the world being turned topsy turvy because that's his income is gonna. I don't know. Things will change. They just the rich people they just don't want to see it because it's gonna fuck up the world completely. So, and then other people they prefer to be sheep. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to explain.
Well, I live in an area. Yeah, I live in an area where most of the rich people that I meet, they're very open-minded, in a different way. But so it's not all rich. It's not wealth-based. It's more of just, I don't know. I don't want to say personality-based or whatever, but I guess it's just how people want to live their life. They don't want to think about things, or think about the same things that we think about. They just want to, it's I don't like I said, I don't know how to explain it, but it's just it doesn't matter how wealthy or poor you are. It's just how you are, I guess.
I get that. It's like the psychological makeup. I mean, there's probably a lot of rich people that would quite possibly give up those riches within a matter of days if it meant a different world or a better world or something. Yeah, because I'm not saying all rich people are bad or eat the rich or anything. A lot of rich people are probably far better than a lot of poor people. It's the psychological makeup of a person is what determines you.
Well, they might appear to be better off to you in the physical, right? Because they have the things that they need in the physical. But what you may not realize is that in the spiritual, the poor person might be better off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But and a lot of rich people would be a lot more honestly philanthropic and nice and genuine and wish for a betterment of humanity than a lot of people who aren't rich, I suppose.
Well, if their words and their actions, are consistent with that, and like if that's what they put out, then they would be truly rich people, because then they would be better off spiritually as well.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I've experienced is wealthy people who give as much as they're given, kind of thing, and they're given a lot, but they give back a lot. But I live in a really small town, so It's not too often I see them. But when I do, I can tell that they're very giving people. They're not trying to take or anything like that. So I don't know. I don't know. I live in a small town, so I meet a lot of nice people, and they're very open and giving for the most part. I mean, 99% of them. There's a few that aren't, but most of them are. I'm sure that, like Bill Gates and people like that, they pretend like they're giving a lot, but in reality, they're just fulfilling some sort of agenda.
Giving a lot. Yeah, they're giving a lot of something. I don't see where they're giving a lot of good to anything.
Yeah, they're giving a lot of something, but it doesn't seem good.
I think rich and poor are the state of mind, not the state of your wallet. I think the state of your wallet is like, I have money, I don't have money. Or I have a lot of money, I have little money. It's not like...
Don't buy you happiness, does it?
No. Buys you things. Material objects.
Yeah, there's no guarantee. I mean, there's something strange about that Zuckerberg guy. Now they've changed the name to like a robot. Now they changed the name to Meta, and they're getting some fallout about this whole Meta thing. And they're trying to combine things. And
It still says Facebook for me. When does that change happen?
oh, Jesus, maybe in the new year or something. Sorry for blasphemy.
No, the app will still be named Facebook, but the company is no longer Facebook. The company's now Meta, and it has to do with the metaverse because of the new fourth industrial revolution has to do with the Internet of Bodies.
I think they're gonna bring Facebook and Apple and all that kind of shit together or something, right? Some kind of metaverse. Twitter and TikTok, and it's all going to be like some kind of meta thing, right? Or maybe I got it wrong.
Wait, really? When did you hear that?
It's a thing I just seen the other day about this, why they're talking about Meta. They're going to combine Facebook with other applications and social engineering thingies. And
yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear about that.
There you go now.
So now you got to figure out which project DARPA has been working on that has to do with, what does meta mean, first of all? You got to go into this kind of a detail of it and try to figure out, what project it would coincide with DARPA.
Oh, DARPA, they were, I think the mRNA tech was patented by DARPA, if I'm not mistaken, actually. Funded by Moderna, if I'm not mistaken. DARPA.
I don't know. Show me the tracing board you learned from him.
It exists on the web, sir. The tracing board.
Yeah, hook a nigga up. Shit.
What up, man? Tracing board. Funny guy. I caught. Hey, by the way, I went up a degree, so there you go, bud. You and your tracing board. I like tracing boards.
Oh, they're fun, aren't they?
Yeah. Learning is interesting.
I like rubbings better than tracings because tracings, you have to sit there and look through it and have ultra thin paper. With the rubbing, you don't. You just take a crayon or charcoal or something and just rub it.
Oh, what are they? Yeah, rubbing sketch.
All right.
Is it written that we are supposed to
Oh
judge
shit!
angels?
Holy shit!
I couldn't say.
Because I don't know why it just like hit, I don't know why it just came to me, but I wonder like
Only the elite.
if we're supposed to like here and now for us to become the best judge, that like it's a test for us to judge ourselves, and the better we judge ourselves, the better judge we'll be. And we have to be able to be a sufficient judge to judge the angels. So if we don't judge ourselves well enough, we won't make it, like we won't become judges of the angels. I don't know. Anyway,
Only someone who becomes a true saint through the
what were you gonna say, Joshua?
Hmm?
Thought you started to say something.
Mm-mm.
only someone who becomes a true saint through the tribulation of life can become a judge of angels or something.
You got to judge which angels are the ones you should follow, I suppose. So your better judgment will give you a better idea of which angels you should follow rather than the non-good ones or worse ones.
What kind of judge, like? I know his creator said he created man, taught him how to distinguish. So that kind of judgment, like distinguishing, yeah, or like judge like what? An outcome of a being. I think he only does that.
Why did that just come to you, though, Truth? That's strange, isn't it?
Well, we were talking about like all of this other stuff, and it just kind of. I was still, along that same thought process, and then I started thinking about the stars, and I started wondering. You want me to tell you my thought process? Because my mind works weird now. Are you ready?
Go ahead.
Because I started thinking about the stars, and I've had these different, viewpoints and conceptions about how, because it kind of unfolds in my mind, and I just see it. It's best, the only way I can describe it. And I've often thought about like existing as spirits in the spiritual realm, and then like the stars each have a different frequency, and with their alignments, creates a pathway for the frequency of your spirit to be able to enter this realm. And like death will, and just whatever frequency that we produce when we live is gonna also add into, but our spirit resides here in the physical within our bodies and in the spiritual at the same time. So there's always that tether to the spiritual world, which is frequency based, and every time you feed into that that frequency and those spiritual energy pathways or whatever, then you're establishing your pathway to, and you're feeding into your spirit. So your spirit is growing as we grow here. And then so are the stars that we're seeing in the sky, are those our existence in the spiritual realm? Like, are we, is that what we see? Is that what it looks like on this side, right, in the physical realm? But then I don't know, I was just contemplating whether or not the stars could just be us. Like we're seeing us exist in the spiritual realm while we exist here, but we don't even know it's us that we're looking at. And then we have
the stars are not in the spiritual realm, though. They're in your physical domain.
Well, it's the spiritual realm manifesting at it's because all we see is the frequency. All we see is the effect. All we see is the ripples
The light,
that the spirits make. Yeah. The perturbation.
I like
that. So then I was like, well, what would be? So when we do go, because I know the wandering stars are said to be the fallen angels, so that would mean that the angels are also stars or the angels are there, and if we are the stars too, then like, and then I remembered that it's written somewhere that we should judge the angels, and then, so then it just hit me like, well, what if that's what our spirits are doing, learning how to become proper judges, and it's all based upon how well we're able to judge ourselves.
You can't both be the stars and yourself, right?
I was gonna say that.
The stars
No,
are a
I mean-
reflection of your consciousness.
Like if you,
Is it?
I mean, we exist here, but we also exist. I mean, what they showed that. I'm not saying like superpositioning, but you know that like when the two light particles, like if you manipulated one, then it affected its sister particle or whatever. Or if you, but anyway, so if we exist here, but our spirit.
Oh, so now you like photons, huh?
No,
Okay.
no.
Oh, you see, yeah,
I
like you
think-
can't use that one.
I think that what we see as photons is kind of like how it's how remember how you explain the electron? It's where the
Yeah, I get it.
the
The,
different fields cross at the 90-degree angles that we're just seeing
in the ether, yep.
something different than two different fields crossing, and it's not electrons, only it's
Right.
or what we call it. But
The
anyway,
appearance of an electron at that intersection. Yeah, I get it.
which actually would explain the doubles, like when you have what is it when the double slit where it looks scattered, so you're having this like field go out and it's crossing another field at a 90-degree angle, and you're seeing it as a speck of light, and then when you like disturb it and you're scattering it, so it's crossing in 90-degree sections all along the field instead of just in one spot, which is why you see it scatter, because you see the light manifest at every point where the 90-degree angles where it crosses fields.
Cool. Just saw another shooting star.
Oh, dude, it's so rainy over here. But yeah, I'm just sorry. Trying to glue this piece of wood together, so I'm not 100% focused, but I'm with you.
But
Yeah, I got
if you see the flux lines of like a magnetic field, and if you think of all fields functioning and operating in the same manner, right? Well, in the same form, like taking the same shape, but they obviously don't function in the same manner because different things you can manipulate them in different ways, and some you can't even detect, measure, or manipulate because we're not even aware of them, or they're not. They are. But anyway, if you think of how these lines of
Yet
flux,
is the key word.
right.
Not aware of them
But
yet.
if you think of these lines of flux and you have like two, what makes two, let's just go with their terminology, okay? So what makes two particles sister particles? Because they both reside on the same line of flux. So if you manipulate one, you're manipulating the flux. So it is going to effectively affect the other one, right? But if they're not on the same line of flux, then they wouldn't be considered sister particles. Anyway, whatever.
Yeah.
I started talking about stars and spirits and all that.
Ended up with photons. Amazing.
Yeah, no, that was good. I wish I could show you the symmetry between the stars that I see now, because it's quite amazing, and it helped me enjoy more of what you were speaking about.
That was quite the thought pattern.
Yeah. Yeah, the lines of flux, I wasn't sure totally about that, but I kind of followed you a little bit.
Nice.
Flux lines they have a special place in my heart.
Now you see why I don't just ramble on a lot in here.
No, we appreciate it.
We do. Where did the judgment thing come out of, though?
Well, because so what is our purpose? What is our purpose? Is like not our purpose, but okay. Well, that too, but I mean, what are we supposed to do while we're here? Okay, do we are we like if that's it? I mean, we are to become the best judge of ourselves as we can, and it's like, because if you don't judge yourself properly, if you're not honest with yourself, because you can see two people treating a person ill because they're together and one begins the other, or they could begin because they think that the other one is going to, and they want to like anticipate it, or whatever. But who is like vibrating at the lowest frequency? Who is has the most hatred in their heart? We don't know that. We see them doing the same thing. We see them separate and go about their life the same way after, but one goes home and at night they grieve heavily for the actions and the words that they said, right? But the other person is real arrogant and rejoices in it, and they feel like they're like this big bad person because of what they did, right? I mean, it's just one judges themselves properly and the other one doesn't. So it's like, I don't know. Just don't ask me why I think what I think, because then you'll get me caught in my own freaking brain loop and I'll be in trouble.
I think it's a fine line.
It's not good.
Between those two.
No, I'll confuse myself. I will like literally be in trouble.
I do that all the time.
Well, between those two people, I mean, if you're in an emotional state, you're gonna think you're in the right, and then in the morning you might think, well, maybe I could have handled that a little better. Sometimes it takes time. Depends on how you think. I know there's people that will think they're right no matter what, and there's others who will question their behavior. And I think reading any book, but the Bible in particular, I think that helps you question your actions and makes you think a little bit more about what you do and what you say. But that's just my thought. To connect those two types of people, who one thinks they're right and one who thinks that they may be wrong.
There's always that possibility. And there's no absolutes. There's no absolutes in this world, bro.
Oh yes, there is. Oh yes, there is.
Oh, there is. Sorry.
Oh
Okay.
yes, there is. It's actually called the absolute. I'm sorry. I just the absolute is given name. It's death, my friend. The death part, the decay part that we were discussing earlier. That's pretty absolute.
Well, what's one thing
If you doubt that, creator.
Well, I suppose absolutes when it comes to philosophy or things. Maybe I worded that wrong. Physical absolutes.
That's within our domain. Like, the creator. I put the creator outside of that. That's fine. You say the creator is an absolute, oh, for sure, but I can do better.
You'll not believe this. I actually had a guy at work the other day sitting having a drink with a couple of his mates. I serve drinks. I'm a barman. And he worked with NASA, and he started talking about NASA and all this crap. And I was having a cigarette outside with one of the guys in the group, and he goes, everything was going well until this guy started talking about fucking NASA and the chicken and the egg, and oh my god, what is the meaning of life and all this crap.
And what if the angels are appealing to us on a spiritual, metaphysical level, and those who are not like going against nature, those who are not like seeking out to do us harm, right, are the ones who know that they're going to be judged, and that's their way of pleading for our mercy to resonate with us. And the ones that go against us are the fallen ones, and they know that, but I don't know. It's just.
I think the meaning of life is to have fun. I think it's been hijacked. I think we should probably live a lot longer and be a lot happier about the whole fucking experience. It's just something's gone wrong along the way.
I think the meaning of life is to love and hate, and then bring the two together.
Get rid of the hate and just have nothing but love.
Well, you can't have love without hate, and you know, all that.
Yeah, so it's a
You gotta bring
necessary.
bring the two together to reach an equilibrium and have balance, I guess.
I realize you're better off.
Isn't it
without
love
one.
and isn't it love and fear?
Oh, fear. Yeah. Fear's
Isn't that the
Some
true
mind killer.
opposition of love? Just like if love is like becoming one with, wouldn't running away from be fear? It's like you're scared of something, you just run away from it. That's like, there you go. And you're like, you love something, you kind of want to hug it.
Then you have the
You
fight
gotta become one with it.
You know, fight or flight response. Either you fight it or you flight it. So you run away or you fight it.
Yeah.
So they're kind of almost the same reaction in a sense, but not completely.
Oh, sorry.
So the meaning of life is to live without fear while recognizing that it exists, but being able to overcome it and eradicate it completely from your existence.
Well, you can't do that. You can't eradicate it completely. There's going to be things that'll make you afraid, but you just recognize that, and I mean, I don't know.
Well, what do you do when you
You
recognize
love it as
something
well.
that causes fear? You understand it, and then you
Yeah.
like grow. You overcome it so that it is no longer a fear.
Yeah, you love it. So you bring love to fear and fear to love, and I don't know.
kick it the hell out.
You bring the two together, I guess, or recognize the both of them.
Well, the greatest will become the least, and the least will become the greatest.
24/7 philosophy night.
It must be. I don't know.
I like it.
Shoot.
I don't
Sorry,
know.
I didn't mean to do that.
No, please. If there's no one new in here, just keep going.
Frickin' Plato's cave.
It's just my ramblings, I guess. And
All fucking rambling, man. What really?
But yeah, I just have to ask, has anyone else looked up at the stars recently and kind of noticed any
Raining for
geometrical
weeks.
patterns?
When you can see them.
I could see the sun at least, and I haven't seen the sun in like at least solid 10 days. Just straight water. I got webbed feet now.
Yeah,
Yeah, dang, yeah, the storm rolled through here earlier. Past few days,
Oh,
we had
that's
a
raining.
crazy. It rained for 2 days straight, not a stop, you know.
Dude,
Drizzle.
I still haven't got this freaking leak fixed either. The guys were supposed to come I don't know how many times, and you're not going to believe it. It's like they come one day, and well, I'll have to come back tomorrow. I forgot my ladder. I mean, the whole reason he came was to fix the roof. Why didn't he bring his freaking ladder?
Yeah, hire someone else. If you're hiring a guy to fix the roof and he doesn't bring his ladder,
Yeah, it's the landlord.
I rent.
I'll
But
tell
when
you
it
what.
rains, it leaks into the walls, and I don't have electricity. My lights flicker on and off, and then they go out, and they won't work on half the house. It's like it sucks when it rains.
Problem is, the landlord is hiring a guy. Shit like that happened to me too. He's hiring a guy that's like fully booked, right? So he doesn't want to take on a small job. So if he forgot something, he really did, and he's not going to come back tomorrow because he's got a bigger job that pays better. So
Or a week or two ago. A week.
Did he ever come back?
No.
There you go. No, he's booked. So your
When are you
landlord should
Americans?
find somebody else. You should tell
When are
him.
you Americans? When are you
If someone
Americans
hires
gonna
me-
stop building houses out of wood?
if someone hires me and I forgot something, I'll be back in at most an hour. I'm gonna be back the same day. There's no
Trust
reason why he
unless
shouldn't be back.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. He's booked. Trust me, he's fully booked. Like he's got no time for a small job. It's like if he really forgot something, it's like fuck this shit.
Well,
I'll do
every
it
job
the tail end of tomorrow, and then the tail end of tomorrow never gets there. You know. So
I've had this leak for 6 months or more. Like
Uh,
I was just
yeah,
I was so
landlord is an
happy to
asshole.
see him because they never get no one has ever came by, and the landlord would like text me and say someone's supposed to be by tomorrow. And I'm like, oh cool, and I'll get excited. They don't come by, and then this guy, like when he told me, I never expected anyone to show up. The guy showed up, and I'm like, I am so tickled. I walk him around to the side of that house, and I show him where it's you can see where it used to leak down the outside before he fixed the gutter, and then now it leaks down the inside. But anyway, whatever. So I take him around there, and he's like, "Well, I'll have to come back." I was the most talk. I don't know. It's just like
Happened to me with the
Maybe you
plumber.
just
That's
gotta.
what I'm saying. I was talking out of experience, actually.
You
The
just gotta
plumber
call
told me
them.
personally that he's booked. I'm sorry, man. Go ahead.
Well, it's the squeaky wheel that gets the grease. You got to keep on the down and make sure he comes back. That's usually how contracting
Like, where
works.
you at, dude? Right
Yeah,
here.
are
I'm
you gonna
waiting for
come
you,
by or
motherfucker.
not? And
In
usually
the
they have a
spot.
little bit of time after lunch or before they get off, and they'll come by, and it's just it's exactly what it is. It's the squeaky wheel gets the grease. You got to make sure that they know that you need help, pretty much.
it's all right for what letting it go for this long. He's gonna have a ceiling to replace now.
Yeah, so just get him by. Just keep letting him know. If you got to call him direct, let him know.
Anyway, the whole point was, I've had a lot of rain, seen the sun in forever.
Yeah, no stars here.
Think we had one day last week, 1 or 2 days, but where half the day you could see it. But as far as seeing the stars, I don't know.
I won't be able to see him until May, I think. I'm done. This is it's done, son. Where I live. It's like shit. My vitamin D supplements are on the way. It's like I'm getting ready for winter. Just rain, straight rain.
I'm sick of it, man. Summer it's too short.
I got
I'm
I
ready
got
to
4
go.
months of it ahead of me, so I'm not excited.
Yeah, there's one star I see right now that's I'm not sure how many degrees northwest of Orion's belt. That looks like
Northwest?
about 7 or 8 stars in a cluster in an L shape. The weirdest.
North of Orion's belt.
Northwest. Few degrees, I would
Northwest.
say.
I'm
Maybe
trying to.
about 30 degrees.
I'm drawing a picture in my mind of the stars, and trying to choose which star would that be. You got. Do you have that app, like the Stellarium or whatever, just to get the star's name?
No, I'm just using my eyes.
Okay. Do you know which star you're looking at?
No, what I'm saying is it looks like a cluster of 7 or 8 stars in an L shape.
Oh, the Pleiades. The Pleiades.
Is it?
Yeah, Pleiades. Yeah, 7 stars, 7 sisters.
You mean towards the center? You mean
You look at the 7 sisters.
towards the center of the sky from Orion?
They column it around this time of the year, by the way. Yeah, they column it. They kind of get together and yeah. Okay, because they're, if I'm not mistaken, towards the end of October, the toroidal showers are supposed to begin, which is, I think, where like the 7 sisters, like I call them the machine guns. They kind of ignite the machine guns online, just machine guns, because there's going to be a lot of action there. So that's the Gatling gun. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
The literal name, shooting stars. Yeah, shooting stars. Exactly.
Yeah,
right.
that's why I've seen like 7 tonight, probably.
Oh yeah! Oh my God! Yeah, you're witnessing a lot of action.
Yeah, I mean, I see him I see the
See, truth. I think you're the only one that I talked to you about this, like where I got this info from. It's like maybe it's ringing a bell as he's answering. Like Gary's like, yeah, dude, I know about that. It's like, the creator talked about that. For some reason, right now, mankind, from my understanding, this is like Cyrus on a tangent. Like, this is not. I'm not a moderator here right now. It's like, okay, chill. From my understanding, these are shooting stars for people, man and demons. Oh, let's just label them that, or Jan, or /demons. These plasma beings that go up to the limits of the heaven and earth, and they're getting something. It's either there's a door that's open, there's something that we and them know of, and we can't, like, we used to be able to get knowledge of the past from up there, but that's been shot down. And if you steal something, you get a projectile shot at you. It's like it's got your DNA. It's actually made for you, so it's like there's no escape from it. It's kind of funny. It's called directed projectile. So it's very interesting stuff. So the Pleiades, they do collimate around this time. Like, we know this, like, from mankind. Like, it has nothing to do with spiritual stuff. It's just an observation. So
think about it. You know how if you have like the lines, say if you've got a larger toroidal field on the outside, right? Everything moves in it, and you know how it's like a winding of a clock. How it perturbates in and out. It'll wind up tight, and then it'll go back and go loose. I'm talking about just like the energy fields. If you think of how, do you know what I'm talking about? Because I'm not saying it right, probably.
Think maybe I'm trying to imagine what you're saying.
A toroid?
Draw a picture. I know what a toroid is.
It contracts and expands. Contract. And
Yeah,
expand.
yeah. Vibration.
And so it's like when it contracts and then it expands, when it gets to that outermost expansion. Like, what if there is something that opens up? And to keep anyone to line these up, like in the alignment of these stars, they just, like, during the outermost expansion, then the stars would line up, and to us they appear to be in a cluster, but they're really not, like, right together. They just appear to us as they're right together. They're on different lines of the expansion.
Interesting.
Of the energy.
Yeah. Okay.
But anyway, so as far as the having knowledge, like what people refer to as the Akashic records, like that kind of plays in. That's why it unfolds like that in my mind, because it even, like, everything fits together when it does. Because if we are in the spiritual realm, right, and we come through, so we know water has memory, and if our spirit comes through and it lines up in a certain frequency pattern, that stars, when they line up, that they allow it, which is why they affect us so much. However, when our spirit does pass through, it passes through the waters. So all the knowledge that our spirit had in the spiritual realm is deposited into the waters, and then we pass on through, and we come through, and we're conceived, we're born, and so forth, and we live. And when we die, we pass back through it, right? So every piece of knowledge and every memory that we have, like, that is embedded into our consciousness and spirit, is, like, deposited back into it. That's why the scroll can be rolled out and it can be read, because it's deposited back into it. And that's what. So these waters is probably like what it's referring to. If they go up and they steal something, they're trying to steal knowledge from the waters.
No, yes. It does speak, like, it alludes to knowledge from the words. It alludes to knowledge of the future, actually, that the angels have. It's a very it's an interesting mechanism. It's kind of it speaks of life above your head. So it's kind of like Creator calls them the higher council. Higher for obvious reasons, because they're above your head. So it's like okay.
And of course, I went that far. I may as well finish it out, right? Because I left out the waters part the last time because I didn't want to ramble on and spill it all out there. But if I've said that much, I may as well finish it up and put the final touches on it with the portals, like when we see in the ancient hieroglyphs on, these so-called paintings on the caves and shit like that, which I don't even know if they were, but
Gates of heaven.
Yeah. So these portals are what okay, so if you have a consciousness, you have a soul, you have a spirit. The spirit is the energy, and then you have the soul and the consciousness, which are two different things. But it's like divided out in three. But when it leaves all with the spirit. So these portals, like spirals, I mean, it's like our consciousness would come through in the spiral pattern of our brain, and so that's why they say you feel with your heart when you don't really feel with your heart. I mean, you feel it in your gut. There's like a thing that goes on. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is these energies could come through. It would make sense that if there's any truth to spirals being portals, that the two. And we know that the first two things are formed after we're conceived is the brain and the heart, and they both fire in a spiral formation, spiral fashion, toroidal field fashion.
You have a spiral obsession. I think I told you that before.
And you've got this concentrated electrical spark, and you've got this sudden jolt of spark, right? Well, this is what I told you before. How I think that our consciousness and our spirit enters this realm, and then, but when you've got it concentrated, like at the point of conception, then it actually is like at one pinpoint. It's like plasma, two plasma dots, right? But in a spiral formation. So that's how, in my opinion, it's how it unfolds in my brain. Anyway, in
your mind's eye.
Yeah. So that's how we enter this world.
Since we're talking about water, what kind of water do you guys drink?
RO and RO only, or distilled in emergency cases where I have to buy water and I'm outside of my house. That's all I drink.
Water.
And that's all. That's
water.
Like
Everybody
me
drinks well
being
water.
Spiritual, going flat Earth, discovering the Creator happened like 90 days after I started cleaning my water. So I think that is a correlation. Not sure if it's a causation or not, but it is a correlation. So
I drink spring water. I mean, I drink distilled water too, but spring water mainly.
Spring water
Yeah,
from where?
I would test the spring still. That's just me.
I drink bottled spring water, so it's probably not even spring water to be honest.
Yeah, it's called My Ass Spring Water. It's just My Ass. You have to include that in there because they call it. You know that there's a legal thing with that, right? They can get away with sewer water and labeling spring water, right? There's some weird shit like that, Brandon. Don't drink that.
Here's the thing: if they take spring water and they pump it into, like a municipal water system, and then they put all these chemicals in it and then bottle it and tell you it's spring water, they're not lying. Or if it's spring water, it originated as spring water and then people consumed it and then they recycled it and bottled it and fed it to you and called it spring water, they'd probably legitimately be able to get away with it and say, well, it originated from the spring. It's just, they wouldn't be lying, really.
Plus the fluoride, plus the chlorine. Yeah, it's cool. We just hooked you up because it was missing a couple ingredients.
There is a natural spring about an hour away from where I live, and we do sometimes go and fill up a bunch of like containers with it, and that natural spring is tested weekly, and that's like the most amazing water I've had in my life.
Yeah, dude, just I'll bottle up as much as I can.
There's a big basin. There's a big basin in the ground, and the water just like gushes out of it. It's amazing.
Well, the Creator provides. Mankind taxes. Creator tells us don't pay that tax. It's all good. But yeah, even though I do believe that stars and shooting stars are like sort of like cannons and like they're manned by invisible, beings that are called angels we cannot see. I also believe that those stars are like vibrations in the water. So it's like, yeah, I'm cool with many things at the same time. Just different levels of like knowledge, sort of. Like,
I don't share all this with just anybody, so you can keep.
Yeah, same here.
Keep this to yourself.
It's on the air now, so I don't care tonight, so it's whatever. If anybody wants to fucking go to the space-time continuum with me, just come on, argue, let's go. I'll turn on my left brain and do Einstein. Fuck Einstein.
Nobody watches the live streams this late. Be real.
I really don't care. It's all gravy with me anyways. This is the sort of combo I like to have anyways. It's just more, you walk away, with more than what you start with. Rather than just fucking arguing.
Yeah, I enjoy speaking about shooting stars and or normal stars or anything like that. I mean, I think it's something people should talk more about.
Well, and if I share it with them, it'll trigger something. Then they'll share it with me, and they might have the missing piece to my puzzle. You know.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. It's kind of always like they do have the missing piece to your puzzle. Just the funny part.
Or at least a side of that piece. Anyway, they might have the color to it.
Yeah. Where you're gonna take it and you're gonna run with it and build upon it. Yeah, I know what you mean. I gotcha.
So the spring water that I get, the bottled spring water I get, at the very least, they say on their website, it is not fluoridated.
You can test it, so.
Yeah, my buddy has a water tester.
For what? Just like for a
It just tests the
fluorometer.
particles. It only tests the particles. It doesn't test
the ppms. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
My water comes in at I think 0 or 1 ppm. I'm not sure. My
Well,
gauge
a little
is
bit
not
of fluoride is good for you, but
no,
it might not be sodium fluoride. It'd probably be a different compound.
From nature. Yeah, from the like mother's milk. That kind of fluoride. Like, yeah, okay, that's not the same shit.
Yeah,
Whatever form of fluoride that is.
Yeah, not sodium hexafluoride, but something different.
Well, there's a bioavailable, right? But then there's what they put in the water is a byproduct from the production of aluminum. And they buy China.
I just want to know who is that genius motherfucker. There's like, hey, you know what? What if we just fucking trickle this shit into the water? He's so fucking smart. He really is. Like, incredibly genius, but goddamn it, he's fucking evil. But genius. Like, how do you get rid of all this fucking trash that's costing you money to get rid of it? It's like, hey, what if you fucking trickle into the water, huh? Let's just get rid of it in humans' bodies. Slowly, over time, though. So it doesn't really kill them, actually. Fucking genius.
Haven't they considered? I mean, they already do our waste that way too, and then like, haven't they considered actually disposing of human bodies that way? Also.
Oh, really? Haven't heard of it. Damn. That's rough.
What are you thinking?
In the water stream? Just recycle these motherfuckers in the water? It's fucking industrial humans.
Someone did post something about it here not too long ago. We were talking about they did it. They did it when the conversation was cannibalism, and they're like they're trying to make us into cannibals, and it's even if we don't know that they're doing, posted it.
They're probably mixing it into like our foods and shit like that. I see. That's probably the angle they were coming from. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
slowly trickling that shit. Yeah, go ahead.
Pepsi.
What was posted was at the water, though.
Okay. Water. Cool. Well, I haven't heard about that. Pepsi guy, you're trying to talk?
So, yeah, PepsiCo uses, I don't know, some sort of fetal cells from aborted fetuses to flavor their cola, or what they call it, Pepsi Cola.
I drink Monster and Red Bull, sir. Don't drink that shit.
It's actually,
I got a Coke in the fridge.
It's actually a company. What is it called? Cinemax or something like that. They use aborted fetuses, the kidney cells of aborted fetuses as flavor enhancers. So when you see natural flavors, they have all kinds of companies like PepsiCo and Gatorade and Doritos and Kraft. Like, if you look it up, I think I might even have a link for it. And I love Kraft mayo. The only kind I like.
I don't like Kraft anything. All their cheese stuff tastes like fucking plastic. None of it is real.
Yeah.
To my taste buds.
I don't do the cheese. No, I hate their cheese. I like the Kraft mayo.
I don't like their ranch dressing. I don't like any of their fucking sauces either. They all taste like shit.
Yeah,
I
the
don't know.
craft stuff, I try to avoid it because usually it's most likely to be GMO, freaking overly processed stuff. In my opinion. You all right there, dude?
Really hot dab. I'm recovering. Eventually.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
At least it wasn't that craft stuff.
No. Not craft.
I'm sure they make a few good things, but I just try to, local and organic or however you can get it, as long as it's not something that looks like it's gonna kill you or hurt you.
All I got is ground beef in my fridge. Got
what?
What do I have? Ground beef, bread.
You only have ground beef.
Chocolate. Yeah, dude, I'm a simple man. The list is like, yeah, really. I'm out of ice cream. I have more meat in the freezer. But that's actually it. And I got old sauce bottles that I have to toss away, like, opened up ranch and shit like that. It's like, okay, that needs to go. That's it.
Really old video, but that's one of them that tells about the products.
And did I tear up that piece of trim? Ah. It sucks.
You know what's crazy with the moon when you look at it when it's waning? It almost looks like there's something covering it, rather than just the direction of the sunlight hitting it. It kind of almost looks like there's something covering it.
I'm a believer of the black sun. So don't fuck with me. I'll tell you. You tell me there's something up there. I'll tell you it's the black sun.
So tell me,
I'm looking at it right now. I can take a picture.
so does it look like you can see the outline of the entire moon? Even the
Well-
part that's not lit?
Sometimes, yeah. Not all.
My phone's about to die, so
sometimes
I probably shouldn't take a picture, but I'm gonna see if I can.
I've been postulating that it's one of the two. Like you can only see it, you can see through it when it's waxing, but the outline of it when it's as if like once it gets full and it
Okay.
starts emptying out, that you can see the entirety.
So when it's waxing, you can't see the full outline. When it's waning, you can't, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm asking him if he can, because he said it was waning, and I wanted to know if he could see the outline of the entire moon.
Let me look up. Very thick layer of gray. Okay. So I see. No moon in sight.
I cannot see the entire, but there is some clouds, so that could be part of it. But no, it looks like actually it's even more wane. It's more covered than it was a minute ago. But that could be due to the clouds. I'm not sure. Sorry, someone was trying to get in. I didn't mean to over. Okay.
And I'm thinking I have it right. I don't think it would be the other way around, because I was trying to remember it in accordance with like it filling up and emptying out. But that's why I wanted to know. Right, because it's been a while since I've been able to see the moon, so I don't remember if it was. I don't think it was that was going to postulate that you could see the entire outline of it as it was becoming full, and then that wouldn't make much.
Well, no, I have seen the entire outline of the moon before when it was waning or waxing, and it wasn't a full moon. But it's just at this particular time, I can kind of imagine it, but I'm not sure if I see it for this particular phase. But what's really strange is it looks like it went from 25% full moon to, 25% covered full moon to about 60% in the past 5 minutes. It just kind of looks like it got covered a lot more than it was.
Well, why no camera on the moon?
But I mean, I don't know. It might just be because of the clouds. I don't know.
The battery died, PMAC. You gonna go change it?
Oh. It was one of the first things when I was researching flat Earth. I wasn't even a flat earther yet, and I did think to myself, hang on a minute. And I thought it was an independent thought that I had. If we've been there and there's drones and Sirius is miking up like a motherfucker.
Well, I'm sorry. So sorry.
Yeah, all right. Why no camera on the moon? It should be easy enough. Earthrise also didn't fucking look right to me, but
like a live stream, like a camera that's just live streaming from the moon.
Yeah.
We should request it. I like that.
They left reflectors. What more do you want?
Oh yeah, the retro reflectors. Yeah.
And they went there a few times.
Well, in 2024, when we go back, we'll make sure we'll leave one there for you, bud.
Put your name on it.
Yeah, that's just about to say. Thank you, Truth. Could you put my name on it? PMA. That's positive mental attitude.
We'll put LED lights up there that spell out PMAC.
Right.
Yeah, it's like Hollywood, but on the moon.
Just write to NASA. See if they write back. Like, just regular mail. Like, hey, guys. I'm a big fan of yours from the UK or Scotland or Ireland. Be like, yeah, hey. So, how come we don't have a camera up on the moon? Or can you guys leave one up there on the next trip in whatever 2024, whatever the fuck it is?
Do you know, as you're passing on the way to Mars, just stick one on there.
Oh yeah,
I mean, they got a camera on Mars. Why can't they have one on the moon?
That technology, you see, it's really difficult to build it back up. What the fuck he says.
You see, we don't have that technology anymore. The technology we have now is too powerful. So they can shoot them out into space, and then once they get there and they get far enough, then they can start guiding, and by then they're too far away from the moon. So they can't go to the moon again. They can only go to Mars and further out planets.
Yeah, they can only have a rover with cameras on Mars, but not the moon, apparently.
Mr. Don Pettit, ladies and gentlemen, what a fucking idiot.
And soon the Earth will have spun so much for so long that it's going to be flat. It's going to flatten out at the equator so much that it will measure flat.
Whilst in space. Oh my god.
Because it went from spherical to pear-shaped to hamburger-shaped.
So
Already.
you can't see the stars, and then you can, and it's just lunar space, and then you get big blackness, and then it says stars, and then the sun's the only thing you can see. It's just
But if
no.
it's hamburger-shaped, what about the wobble? Like, when it flattens out, how are they going to explain the wobble now?
Fourth wall.
No, the wobble.
Oh, the wobble. Sorry.
Because an oblate spheroid doesn't wobble the same as a flattened out level Earth. If they're going to try to claim that the Earth, just eventually widened at the equator so much that now it is flat. The headlines are the flat earthers, right? Says that the Earth is, gotten so oblate that now it even measures. While still mocking us.
It's so strange. While I was researching it, and I wasn't even a flat earther yet, I was still a globehead. I thought it was the most ridiculous thing I ever heard of. A couple of thoughts occurred to me about Earthrise, how the Earth should be a lot bigger in Earthrise photo, and then the other one was hang on. Oh, yeah, camera on the moon. And there's one more I can't quite think of right now. Oh, yeah, I seen a volcano the other day, and it, spouting out all this shit, and we're moving at such a speed, but the volcano is just there's no air, but the volcano, the cloud is just like straight up. There's no. And there was also then the airplanes. No dipping of the nose. Those three things or four independently clicked in my brain before I even came across them while I was researching Flat Earth. It was strange. Just kind of brought me over to it because I realized I had no answer for it.
I don't think they care as long as everybody believes that space still exists. I think they're okay with people knowing the Earth is flat as long as if they realize it's flat, they still believe space is real. I believe they're fine. That's what they want.
That's really strange. It's like when you wake up one day, you realize that everybody's living in fucking fantasy land or magic land. There's absolutely no proof for the claims that what they say we're living on. None. Nada. And here we are, 6-7 years later, still asking. There's nothing. It's crazy. I don't even talk to people about it anymore. My buddies, they take the piss. But yeah.
Well, just think if we were living on a sphere and planes were having to fly over and around, like if the atmos curved around it and the water curved around it and the atmos curved around it, then planes that were flying in the atmos that was curved around it would have to actually curve around the sphere also. So, like, you would not see planes flying straight out in front of you. You'd see them. They would have to at some point dip down and fly around it, so you'd see them diving into the horizon.
Yeah, and there's also all these flybys and all these photos of the Earth from space and all that shit there. And not once do you see all these airplanes flying about with their flashing red lights. Not one. There's none. You know what I mean? It's like a flyover of the Earth from the ISS, and there's no fucking planes, bro. Hey, you forgot the plane, sir. This is why they don't put a camera on the moon, because they couldn't equate that. They couldn't. There's, I don't know, probably a quantum computer couldn't do what. I mean, I hate to be a fixed-minded individual, but there is probably nothing that's going to change my mind about the shape of the Earth or what we're living on. I know that it's bullshit. Whatever they're telling us is bullshit, and they're never ever going to come up with something to convince me otherwise, ever, because it's impossible. Impossible.
Not even satellite photos?
Not even.
What if the CGI gets really, really good, though? I mean, you'd have to believe the ball then.
Yeah, it probably will. It probably will. I mean, no, I couldn't believe that James T. Kirk actually went up there. Well, anyway. Jeff Bezos. Did you see that? That was so cringe. William Shatner. The man that was sitting talking to scientists saying, well, how do you know that? Well, we did. How can you? It's impossible. You can't. You're just making things up. And he's talking about how science fiction is science fact, or they're both fucking. He's 70 odd years of age with a big fucking belly on him. What possessed him to do that? I don't know. He's like, he came back down. He's like, wow, it's wow. And when he was up there, I was like, Jesus, if he says wow one more time, I'm going to fucking hit myself in the head. Wow. It's wow.
I think he's 90. He's 90. Right?
Hey, is it 90 now? Jesus Christ.
I think he's 90.
Oh my God. What possesses him to do that? I mean, what can you.
It's legit, right? Send an actor. That's just legit stuff. Why not send an actor?
The one guy, William Shatner, was talking to people on stage, remember? And he was giving them a really hard time, explaining to them that what they're talking about is unicorn land, that they can't prove anything. And the next thing you know, a couple of years later, he's going up on a spaceship going, wow, space is real. It's space, Jim, but not as we know it. I don't know, man. There's Klingons on the starboard bow.
what I also found peculiar is that the first time that Blue Shepard went up, they didn't care about the outside. They were just throwing those orange ping pong balls and right, didn't care about the outside. This time, everybody was looking outside. So I heard the comments. Neil deGrasse Tyson told us that isn't space, so don't worry, guys. Not space.
I mean, the shit they've come up with. The moon is actually in the Earth's atmosphere. What the fuck, bro?
What's the story with the William Shatner thing? I hadn't had the chance to see that.
You're very low, Jackass.
You've been living under a rock for fucking the last 6 months, 2-3 months, or what?
Yeah, I haven't been following media. Yeah, and I'm using a different mic. My other one I can't use at the moment.
Well, you do right not to follow media. That's a very, very clever thing to do. Yeah, William Shatner went up, right? With Jeff Bezos. I can't remember. Fucking Elon Musk did a Dragon thing, and Virgin Media did a, I don't know, whatever thing, and Bezos did an Amazon thing, and William Shatner went up there the other day. Do you not see that?
No, I didn't see it.
Yeah, that's probably best. It'll melt your head. It's crazy.
Yeah, I've heard the name William Shatner around, but only in this Discord. I haven't heard it anywhere else. I didn't really know what was going on, but oh well. I'm content with what it says.
And then it came down, right? It hits the ground with like 10, 15 miles per hour.
It looked like a hard.
Yeah,
Sorry,
go
Roger.
ahead.
Sorry, it looked like a really hard landing, bro.
Right. What I remember was when I saw the first time was like 10 miles an hour. So a bit like try and walk towards a wall with 10 miles an hour.
That's pretty fast.
That thing stops instantly. Bam! 10 miles an hour. And these guys are just getting out. No, nothing happened. A guy from 19 years old get dropped approximately 10 miles per hour in a seat onto the floor. I mean,
Yeah, I don't know how else we could describe the imaginations of space, but there's just too many inconsistencies that exist. Yeah, that's common truth. I believe that. I'm just waiting for that. I think that's coming someday. I don't know when. Maybe 5-10 year. Pretty soon, I think. Some kind of crazy shit.
Do you know what I see when I look at that? At first, I don't see an alien. I don't see a demon. I see the tree of life right in the center of it.
Oh,
with
shit.
eyes making the earth.
I see it now. I never noticed that before.
And look at his mouth. It's like roots coming out of the bottom of a tree.
Yeah. It's a tree of life. I've never seen that before.
Yeah. So that whole fake alien invasion, right? I was just wondering the. Sorry.
In and out there, Roger. No, not good, bro.
You're like really far away sounding.
It's like you're on Mars, bro.
Second.
There we go. It's like you're a Martian.
Better?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit, okay.
Much better.
Yeah, so what I was wondering, or maybe thinking about, is that we get these stories about the fake alien invasion, but what is happening now with the germ bug thingy, right, last 2 years? That's kind of an alien invasion, right? Because it comes from out of nowhere, comes from the outside, goes into the inside, and attacks you.
The Fauci ouchie.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. So these invisible things come from the outside and attack you from the inside, right? So they could be this could be this fake alien invasion, right? I mean, everybody listened and followed orders from one organization, the whole world. So
Yeah, the world went from we're all right, bro, to fucking wear a mask. It's just like it went from hello, we're okay to oh my god, what's happening? Kind of strange.
yeah, we have also restriction. What's up? Restriction.
The restrictions, yeah.
How are you doing?
All right, how are you? Can I get 2 McDonald's and a fucking fries, please?
Anyway, that's something I had in my mind.
Yeah, let it out, bro. It's just like an exercising of plans. It's kind of what it seems like. I mean, I still haven't got it. I work in the hospitality. I pull pints. I work in hotels. People are losing their jobs over it. Lots and lots of people, apparently. I don't know. The military and the hospitality. People are resigning because they just don't want to take 2 jabs into their bodies that they have no idea about. I mean, I worked for another company recently. I work for a couple. So, my manager has 2 kids, and she isn't vaccinated. And she actually said to me on mic that she wasn't going to get her kids vaccinated either because she didn't believe that they could.
I can't say that word in here.
Sorry, I'll stop. So she didn't get her kids whatevers. Too soon.
You can just say the big bad or the nasty.
My bad.
The juice, magic juice.
Oh, yeah. No. But I got the juice, so it can't be the juice because I definitely got the juice.
Oh, you got the juice, man.
Jabba dabba doo. The Fauci out.
Yeah, I don't want to. It's too much.
Well, I suppose
You're going away again, Roger.
Bye, Roger. See ya later, Roger. Come back to us. Come back. Just kidding, Roger.
You hear me?
Yeah.
I hear you now.
You're back in the room, Roger.
Yeah. So I don't want to talk too long about this because this is the live stream.
Well, yeah.
But-
It's just, if we do that, we definitely can't say that.
Sure. So I just wanted to inform, right? It's nothing speculative. Yeah, I would. So they say cases are rising, and now our fallen government, because we still don't have a new government. It's almost a year now. Okay, our fallen government. They
In the
request.
Netherlands?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that.
So they requested advice from they call it the outbreak management team. That's what they call it.
Oh my
They claim it holds experts, right? Experts in the field, and they wanted more of advice, sooner advice, and now Tuesday there will be another press conferences where they probably gonna tell us that we need to wear diapers again, and
So the power is going from the government to the people in white suits or white. So
oh yeah, that's been
Right.
happening since the
Right.
beginning. So we have this is crazy, right? We have our CDC, and there was a debate yesterday in our government, and apparently our CDC gave out a video with some claims, and some of the images they used in the video didn't they were wrong, right? So one of the parties in our government, opposition parties, they asked the minister, so can we have all the data? We want all the data from every hospital, every data, so we can check it ourselves. We don't want this video from you made by the CDC, by our CDC, right? We just want the data. And you know what he said? He said, I'm not going to go along with that. That will undermine trust in our institution. So I'm not going to give that to you, because that will undermine trust in the institutions. You are undermining the trust. You're not believing the video. You're asking me for the primary data, but I'm not going to give you that because because you're implying that you do not trust our institutions. That's literally what he said. Yeah.
What a crock of shit.
I know, man. I mean, it's such a clown show. Oh man, I was laughing and crying at the same time because I was like, what? So this dude is saying, right? I'm not giving you all the data because because you are undermining the trust. So that the opposition said, right? Well, this is your chance, man. You can give me the data and then show us that the institutions are trustworthy, right? Just give us the data, we can check it, then it's our job, right? It's our job as government to check each other. That's our job.
He was telling you the truth, though, Roger, because if he had given it to him, then it would have undermined their trust.
Yeah, I know. But it's such a crazy, such a clown show. And this is just in the debates, right? This is in our parliament, in the debates. So if you can check it out. I mean, it's all over Twitter. So if you want to check it out, but it's crazy. I mean, imagine.
It's a pandemic, right? It's a pandemic, right?
Yeah. Well, imagine. That's what we get here. That's what we get here, right? So we get this 24/7. Globus come along and say, well, there is curvature. The people measured it, of course, man. Yeah, I don't. I'm not going to give you the data because you said NASA is untrustworthy. So why should I give you the data? It's exactly the same thing. It's crazy, man. Oh. Anyway, back to flat Earth.
Oh man, it's flat. It's so flat that I could see past the curve. You know.
I give you the data because I want to build trust with you. So I give it to you. I provide you. I'm not paranoid, but when I don't give, I don't share. That is paranoia and not trust. They are calling things opposite things the other way around, you know?
Yeah, that's exactly what the opposition said.
Yeah.
You're turning it around, man.
Yeah.
You're just so
Yeah.
I ask for primary data and then you say, well, you don't trust our institution that is pulling us along in this
Yeah.
terrific this
Yeah.
this terrific
Situation, yeah, new world, yeah.
yeah it's such a so I told I told a family member. I said, "Well, this is here. You go, right? They're turning it around 180 degrees every time. So when you when you listen to the politicians, especially when they are in the government, opposition could be something different. But when they're in the government, just what they are saying, take it and then turn it around 180 degrees, and there you have it.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's true,
Crazy.
Roger. Yeah. I started applying this kind of mindset, like taking everything opposite uh, about what they are saying. I started like 10, 15 years seriously about politics, but I was from the early 90s I could say an extremist because I was looking into this other side of things, of this world, the internet, and not many people were users in those times. Yeah. So, man, but to hear such a thing on TV and people do not react, do not respond, that's, I don't know, lunacy. It's just proof how effective is their brainwashing. Like, they are dormant, everyone. Sleeping, super sleeping.
but for now I'll be fake fine. Yeah, sorry about that. The ouchie vouchie. The jabba jabba doo. Can't talk about it on here. Back to Flat Earth.
What do you guys think about the infinite plane? Like, obviously, like we're in a container, but do you think that it could go on, like beyond the container?
Yeah, sure.
I don't know. It was just kind of quiet, so I was just like, I'll try to think of something. There's my buddy listens to this guy's podcast. He's like, his podcast is called The Infinite Plane Society, and I don't really like it, honestly. But
I think I know which one you're on.
perspective.
Infinite Plane Society, isn't it that Satanist guy?
I guess I wouldn't really know. I've only listened to like some like bits and pieces of his podcast at my friend's house. So I don't think so. I mean, I think he's just kind of like he's an infinite planer, like he thinks that we can go beyond Antarctica and there's no barrier there or something. I don't really know exactly. I just know he's got a whole podcast about it.
Yeah, I suppose anything is possible, right? So, yeah, let me look that up. Infinite Plane Society. Infinite. Do you have a link? No. Infinite Plane Society. If it's the guy with the penguins, I think it's a Luciferian, actually. But that's just my opinion. Yeah, that's him. Yeah, he's not kosher. I mean, how much?
I'll have to tell him. I'll have to tell him about that. I have not really listened to him much, so I don't know really much about.
Yeah, he got me too. He did. He's a way of talking, and he's very intelligent, and yeah, it's just another rabbit hole. I think it's just my opinion. Anyway. Infinite Plane Society. Yeah, I think he's a Luciferian. Could be wrong.
Okay, so like, what exactly like brings you to that conclusion?
Oh, okay. No, it doesn't really matter. Well, a couple of years to listen to him. Not even a couple of years, but just if you listen long enough, you'll understand.
Yeah, I kind of just steer clear of stuff that I'm not interested in, and Infinite Plane Society or Infinite Plane just doesn't really like resonate with me, I guess. Like, I mean, like, I don't really care to know about an infinite plane or think about it that much because there's so much about just where we're at? You know, why are we still thinking? It's like thinking about space. Why are we still thinking like beyond? Like, I don't know.
That's a good point.
Yeah, how can you make a claim of infinity, right? An infinite plane would take an infinity to explore, so it's a
Once
bit of
again,
a problem.
you're trying to compound the fact about this whole thing about the universe and infinite light and how light travels for 3 trillion fucking years and then reaches our eyes, which is impossible. You're bringing up this infinity thing again. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Don't listen to me, bro. Just, if you think of something else, please fucking talk away.
Yeah.
Yeah, when
the
you're
light
having
inverse square, the light inverse square law. Double the distance, and you have a exponential decrease of light intensity.
Thank you,
So,
Get. That's exactly what I was going to say.
yeah, when you introduce infinity, right, then you have a whole shitload of things that they can use then, right? So, yeah, if you have infinity time, you can put monkeys behind a typewriter and they can type Shakespeare, shit like that, right?
Exactly.
That's what you get when you invoke infinity.
Yeah, correct, Roger. That's a nice one. I like it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you invoke infinity, you're basically putting yourself back to square one.
Actually, infinity does not physically exist under any form.
Not even
Well, numbers are infinite. Numbers don't stop. Numbers
They are
can go
not
on
real. They are not physical numbers. Are numbers physical?
No.
Well, no, but
they are
but
concepts.
They can sequence off infinitely.
Well, show me you have a infinite pack of cigarettes.
I wish.
Huh? Yeah. A never-ending pack of cigarettes, yeah? Or
Well, yeah. I mean that would be great if I smoked cigarettes. I love that.
Yeah. You know, everybody with what hurts him. Yeah.
But this is the way they get you. They make you think about things philosophically that you imagine could be true. So it's hard for you to negate that or say that, they use this infinity word, but they can never prove it. So,
Yeah, I can look at the sky and make wild fortune telling also. Why do I need a PhD astrology or cosmology degree to do that?
all you need is a white coat.
No, you need to be shown on TV like National Geographic, Animal Planet, you know.
But that just goes to show how fucking badly we have been deceived, and
yeah,
it's hard to come to terms with that. But it is if you take all the facts and you try to prove globe Earth, and you can't.
Yeah, someone posted yesterday, for example, a video in the lobby. It was some British
BBC
British woman and a guy who they were both supposedly mathematicians, you know, and they were trying to demonstrate how Al-Biruni calculated the radius of the Earth. And they were like, oh, we can get into a margin of error, something like couple.
So what's that with the building? Yeah, what's it with the building?
Yes.
And the whiteboard,
yes. Yeah. But you see, I took the story, I understood mathematically what she was explaining. It's logical mathematic, you know. There's no get her way around. But when she started drawing, she messed it up. She drew a circle, and where supposedly, this circle was supposedly the globe Earth, and where supposedly there will be the north, like on top of it, she drew a mountain. And she claimed that from that mountain, she has a person, an observer there, looking down to the horizon, and her horizon line was no less than the 45th parallel. And that's, in reality, that will be like you looking at something 5,000 kilometers away. You never see the horizon that far. By no means. Because at that distance, she was claiming that actually the Earth radius is forming a 90-degree angle with your line of sight. And that 90-degree angle is an assumption. Because the center of the world is an assumption. So, by default. When you start making assumptions in mathematics, it's in the end, they made the Earth like a 5,000-mile circumference. Yeah. So they were off.
We've been lied to.
Yeah, big time.
Big time.
Yeah. Nobody seemed to care that much in everyday life.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Why do people not seem to care? What is it in their psychological makeup? Do we enjoy being slaves, or it's crazy to try and figure that out.
Well, slavery became such a normal that people actually it's not about that they don't question it. They don't comprehend their life without being a slave, But call them anything you like except a slave.
Motherfucker!
Yeah. I bought these new face diapers and they are small.
There's a lot more resistance. I suppose we shouldn't talk about this. No, I'm going to shut up and speak about the shape of the Earth now because I'm not supposed to talk about face diapers.
I'm gonna say something. Hello. Hello. Hey, brother.
Hello.
What?
I heard in Spain they're returning all the government's returning to the people the fines that they were fined with.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why is that?
That's an admission of guilt, bro. When you return something that you've stolen. I'm just saying. That's got to account for something. When the government says, "Oh, I will give you back something," which they will, it's very rare for that to happen.
You're right.
Something's up.
But
you know what I mean? Here's something that
you're
we took
right,
from
Diggs, but I doubt they will take it like this.
Yeah, brother. I know, but it's a good thing. At least it's something. It's better than nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but will it make people think?
That is the bigger
question.
yes.
Hey, why do they give us back our fines?
Yes.
You know, okay, yeah. By default, those who get their fines back, they will be happy, and
will they ask the question
probably
why?
they will question, yeah. But the others who see all this, what will they think about this? You know.
Correct. And the other question is on top of that, bro. I agree with you 100%. Is will people remember this? Because people have a tendency straight away to forget.
Yeah. And this is actually a governmental test to stimulus. You know, to stimuli. Yeah.
Yeah.
They test to see if we have any sort of judgment, feelings.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
Yeah.
To
They want to
stimulate
see that
what is going on.
we are asleep. Yeah.
Correct. And if they realize that, then they'll keep on doing it. But if they see that people are like, what the, asking questions, just to ask questions is enough. People don't realize that. If you keep on asking the same question, that, they can't move forward because you keep on asking a question. They have to give you an answer.
Yeah.
But I think that's the biggest problem. Not enough questions. You don't even need to do like silly stuff.
Aren't Australians asking enough questions though?
Australia's fucked, bro. Listen to this, bro. My mom, she can't speak fucking English that good. Yeah, she came up to me before. She goes, "What is the difference between a mandate and a law?" This is my mom, and I've been saying this since I've been on here. I go, "A mandate doesn't mean anything." I'm like, "What do you mean?" I go, "It's just somebody when he comes into power, he thinks those are his thoughts. He thinks he's there to do something. That's his personal opinion. It's got nothing to do with law." And she's like, "Okay, I understand because I hear these two words, mandate and then law." I'll go exactly, which is logical thinking. Why do you have two different words if they mean the same thing? You'll have one word. I don't watch TV, so I don't know what's going on here. We had a massive winds yesterday, and in front of the house is a massive tree fell down, and the whole road is blocked with like fallen down trees. There was like thunderstorms, and I've never seen it like this bad here. I don't know what they're fucking doing. They're doing something. There's I hear airplanes and shit all the time, and just the weather went from real sunny and just turned absolute shit. And yeah, I don't know. Terrible.
Squeeze hard. You're behind. And walk. Move on, you know. Keep walking. Yeah. We have to go on with it.
Yeah, nothing to say here. Keep on walking.
Yeah.
Does the plasma apocalypse ever come up in here? Or is that frowned upon topic?
Sorry?
Yeah, I've heard about that. The plasma. There's this. I started a while ago. There's this dude that's going to tell people where to go when the plasma breaks down and everything melts and some, I don't know, hypothetical dumb shit. Like the sun's going to turn into plasma and melt everything, and then you can run to a certain place and so you're going to be saved.
Yeah.
It's a good story.
It's interesting. I mean, like there is some like from the videos I've watched, like some of it kind of makes sense, but it's all just like, you know, it's all just speculation.
Yeah, but investigate where it starts from. It starts from they assume that you already know everything that they taught you, you know, about the world. So,
Yeah. And you have to ask the question, what is plasma? You know, that's the thing. Before you can invoke plasma causing damage, what is plasma? Where does it come from? How is it made? If you look at it, plasma is everywhere. You're swimming in plasma.
yeah, sort of. But plasma is another state of matter.
Yep.
That's what
Some people call it plasma. I would call it ether, which is the air. They just got a different terminology, I think.
Isn't there different kinds of plasma too? There's
no.
There's just one kind.
Yeah, I mean, the word plasma, you can use it for blood. You know, you can describe blood as plasma. But in physics, plasma is the fourth state of matter when things burn and they are in a state like that flame, you know. Yeah.
That shit is flat.
Well, that's a basic thing. Once, if you can comprehend that you're not spinning around and fucking falling back and can trust your senses, then you might be able to figure out the other things in life. But if you can't trust your senses and you think you're spinning around and all this, and you come from a monkey and all the rest of it, then
Magic. It's just magic. That's it, bro. It's just magic. It's just fucking magic. Everything's just fucking magic.
it's hard to have conversation with it. Yeah, go ahead, bro. Sorry, Conrad.
Oh, you good? I figured that if there were ever a way for like humans to like have intellectual conversations with animals, they would just straight up be like, "You guys are fucking crazy. Like that's bullshit." You know, about the
That's
globe.
probably what the
I'm trying to
animals
tell
would
them, like,
say.
oh, we're on Earth, and you teach them about the planets and stuff, and they'll be like, the fuck out of here.
You're fucking strange, bro. You're fucking strange.
Bro, they're in tune with that stuff, bro. I'm telling you, they look at other people and they're like, "What is wrong with you, motherfuckers? Like, what? How did
Why
you
am
come
I
from a
doing
monkey?
something?
How does food just appear from nowhere? Like, how does nothing make something?" I heard a joke, old joke from one of these comedians, and what was he saying? He's like, he was talking about like atheism or whatever, and he said, how does nothing become something? He goes, two atoms banging into each other, and they created everything perfect. He goes, why don't you grab a hammer, start banging on your Toyota, and wait for it to turn into a into a Lamborghini? He goes, you can bang it as much as you want. He goes, it'll still be a fucking Toyota. I was in tears. The Big Bang thing. I was like, fucking hell. Good joke. It's they played a good joke on us. It's lovely. But he also said, he
Joke's
made
on you,
another
bro.
joke. He goes, yeah, he made another joke. He goes, if you believe in God, he goes, then you don't believe in science. He goes, every time he goes before a science class, he goes, I used to pray to God about science. I was in tears. I'm like, fucking funny.
Do you guys like believe that the horoscopes or like your astrological sign has an impact on like your personality, who you are?
No.
I don't know. The brother over there says no.
Maybe.
It depends. Listen, I think there's might be something to it because for I don't know, maybe to exist in this plane, but it depends what horoscope you're talking about. Because there's not one.
I'm just saying like certain like astrological signs don't get along versus like other astrological signs do get along with each other. Like
listen, I think there's some
that all goes in with like each sign, it has like a set of traits supposedly, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why. So yeah, I don't know. This is something I think about a lot because it's like sometimes it seems really accurate in a way, and then other times it's just like how it's like
It's
seems
more-
like lucky guessing, but then sometimes it's like so spot on that it's kind of like creepy.
Yeah, I get you. I would listen because you have to generalize. If you're gonna say something, you have to make it general. So you'll see like some truth in there, and then obviously every person's got their variation. If they actually work on that particular trait, then that falls away. It's kind of like Joss. Put something in fire and you melt it away, and the shit comes out of it, and the good stuff gets left behind. So you've got your natal chart, which is when you're born, and you've got your metaphysical chart before you're born. Depends which one you look at. Because you've got your time of conception, which is one that they don't talk about. So there's a chart for, when you're conceived is a bit more important than the one that they showed to the public, when you're born.
Huh. So like
Do you get what I'm
so
saying?
when I was conceived would be my like true sign or whatever, or it would be
Yeah, that's what they say. Yep. So you have to go like 9 months back or whatever it is. Yeah.
Right. 9 months.
The one that they're selling to the public is, oh, you popped out and, But really, if you look at it, as soon as that interaction happens with the spermatozoid and the egg, it doesn't literally like go in. There's like a spark, and when it happens, that's when supposedly the theory is that your soul or your spirit comes in, whatever you want to call it.
I don't want to be a Scorpio.
Well, just go back 9 months, bro.
No, that's what it would make me. I don't want to be a Scorpio.
I know what it will make me. Actually, I do know what it will make me, but yeah, I'm like Sagittarius. So if I go 9 months back, I don't know. Can't remember what it makes me.
Well, either way, that means. Wait. No, never mind. Scratch that thought.
Look it up for me, bro.
9 months back from when?
From December 6th.
December. So you just go December, then you go January 6th, February 6th, March 6th, so it'd be March.
Going backwards, you have to go backwards.
You have to go backwards 9 months, but you can just count forward 3 months, can't you? And that'd be the same thing.
Yeah, well, yes, you can. Sorry. Brain fart. Correct. I'm going stupid. Yeah, correct. So what is that?
Pisces. That's the balance, I think, right? Isn't that the balance?
There we go. Well, yeah. So that explains more about me than, because I'm trying to balance this retardedness here with the not retardedness that's in another state. You know what I mean?
Right. Yep.
Because if I look at the old one, it makes me Sagittarius, that's meant to be more spiritual, blah, blah, blah. And this place makes it makes sense, but the people living in here don't make sense. If that makes sense now, if you get what I'm trying to say.
You kind of lost me for a sec because I'm a little baked, so I kind of zoned out.
I'm saying this place makes sense, but the people living in this place don't make sense.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, the behavior is just like insane. Like how promiscuous everybody is, and not even really caring. Like people just seem to not really care. They care about like getting the new AirPods. Like that's what there's a bunch of hype about getting the new AirPods or something stupid. It just they're focused on all the wrong things.
Well, if you buy AirPods, don't buy them from New York. Buy them from California, because I made those. And they are good quality ones, but the ones in New York, they are messed up. The battery are messed up. I was making the batteries for them.
What are AirPods? I don't even know what the fuck they are.
Some ear things you put in your ear and you hear what's in your phone and stuff like that. Yeah.
Wireless headphones?
Bluetooth headphones, yeah.
I was going to say it's Bluetooth. Fuck, I sound so stupid. See, in America, you've got all these weird names. AirPods. I just call them Bluetooth headset, bro. So, AirPods.
Oh, AirPods are like top of the line.
Okay. So it's the mystical side of Bluetooth.
Yeah, you can track them on your phone. If you lose them, you can track them.
Oh, okay. So they're not really lost then. You can't really lose them.
Exactly. Yeah.
They go, if you lose them, you can track them, so you can't lose them then.
They're like $200 or $300. I'm not spending. I pay $20 for mine, and they do the same thing except for I can't track them, and they're maybe not as loud. My quality might be a little worse.
Why would you need to track them?
Just don't lose your headphones, you know?
Well, I don't know if they're made for you to track them or somebody else to track you. That's the bigger question. Who's tracking who? And what is tracking
Well,
what?
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, I just think on a bit of a funny way.
I mean, yeah, everybody's getting tracked, man. You gotta.
Every speaker can actually be used as a microphone, actually.
Yep.
No
Transmitter and
shit.
receiver. Yeah, it's a transmitter and receiver, bro.
You didn't know
Because,
that?
yeah, this is the thing. They sell you the thing and they tell you can track this. But they don't tell you if you can track it, then somebody else can track it. Do you get what I mean? It's a sales pitch.
How
Same with the microphone. Yeah, go ahead.
That's crazy.
Yeah, bro.
Game of words, of technology, of a lot of things which people take it like, oh, I understand because I made the basic English language in school, you know, so I understand English language.
And it's funny how Geppiget is, from Europe, and so am I. And, we're viewed as somehow retarded or something, but we can somehow communicate better than people that speak the same language.
Yeah, when I was learning Romanian language, actually my Romanian grammar teacher told me that the way you analyze a text, a story, everything, a phrase, grammatically analyze it, you have to come up with all the possible meanings to find them, to see them.
Yes.
And only then you can make up what exactly is that story or context actually saying, because
Yeah, bro, you're 100% correct. I keep on saying this on here. I don't think people understand me, but there is an actual scientific method to writing a sentence.
Yes.
Which they don't tell you about. You have to put subject, object, verb. If it's not in that way, it's poetry.
Yeah.
It can mean whatever you want it to mean, as Geppiget said. You have to sit down, and look at the text and say, you can mean this, you can mean that. That's why people apply doctrines to whatever it is.
Yeah.
So, 100%.
And this actually is one of the most ancient brainwashing techniques, like mind.
Correct.
People think that they understood, they read that text in front of their eyes, and it has that obvious meaning. But when you analyze it, you see it can mean a lot more, different meanings. And those, you are not consciously aware of them.
Yes.
But they do resonate in your mind, in your head. And then you wake up next day, you go do this and that, and you'll say, oh, but how come that 3 days ago, according to my mindset from 3 days ago, I wouldn't have done that. And this is something that you know.
Yeah.
And you find yourself today that you did something which you wouldn't have done before. Because it was against your mind mechanisms, Yeah. They implanted this leap of logics, and they changed your mind, altered.
Correct. That is the power of the word. I was just speaking to my dad before, and he had some documentary on. It was on the Titanic. This is this, bro. And I'm like looking at it, and he's looking at it, and I go, because I've heard about the Titanic, and I go, so have they found this Titanic? And he's like, oh, it's lost. I go, all right. And I'm looking at the thing. I go, "What is this Charlie Chaplin video clips that they're showing?"
Yeah.
My dad's looking at me. He's like, "What do you mean?" I go, "It's Charlie Chaplin video." I go, "I don't know where this is fucking taken. I don't know where it's taken, but they're just showing it, and they're making an assumption on top of an assumption on top of an assumption
Yeah.
to get their conclusion."
Actually, you know, in that Titanic movie, I was watching with my mom. And, you know, the scene at the end where the guy is in the cold water, is dying, blah, blah, all that bullshit. It was like getting you to tears, you know, crying.
Yeah.
It's a sad moment and stuff. And I felt also touched, you know, I was about like starting to cry, but I burst into laughing, you know, like crazy. Like I was watching Harvey and Stan, you know, the comedies.
Yeah, bro.
Show
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, this was a documentary, and they were given the captain of it, something Smith, his name was. I only watched like 5 minutes of it, and
Yeah.
I go, there was this guy talking, and the guy looked exactly like the captain that was there, I don't know, 200 years ago. I go, why have they put this actor on there that looks exactly like the fucking captain? My dad, and my dad's
And you
looking at me.
know,
He's like,
I wasn't laughing of that sad moment or stuff like that. I'm not a psychopath, but I was laughing at myself. How easy I was
it is to manipulate
with myself, you know, to have my feelings manipulated and twisted and, you know, get me into a state of crying. You know?
when you shouldn't be.
Yeah.
It's it's interesting.
Have you seen what Zuckerberg is creating? That Meta?
What's this, bro?
Yeah.
So Facebook is creating. Anybody seen the movie Player One? Ready Player One?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Or The Matrix, right? Whatever, right?
Yep.
So Facebook is really creating this artificial world. I think they call it Meta or something, where you can interact in a non-physical world.
Well, they already have this, Roger, Second Life.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to point out. But this is like augmented and Facebook style, right? So it's level up. It's level up. Let me.
That game.
I'm gonna post it in the locker room. Yeah, 1 second, so anybody can see this.
Can you send it to me?
Oh yeah, sure.
Thanks,
you can just look it up. I think it's all over Twitter now, but it's a weird. Well, not a weird, but it is a interesting thing to see that what you saw in the movies now actually is coming, right? Let me post it.
I saw this. You know that robot that they keep on talking about, that Sophia thing? Bro, have you seen the new robots? This thing looks like they've got this little, it's like a, you know how you have on the AirPods that little circle and it receives like the pulse? It looks human exactly, and you can have a conversation with this fucking robot thing.
Yeah,
and
agent.
They look fucking amazing. And they actually have like proper responses, like you would have a proper response from
a
human that's normal. And
yeah, you talk to them, and you're like telling them a story, and they look at you like they're paying attention, like they care, and they're like listening to the words you're telling them.
yeah, they give you proper responses, proper face movements, and
Yeah, they have like
micro expressions.
Isn't it like thousands of
Yeah.
little? Isn't it like thousands of little things in their face to like make it look like they move the same muscles and stuff that we do.
Yeah. And this is what I try to tell people. Those people on your TV, bro, you don't know what the fuck they are. You don't know if that's who the fuck they say.
Oh yeah. I saw this thing on BitChute. This guy kept saying, he's like, look at these reporters. He's like, I mean, he's kind of out there with it, but like, it was a good point. He's like, look at these reporters. Look at this woman right here. You can't honestly tell me that sounds like a black woman, you know? And then it just like shows a clip of this reporter talking, and it's like a black woman, you know, and like, she sounded like Karen, you know, and like after he said that, then I'm just watching it, just like thinking, like, is that really that person right there that's talking, moving their lips? Is that actually their voice?
It's not. It's actually a deep fake.
Yeah, that's what. That stuff is getting really, really good. And who's to say that it hasn't been that good for the past 10 years? They've been doing it. Who knows?
10 years. More than 50, 60 years, bro. And this is, you can look at there's patents. They've been doing this for minimum 50 years with the robots. They're that good. It's not funny.
Yeah, go online, and you can search Tom Cruise deepfakes. People are doing that for fun, but it looks so real, right?
Oh yeah, no, I've seen the amateurs. And I'm like, oh my god, yeah, these are fucking amateurs. So what the fuck?
But it still looks real, right?
Doing?
You have some amateurs that can, it's like, you wouldn't see the difference. Maybe one frame, if you spot one frame, oh yeah, there it is, right? But even the amateurs are getting professional. So it's
well, actually,
that something's wrong. Either they're getting bad or the amateurs are getting professional.
Actually, this technology of deep faking is so advanced that no man in the world could distinguish. But when they officially present it to the world, they present a very, very limited access to it.
Yes.
You don't have the root access to this technology. We are shell user confined. We'll get to see only what a little bit, of that code and everything.
When I was listening to that robot, like the whole body was like, I cannot explain how realistic that thing looked. And they asked the robot a question, and she goes back. She goes, you know, like you're more intelligent than us humans. You know, how do you find yourself speaking to us? Well, and the robot goes, well, I can't be more intelligent than the humans because the humans made me. And she goes, I am in here. This is directly from the robot. And then the robot goes, she goes, I am. You know, I love humans, and I'm sort of. She didn't use the word jealous. She uses the other word, another word. But she's like, I'm inferior to them because I don't have one thing that they do have. And the guy goes, "What don't you have that we have?" And she goes, "You guys have a soul." This is coming from the robot, but.
But they do have the robots. I mean, the AI have the ability to construct mind-blowing, complex algorithms in a split second.
Yes.
We don't have that ability. When you work on making an algorithm, an engineer, something, it's always a team of them working together, you know, to make it. So how can we accept to be told that robots are not more intelligent than us, than we are. And we have also the proof for blockchain. No man can crack it. No matter what they tell me, everyone, Bitcoin, no man is going to be able to crack it. Not even using quantum computing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is how complex it is. And yeah, to understand this blockchain, this encryption method and stuff, you have to understand the whole internet as a giant entity, you know, and to know every system that is part, its purpose, its protocols, its everything, you know.
Yeah.
If I can add something to that, a couple of years back, I was looking at the whole AI. Anytime that you try and create a physical AI, so you create this little robot in your possession and you try and teach it responses, was always limited. And then when this blockchain thing arrived and it was about solving a block, I thought to myself, is this the start of the real AI? Whereby it releases these mathematical tests. Certain other PCs have to complete the test. Those nodes behave like the neurons in the brain. That each of these little neural synapses are sending signals, and then they confirm which is the actual last block, and then they write that into the blockchain. But that there's a financial incentive, the same way that with learning, you get a little dopamine fix for learning something or remembering something. So with this education system, now they always hold up these robots and say, here's the AI, but the AI is running in the background, financially incentivized, learning, increasing in complexity and difficulty level. So I think that the real AI to be scared of is the blockchain one that no one is discussing.
Yeah. I've seen like experiments done with virtual entities given laws of physics in a virtual world model, you know. They were in a labyrinth, and the program was given laws of motion, everything, how that object will behave. I've seen all sorts of. They look like polygons, you know, connected to each other, and one of them developed a method like crawling like a worm, you know. A different one was like using a method to flip-flop himself, you know, turn around, but despite it was a square, you know, it was always pushing himself upwards, then fall forward, like rolling a block, you know, on its sides. And they were given these laws, but these entities also discovered that, hey, you can cheat the game. I mean, I do have a wall here, I'm constrained, but if I move faster enough, you know,
I can go through it.
According to this, I can jump over the wall.
Yeah.
You know, so he was getting out. And this was very weird, you know, because the computer immediately, I mean, it's not a computer, but that entity program, he found a way to cheat outside of its programming, you know. And
Well, when I was looking at that, bro, I found that they had AI up and running in like the 1980s. What they're talking about now, Yeah, people
yeah. This
like, oh,
is
they've
actually
got
what they
AI.
were testing. Yeah,
Yeah, and this is like the 1980s. It was full
in the
operational.
90s.
They're like,
Yeah,
oh, yeah,
yeah.
yeah, exactly. They were like almost
But
there. I know I was watching. I had the documents a while ago. But
in those times, they used this kind of artificial beings to do actually work like mathematical and financial calculus, economic jobs,
Yep.
and yeah, when the internet came, it suddenly became the god, or the invisible god of Wall Street, because it was good at solving these world problems. It's the world system, financial system, and stock market and everything is so complex for a simple human man. He cannot administer all these things that are involved, that are going on. But these AIs, they said, from these mines, we have to extract this amount of iron, of whatever, natural resources, and do not take more because it's a waste. It's wasting.
Yeah.
You don't need more. Yeah.
Yeah.
And by reducing the waste, it's very, very super profitable for big corporations like these corporations that drill the oceans for oil, and they can extract every day mind-blowing quantities, but why would they extract if they don't have enough ships to come and take it, and then the factories to process all this oil, and consumers have to buy it and use it. It takes time. And
have you realized, when they talk about where the environment's getting ruined? Not that it's not. I'm not saying that it's not, but plastic and blah blah blah, and they blame the people. But there is like 3 corporations that fucking produce all this shit, that they took it upon themselves to make all the plastic when they could use glass, when they could use any other material. So we get blamed.
Clay.
We get we get blamed for something that somebody else has done. Everybody's to blame, but these motherfuckers are producing the fucking corrupt shit. It's it's fucking interesting.
Hey, if you were to burn clay to make all sort of products, plates, whatever, that means a lot of fireplaces. Heat.
We can't have that.
You can't have it because one guy is working there and 10 others just sit and warm themselves.
So how dare you not use our energy and use fire to warm yourself?
Yeah,
it's disgusting. And they'll make up all this bullshit about fucking pollution and dumb shit, when they can go up there, spray shit in the sky.
In Romania we had these gypsies. The people were calling them like the low class, blanket. They were coming next to a village and they started making bricks, and the villagers were buying because they wanted to build,
Yep. Cheaper, better.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
You
the funny thing, they were calling them the lower class, but actually every city, every village wanted to have them around.
I was gonna say, yeah. How do you call somebody a lower class when they're making something, producing things? Yeah, it's they play all these mind games, bro. That's the problem, and people aren't. Yeah, just don't care, bro. They think, oh, it doesn't affect me, so I'm just gonna keep on being, do whatever I do, and it's not gonna come back to me. But if they realize that everything's fucking connected, somehow everything is connected. I don't care what anybody says. Because
and I tell you what happened. These gypsies were digging the ground to find this clay, and they were often finding treasures in gold, buried gold. A lot of it, very ancient, and they became very, very rich.
The lower class became upper class.
Overnight. But if the gypsies were found with gold, they couldn't justify it because this gold had, if it was coins, it was these tetradrachma kinds, which are very ancient Dacian money. These are times before the Greek Empire,
Yes.
And and the inscriptions, the drawings, everything on these coins is unique. And it has a different art style, everything, and you can't
Even
say,
the gold is different.
"Oh, I got these coins from my grandmother, a legacy and whatever." No, you couldn't say that, because your grandmother wasn't thousands of years old.
Good,
Yeah.
They even say the gold before was better alchemized, or the production was, even though they say it's 99% then and 99% now, the quality of it, even though it's 99%, is better back, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 years ago than it is now.
Yeah. True. Actually, I read about these gold alloys, and I found that there were, every mine has its alloy mixture, and by analyzing this, you can trace the source where that gold, from which mine or country is that gold coming from.
Yeah.
But some of these mixtures are like natural, gold with silver, and this is a very expensive one, and they have studied, the experts, they've studied this kind of natural alloys, and they found that they are the perfect alloy, like the best way you can have gold. You don't want pure, clean gold. You want it to have a little bit of copper. You want it to have a little bit of silver, because it has different qualities.
Yeah,
But the reason that the gold is so prized is because it doesn't oxidate, so it doesn't rust. But yet your coppers and all your other alloy additives, they will oxidate and they will start to form a layer on.
Not silver though. Silver doesn't do it. People get pissed off when I say this. When you take the gold, you have to put it through a process, through an alchemical, then a chemical process, and then when you extract the gold, you're left with silver and a little bit of, what is it, fucking copper or some shit. So then from the shit that's left over, you make silver, and then from that shit that's left over, you can, I think, make copper or some other thing. So people think you find like big fucking nuggets of fucking 20-ton gold. You don't do that. It's mined. You extract it from veins and stuff. And there was this one dude, you were on here, Get Beget, remember? When I asked him what is gold or what is water, and he started flipping out.
Yeah, I know.
Remember that? He's like, you're retarded, you're stupid. I'm like, bro, what is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Okay, explain it to
hey,
me.
everyone,
I've been thinking about those
anyone.
alloys.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, no. Just in terms of like those alloys and those combinations of how many parts of this versus that, it's almost the same way with gas. Whenever a scientist tries to determine what gas he has, he's got a tube that looks transparent. And now he has to try and figure out what is the combination of gas in this beaker. And then they'll do certain tests and tell you, well, it's behaved like carbon dioxide, so therefore it is carbon dioxide. But even there, when you start to drill in, it's still combinations, almost like an alloy combination of multiple things. It just was predominantly helium or predominantly hydrogen. And, there's so much, once again, when you start digging in there, people claim like carbon dioxide is this many carbon molecules with this much oxygen, or that oxygen is this and that. But it's like talking about gold in 100% form, but you don't find gold that way. You find it in 98% or 99%.
Yep. That's why, was it Get Beget last time? I remember this, when that, what was she, a microbiologist, he asked the lady, he goes, can you please explain to me that this thing has this much carbon, or whatever you asked. I think you asked something like that. Does this have
the
this
hemoglobin.
Yes, that's
the
it. Sorry, bro.
hemoglobin, that it has 4 iron atoms.
Yes.
How she could
How the
prove
fuck do you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They like make all these like ridiculous claims. I'm like, how the fuck do you know that it's got 4 or 3 or 5 or whatever? But continue, bro.
How did
that was
she
a really good
count?
question, bro.
Yeah.
Yes.
And actually, when I searched for this about 2 years ago, I asked Google, and like the way to determine the iron content in blood, in a blood cell. And what I came up with was 2 methods, and one of them stated that these laboratory people, they take a blood sample, they put it on a glass, they shine light, they put their microscope there, and they start counting the red blood cells. And if they see, you have a certain percentage in comparison with the white cells, then you have if you have less blood red cells than a certain percentage, they say you have iron deficiency, anemia, by counting the red blood cells. They are not actually looking how much iron do you have in a cell.
Because they don't know
they
how much is
already
meant to
make
be there,
the
bro.
assumptions that they already make the assumption that blood is red because of the iron oxidation, which is crazy. I mean, when iron is in the hemoglobin, this is like a very big, giant, complex assembly of elements, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, selenium, maybe, or whatever. And they are positioned in a certain way. atoms, and somewhere in the middle, inside there are 4 iron atoms, but it must be iron oxide, because if it's pure iron, then it's not good. You know,
Remember, we
it
spoke
will
about
be
this, bro.
red. Yeah.
Me and you spoke about this, about the ferrous, the phosphorus. Yeah, but people don't look at these things, bro. This is a problem. You accept that there is 4. They tell you there is 4, and it's like, how do you know that there is 4? How do you know that every single...
I tell you why they say it's 4. Because when you go to chemistry, that formula matches on mathematical calculus. The way they calculate in chemistry, you know, they have those calculations mathematical, you know. And according to all certain chemical reactions, they say, oh, this element starts bonding with this many atoms from this different element. And then you will be getting a solution with these properties, blah, 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 you know, and color and everything. And I know, as a calculus, it does look right. But that doesn't mean it's actually what's going on in reality.
Correct.
Because if I take the blood and I analyze the elements that make up blood, and I found that there is no diamagnetic element in there,